You two were really the brainchilds behind the story. How much did you guys look at the extended universe and the extremely large canon of books that have been written around the Star Wars universe when you decided to make this? Or was it more looking at Return of the Jedi and just figuring out how you guys feel it should have gone?
Hey, you want to take it?
I think it had more to do with Jedi and the continuation of 4, 5, and 6. This is 7. I think we were aware, we're respectful of the canon, but we really wanted to tell a story that interested us and delighted us, and we didn't really want any rules and parameters particularly. We just said, well, we can do anything we want with this story. What would be the most fun thing to do on this page and the next page and the page after that? And that was sort of the guiding principle, I think, more than the canon or anything that had come before.
I feel a responsibility to not just maintain, but help be a part of what pushes it all forward, and keeps it viable and exciting for future storytellers. And Kathy's really leading that charge, which is great to have her here. So it's about every movie I like, she's produced. So it's kind of mind-blowing.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology, spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology,
spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
You have to have a team of people
Papa! Papa! Han Solo! Help! Oh no! It's got Luke! Papa!
New Tauntaun comes with an open belly rescue feature.
You'll be okay, Luke, as soon as I chase away that thing! Papa!
Ooh.
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Captain Solo, Echo Base. This is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
Had enough? What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race. No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
Don't think anymore. I do the thinking around here.
Have you not? What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
He saved us. He really did it.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Merry Christmas to everyone. I hope everyone is well. I hope everyone had a nice Christmas. Just wanted to hang out with you guys and say hello and wish everyone Merry Christmas. I don't have a whole lot of Star Wars news. Talk a little bit about Luke Skywalker and Boba Fett, I suppose. A little thing about Mace Windu. But mostly just wanted to hang out, say Merry Christmas, see how everybody's doing, and kind of have just an open conversation. If you guys have any questions or anything that you want to talk about, please, by all means, let me know. And, you know, just to hang out stream. Hello, D. Greetings, programs. Good to see you. Merry Christmas to you. Like I said, not anything specific today. Just wanted to hang out for a little Christmas fun. Let's see here. 1 second. Nope, that's the wrong one. Where are you at? There you are. So yeah, I hope everybody's good. Not a whole lot happened on Christmas Star Wars wise. Just kind of interesting. You would think they would Lucasfilm Star Wars would have done something, tweeted or put out some sort of video or something, but they didn't really do anything. Hello, Space Marine. Thanks for joining us. yeah, it's kind of funny. You know, you would think that Lucasfilm would have tweeted Merry Christmas or something, but no. They could have acknowledged the holiday special, or I don't know, whatever. Everybody's, of course, coming off of that Luke Skywalker high, I suppose. I know I see a lot of channels are talking about it. There's a lot of people saying Star Wars is saved. Jeez. I don't even know if I should talk about that, honestly. It's wow. Space Marine, if you just came in, just hanging out. If there's anything you want to talk about or ask me, by all means. There wasn't much on the shelves. Yeah, you know, I haven't been to the store in a couple weeks. It's kind of funny. I you know, all my life I would always go to the toy section, just like instinctively, right? You know, in ways I'm a big kid, so I like looking at Legos and all kinds of stuff. And not that I look through the girls' toys too much. I'll maybe walk through and just kind of see what's going on, right? But I don't know. Lately, well, I shouldn't even say lately. Past few years, I really don't. I would probably say, man, since Lucas sold Star Wars, or 2015, I've maybe made it a point to look in the toy section 5 or 10 times. Like, I can count on my hands. Point being, that was a big thing for myself and for a lot of Star Wars fans. You know, naturally we would look in the toy section. But, you know, anytime I look or even peek from a distance, there aren't any Star Wars toys. In fact, a few months ago, I forget if I mentioned this. I think I might have in a stream. A few months ago, I did look through at Walmart, and they had this very small section. And one thing they had was like Jabba's throne room. And it had, I'm trying to remember, was it Lego or regular? Shoot, I can't remember, but I think it was toys. But it was, I don't know, maybe it was a little bit smaller scale. It didn't look like the old school toys, you know? In any event, they had the throne room, and there was Jabba and his stand and all that stuff. And they had a little Han in carbonite, right? A little block. And on the front of the box, you see the block, but it's like just a flat surface. It was just like a gray flat surface. There was no like embossed Han body or even like a sticker or painted. It was literally just a blank carbonite block. No buttons or controls or lights or anything. It was just a blank. Now, it might have been just a mistake of marketing, because if you've looked around the box, you could see that there was Han, I guess, on the other side, and the other side was blank. But that just goes to show you what Star Wars is today. The lack of love, the lack of detail. You know, you're selling Jabba's palace with a blank Han on the front of the toy box. So, you know, it just shows you what's going on with Star Wars. What are your thoughts on The Mandalorian? We'll talk about that. I'll talk about it in just a second here. And let me say hello to a few more people and get a little warmed up. I could say plenty about The Mandalorian. On that vintage collection, Jabba's Palace. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I looked at it and I was just like, this is a freaking disgrace. I mean, seriously. I could see if some of them shipped out, right? Because mistakes happen in toys. Usually the toy itself, not even the packaging. But sometimes packaging mistakes happen. It's okay. We're human. We make mistakes. But, like, that should have been caught right away, and it should have been pulled, and it should have been corrected. As far as I know, that's toy is still how it is. It's because they don't give a damn. RS Prop Masters had a fun holiday gift guide but was surprised to see that LFL licensed Star Wars adult pleasure toys. Imagine that back in the time. Really? I don't think that should happen. Star Wars shouldn't have that. Even though I'm sure there's some adults that, you know, I don't have a problem with it. If that's what you're into, then fine. But I just don't think the Star Wars. On a side note, I've had quite a life. I've met quite a few people. I even know a few celebrities. And ironically, I know a few porn stars. I didn't mess around with them. I wasn't into that. I wasn't in the industry or anything like that. But I lived in Miami for 11 years. And I did a lot of promotions. A lot of different artists, comedians, rappers, a drum and bass, DJ, different people. And I was pretty well known around Miami. So I would meet all kinds of people. I would get invited to all kinds of parties and raves and all kinds of stuff, events. Anyway, so I knew this one porn star. And one day, I forget, was I walking or I was out somewhere? I think I was walking. And her and some of her girlfriends came by and they drove past me in a car and they saw me. So they like pulled over and talked to me for a minute. And they were just saying, what's up? You know, what am I up to? Whatever. And I was like, what are you guys up to? And they were like going to some party. I forget if it was a costume party, Halloween party or something, but they were going to some party. Anyways, long story short, she pulls out this lightsaber dildo. And I mean, it was like a full-length lightsaber with a dildo on the end. It just, I don't know, silly memory when you said that about the toys. But to me, if that's something you want to do, you know, in your own time, in your own, okay, I don't have a problem with it. Like if you want to dress up like Slave Leia or something like that, that's awesome. But should Star Wars be licensing adult toys? I don't think so. But I think Disney at this point is going to take money wherever they can get it. So let's see. Walmart exclusive, yeah. Tetsua's Wrath. Hey man, good to see you. Merry Christmas. I'm glad to see you. You've been popping up in my streams lately, so I'm glad you like them, and I appreciate your support. Proof that LFL isn't into brand integrity. Same with Disney. Yeah, you know, and Disney, you know, there's nobody denying that Disney made a lot of family stuff, a lot of nice stuff for kids. But on the same token, if you really look, a lot of those castles have dildos in them, sexual references. Disney does a lot of stuff that appears like family. There's nudity, all kinds of stuff in their cartoons. One of these days, I got to get that video done. But I have a video that really exposes and covers a lot of that stuff. But yeah, Disney has like a on the surface integrity. And you know, I would show my kids a lot of that's their older stuff. But on the same token, you know, if you really pay attention to what Disney has done and does, there's a lot of stuff there. Merry Christmas, Tetsua's. That Mandalorian crate dragon definitely resembles a giant dog. Yes, I suppose it does with teeth. So yeah. What else? Well, I don't know about you guys. I got quite a bit of snow here. I'm in Pennsylvania. Nothing like a blizzard or record or anything, but you know, the car was pretty well covered. Had to do quite a bit of shoveling. Sometimes here it's a little funny, like it'll snow a little before or after Christmas. And this year it decided to snow on Christmas. So if you're going to get snow, right, on Christmas is a good thing. So that was cool. Trying to think of what other general stuff I can mention before we start getting into Mandalorian, because that's a whole can of worms there. I guess I'll get the Mace Windu out of the way. If some of you remember, very recently I had mentioned that from the Disney Investor Day, there was Kathleen Kennedy talking about the new projects, and there's a scene where it like kind of zooms out all these graphics around her, and on the bottom left is right in front is a big head of Mace Windu. And I had pointed out, I still to this day have not heard anybody else catch it, that he was there. And I felt like they were sending a signal. And while I don't have any confirmation of anything, this popped up. The Star Wars Twitter account had tweeted this. The party isn't over, it's just beginning. Sending a very happy birthday to Samuel L. Jackson. This was on December 21st. It may have just been a birthday wish. You know, maybe they're being clever with their words. But I think it's pretty interesting that we saw that in the investor call. And now we have this tweet. And many times in the past, Mace has said, hey, I want to come back. You know, get me back in Star Wars. I don't know exactly why he would want to get back into Disney Star Wars. I would think he saw the films. Didn't you see what Luke looked like? But he has expressed several times that he would like to come back. And, well, there you go. This came out the other day. So it would not at all surprise me. Disney is really grasping at straws. That's why we saw Ahsoka, and that's why we saw Luke. Not because you wanted it, because Disney is desperate. That's why those were there. Anyways, so, again, this is just a chill-out stream. I don't have a whole lot of specific stuff to talk about, but if anybody has any questions or want to bring up any topics, by all means. So, who was it? Someone had just asked me, assuming they're even still here. Was it Space Marine? Yes. What are my thoughts on The Mandalorian? Well, I think The Mandalorian is okay. It's not terrible. I don't hate it. It's far from great. It's far from the level of what Star Wars should be, especially in 2020, especially in a $1 trillion company like Disney, with all the resources in the world, with 43 years of lore and experience and resources to work with. Mandalorian should be way better. It breaks canon all over the place, so I can't consider it a real Star Wars story. A lot of people says it feels like Star Wars. It doesn't to me. It's a fun space adventure show. If you watch it on as its own, as just The Mandalorian, like it's its own little thing, it's fun. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not saying that it's unwatchable. I'm not telling anybody not to watch it. You know, my channel has never been about telling anyone what you can watch or what you should watch or what you should like. If you like the sequel trilogy, enjoy. If you like The Mandalorian, great. If you like Rebels, just for me, none of that stuff is for me. I watch pretty much everything Disney makes so that I can talk about it and review it and have an intelligent opinion and be able to call out Disney, but not out of anger or just trying to find problems, but legitimately see what's going on. But you know, Mandalorian, I watch it, and I don't get like pissed off when I watch it. It's fun, but I don't get excited. I don't think that it's Star Wars or Star Wars is back or Star Wars is saved, or they don't respect their own canon. Like, forget that Star Wars even existed. Let's just pretend that Disney invented Star Wars. They can't keep their own story straight. If they don't love their own property, why should I? If they're going to contradict themselves with every episode, never mind different shows, like every episode of their own show, why should I take it seriously? I can't. So, you know, in a nutshell, that's what I think of The Mandalorian. It's there. It's watchable. It's fun. Pretty much everyone I know seems to like it. A lot of people seem to love it. There's people saying that it's fantastic, that it's Star Wars, that Star Wars is back, Star Wars is saved. Okay, well, right now I can go watch Jake Skywalker, so I don't know what's been saved. I don't know why anyone would, for 2 seconds, believe that anything's different. Kathleen Kennedy's still the president. She's still the executive producer of the Mandalorian show. Filoni and Favreau are hanging out with her, taking smiley pictures. I show you guys the proof all the time. Favreau said, you know, I'm trying to connect all the shows, Clone Wars, Rebels, sequel trilogy, original trilogy. I mean, the quote's there. So I don't know what's saved for some people, but I think you're just setting yourself up for a huge disappointment. I don't want anyone to not enjoy the stuff. I don't want anyone to not be happy. If seeing Luke made you happy, cool, enjoy it. You're setting yourself up. And I hate to see a bunch of people you know, most people were okay with The Force Awakens. To me, it was hollow. I knew Star Wars was done as soon as I walked out of Force Awakens, but definitely after The Last Jedi, you know, this whole thing started and the Phantom Menace came around and all these people were upset. And it's like, are you guys forgetting? Do you really want to go through this again? Do you really think that anything's different? Kathleen is there. I don't get it. But hey, again, I don't want to take anything from anybody. If you guys are enjoying it, yeah, enjoy it. Just don't look to me to, you know, defend it or say that Star Wars is okay, because it's not okay. And, you know, I don't expect everyone to be like me. I am who I am. Me personally. You know, there's a few different ways it can go. There's different scenarios. But even if from now on Disney wanted to behave, it's too late. It's too late for me. And I don't understand that, like, this is something like I've had so many friends and I see so many people that are in a bad relationship and they've broken up like 5 times and they always get back together and they're always carrying on. But we have so much history together and you know, but yet you're cheating on each other and lying to each other and upset with each other and you cuss each other out and like, you don't want to spend time together. And I don't understand those kinds of relationships. I don't understand. You have one life, guys. You can waste your time with someone that, you know, cheated and lied and did all that and says, but I'm sorry, I won't work it out. Or you can move on and find someone that truly appreciates you. And that's how I am. Like, I'm very like unforgiving in that sense. I have a lot of patience. I'm a very kind person. If you knew me, you would know I'm so generous and kind and loving. But on the same token, like if you cross me, if you lie, if you waste my time, you know, those types of things, I don't really have tolerance or be like, there is no, we're going to come back and, you know, fix it. And Jake is still there. If they make alternate timelines, it's still there. It's just on the side. And doing stuff like War Between the Worlds or time travel or any other whatever nonsense they may want to come up with, you're setting yourself up because that opens the door for them to say, oh, well, you know what, the PT, that was just kind of like a side thing. It's not really necessarily canon. You know, Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker, the original trilogy, well, that maybe happened, but maybe it happened this way, the Disney way. So to me, I can't accept, excuse me one second. A little phlegmy. I can't accept, you know, a soft apology or, you know, but I'll behave now and I'll do something else. I just, that's not how I am. I'm not telling anyone else that you have to be that way. I just, that's who I am and that's how I roll. And you're not gonna lie and cheat and disrespect and break shit and, you know, do all this mess. Not once, not 50 times, but 500 times over, you know, what's it been, 8 years now? It's the typical abuse and abusee and abuser relationship. You know, you keep getting hit like a pimp or like your husband, you know, it just keeps beating you, but you don't go anywhere because you have fear of, I can't make it on my own. I can't find someone else. I don't know any other way. And you just keep going back and you keep getting your black eye and a black eye and a black eye. And me, like, I'm not like that. First of all, I'm not going to let you give me a black eye in the first place. But if you happen to do it, well, I'm going to give you a bigger one and you're never going to get the opportunity to do so again. That's just me. Some people, they just keep taking the slap in the face and they're okay with it. And that's, you know, hey, to each his own. I can't do that. So, you know, it is what it is. I get pissed off because I see the EU content they're ripping off, but could have just done in the first place. I want to like it, but Disney seems to want me to hate it, not trying to hate it. Yeah, me too. It's not like I want to feel this way. It's not that I want to be upset or not have Star Wars or any of that. But I'm also not going to let you abuse me. I'm not going to let you play around with the things that I love. It's that simple. And you know what's worse is sometimes ourselves will tolerate things. But now it's a whole other level when I see that you're hitting my child. You see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, Star Wars isn't my child, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Now it's like even worse because you're hitting my child. You're not even hitting me. Now you're attacking my child. So now I'm like 10 times more pissed. And no way am I going to forgive you. For me, the only way is, now I am also someone that is willing generally to give someone another chance. Not 50 more chances, but another chance. And if someone can show me that they genuinely want to do better and be different, well, then I'd possibly could give you another chance. Now, Disney's way deep past. Like I said, they destroy their own stuff, never mind Star Wars stuff. So I'm really way past that. But, I mean, really, for me, and this is just me, again, I speak for myself, the only way that I would even pretend to care about Star Wars or spend money in it or talk well about it or any of that, and I want to clarify, when I say what I just said, I mean October 31st, 2012 to today, because everything October 30th, 2012 prior, I love to death. I love Star Wars. I don't like the fan fiction that we have now. So for me, you know, just me personally, the only way is not, you know, War Between Worlds or doing other, you know, things. Hey, La Flama Blanca, White Flame. Thanks for coming. I haven't seen you before. Cool avatar. Ho, ho, ho. Yes, same to you. Merry Christmas. Thank you for coming in. For me personally, the only way that Disney can pretend to get me back, and this is just me, I'm nobody. I'm only somebody that's been a fan since May 25th, 1977. I've only spent, I don't know, probably close to $100,000 over the years on Star Wars glasses, mugs, posters, toys, hats, movie tickets, but you know, I'm nobody. They're not going to listen to me. I'm a little tiny YouTube channel. People don't listen to me anyways, so I don't expect Disney to do anything. They don't care. They don't need me because they've got all these people that say Star Wars is saved. So they certainly don't need to listen to me. But for me, if they were to pretend to have me on their side, they'd have to delete all of it. And I mean all of it. From October 31st, 2012, all of it has got to go. Rebels, Resistance, Galaxy, what is it? Galaxy of Heroes or whatever the hell it was. All the comic books, all the dumbass books, art books, novelizations, the sequel trilogy, and yes, Clone Wars and Mandalorian, they all got to go because they all break canon. So I know that a lot of people will be like, no, I can get rid of all that stuff, but I want Rebels or I want Mandalorian or I can't live with stuff that contradicts itself. That again is just me. I'm not telling anyone else that you have to think that way. But if Lucasfilm were to pretend for a second to get me in particular back, and I know I'm not the only one that thinks this way, but I can only speak for myself. One, and I don't know that Lucasfilm would ever listen to my streams anyways, but if you did, well, this is what you got to do. One, you need to publicly apologize and admit you were wrong. That's the first thing. You have to make a public announcement and say, listen, we tried to do something else. We thought we knew what we were doing. We obviously did not. We are so sorry that we screwed up and we're going to do better. That's the first thing that has to happen. I don't care if it's Bob Iger, a representative, Kathleen Kennedy, Jon Favreau. I don't care who it is, but someone from Lucasfilm has to publicly say to everyone, especially the Raylos and sequel fans and all that, that we fucked up. This is not Star Wars. That's the first thing that needs to happen. And then two, they have to say we're decanonizing all of it because it's all a mess. See, here's the thing. In 2014, they made a statement. We're going to turn all of the EU into Legends. Why? Because it's convoluted and it's not canon and it has conflicts. So from now on, we're going to make all of that Legends and everything from this date forward will be canon. We're going to maintain a continuity. We're going to keep it all clean and tidy and organized. And they haven't kept one thing tidy or clean or organized. It's all contradicted each other itself. And there's no one out here that has a brain that can watch all of the Disney stuff and argue that it doesn't contradict itself. Forget George Lucas stuff. That doesn't even exist. Just looking at the Disney stuff, you are lying to yourself if you don't see that it contradicts itself. Now, a lot of people, they're like, whatever, I don't care. I just want to see cool stuff. Okay, well, if that's Star Wars to you, enjoy. But that's not Star Wars to me. Sorry. And, you know, the whole point that they did all this mess was because they said they were going to fix it and get it all together and keep a continuity. And they can't keep continuity within their own stuff. You've got the novel contradicting the movie. The art book contradicts the novel and the movie. The comics contradict that. Then you got episodes of a show that retcon themselves, never mind against the other shows. So there's no way that Rebels can hold up against Mandalorian or against Clone Wars because they'll retcon themselves and then they retcon each other. So it's just, what's the point? That's like, imagine Lord of the Rings, you know, like this thick book, and every chapter was like, one chapter was scuba diving, the next chapter was, you know, about flying jets, the next chapter is about growing tomatoes. Why do you want a story that's all over the damn place? That's not what I want. And again, if that's okay with you, if that's what you enjoy, just because you see lightsabers, okay, well, have fun with that. I'm not mad at you. Enjoy it. I can't call it Star Wars. That's not my Star Wars. And that's not something that I can support. Let's see. It took them 5 years to damage the Star Wars brand, yet many feel that 5 minutes plus was enough to fix things. Oi, exactly. How can you guys anyone out here pretend that it was literally 5 minutes after everything you've seen, after all the names you were called, after all the abuse, after all the fanboy tears, and you got people on StarWars.com making fun of you. Ryan Johnson tweeting, insulting people. Even if Lucasfilm just shut up the whole time, you saw the movies. I don't have to explain this. You saw the movies. So how can you pretend that 5 minutes of what they should have done from the very beginning is going to fix anything? All paths lead to the sequel trilogy, and I know there's people out here that are denying it. I just came from a stream. They're like, oh yeah, it's all fixed. Kathleen Kennedy's out of there. She's not making any decisions, and it's back. And okay. Okay. I really think they're going in a Dark Empire approach now. Andor Man, thank you for being here. I don't remember seeing you before, so welcome to the stream. It's possible. That's a great story, by the way. It was fun. I'm not much into I don't like time travel or cloning or too much extra stuff. I like the clones a lot. I like what George Lucas did with the clones. I love Attack of the Clones. It's one of my favorite movies. Star Wars movies, anyways. But it just leads to problems because then now you got Palpatine potentially being a clone all over the place. And, we saw what happened with that. Once you're dead, you're dead, So we may be getting Mace back. And, we didn't see him die. That somebody was saying today, we didn't see him die. Okay, we didn't, but seriously, he was electrocuted, totally stunned, thrown out a window from like 1,000 stories up, and on the way down, he probably got hit by 80 different vehicles. He doesn't have a hand, so he wouldn't even be able to use the Force. And well, I suppose if you have a stump, you still could use the Force. But when you're in shock and you just got your hand cut off, I don't think you're going to be using the Force, at least out of that one hand. You got to let Mace go. He's gone, guys. I love Mace. I thought he was awesome. It's not that I don't want Mace, but, what is this bringing back, people? Bib Fortuna, come on. We all saw him blow up on the goddamn sail barge. Come on. It's just ridiculous. And I know there's some story out there that he escaped and got on some sand thing and got back to the rushed back to the... No, he didn't. We all saw the movie. Nobody escaped. We saw the barge blow up. There wasn't anybody. There was no tracks or speeders or anybody around. They all blew up in the barge. They picked up the droids and they were out. And furthermore, at that point, after trying to kill them, go through all that stuff, you had Han and Carbonite. You had Leia like a slave. Like you're going to really let one little straggler go. Come on. They were dead. And we all know it. And they know it. And it's just silly to bringing back people and doing all this mess. And, I'm not trying to rain on anybody's parade. If you're excited for Star Wars or Luke Skywalker or whatever, by all means, enjoy it. But, boy, I don't want to hear your tears later. I don't want to hear it. I don't want you, are you going to come back a month later and be making angry videos? Because, I don't know, you look pretty foolish. Now, here's another thing. Maybe, let's pretend in some psycho Twilight Zone, Disney got the message and from now on they're going to behave. Well, even if they do everything perfect from here on out, which they're not going to, obviously, they're going to fuck up all kinds of stuff. But let's just say they got everything perfect from here on out. You're just going to forgive them for a 5-minute scene after everything they've done? And see, here's part of the problem too, is I understand you're excited to see Luke Skywalker, but when you guys are out here making videos and going on about Star Wars is saved and you're crying and doing all this, you're just saying to Disney, like, oh, see, everything's okay. You can just shit on everything make one little 5-minute scene and everything's okay. Like they're not this is the thing that people don't seem to understand. Disney's not there at Lucasfilm and saying like, oh wow, we finally got it right. We really want the fans to be happy. Thank God we figured it out. Which, first of all, an 8-year-old knew what to do from the beginning. That's exactly what you should have done from the beginning. It's not rocket science. But that's not what Disney's doing. Disney's like, we're desperate. We need to find some way to get subscribers, and we need to do something, throwing shit all up against the wall to see what sticks. We need to do something desperately to get some fans back. So what did they do? Well, hi, Ahsoka. Hi, Luke. It's like I said before, they didn't do that for you. They did it for themselves. They're desperate. It's how did they do this when the parks were open and there was no pandemic and they had all the power in the world to do it the right thing by Star Wars? No, they're doing it now that they're desperate. Are you forgetting this? I'm not. It's not my Star Wars. Sorry. It's nothing fixed. Not in this house. Separation anxiety of sorts. Yes. See, this is the thing. I think that some Star Wars fans feel like if they denounce Disney, they're not being a true Star Wars fan. That if they reject and fight back against the abuser, they're the one that's in wrong. And that's how an abused person feels. That if they speak up, if they fight back, that they're the one that's at fault. That they're perpetuating the abuse. When they don't understand that it's like a bully or an addiction. You know what the answer is? No. No mas. It's over. It's done. You see, that's what most people don't get. They cringe in fear and worry, you know, like what's going to happen, or I'm not being faithful, or all that nonsense, instead of standing up for yourself and saying, no, you're not going to do this. Not to me or my child or my film or whatever. That's a very typical sign of someone that's abused. So it is separation anxiety because people fear that, you know, if they don't stand by it, well, I'm not a fan anymore and I need to be supportive. And, you know, it's also partly people that don't want to speak up because others around them, you know, will judge them or say something. You know, it's like this political crap that's been going on for the past few years. You know, the world didn't used to be that way. For anyone younger that's watching, you used to be able to say, I like this, or I don't, or I'm a Republican, or I'm a Democrat, or whatever. And now we've gotten so into this cancel bullshit and swallow the abuse and all this nonsense. And a lot of this, you younger folks that have developed this mess. So it is separation anxiety. There's people that are scared to just stand their ground and say something. And I'm not saying to trash like the Luke Skywalker thing. I'm not saying to not enjoy it or even acknowledge it, but know that when you buy these Baby Yoda dolls and you're saying, oh my God, it was so amazing to see Luke, and you're crying on a video, you're just showing Disney that you're easy to satisfy. You're easy bait. They can just throw you a crumb and everything's fixed. I don't remember if I mentioned this in my other stream, but you know, there's this old tactic that leaders of nations have done in the past, whether it be a king or a president or a tyrant or whatever. There's this strategy that a mentality of starve the people so much that the second you throw them just a little crumb, they respect and appreciate you. But rather than being the hungry fool and being thankful that you got a crumb that isn't even going to feed you anyways, what you need to do is say, no, this is unacceptable. You're being removed, and now we're going to eat properly. And everyone can eat. It's not even like there's only enough food for this group or that group. Everyone can eat. There's enough food on this earth that no one should ever be hungry at all, any day of the week. The fact that there's any homeless or hungry people or children, even basic stuff like needs school supplies or sneakers or stuff, we should all be ashamed. I have no power to do anything, but you know, if I was Bill Gates, My God, I mean, he should be ashamed. La Flama Blanca. Ho, 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 ho. Let's see. Hi, Flama. What you got there? A little smiley with a monocle? Has he got a little monocle in his eye? You know, your flame almost looks like a thumbs up. Kind of, sort of. Let's see what we got here. Separation anxiety. Ho, ho, ho. Hi. Marvel Star Wars. Yeah, well, that's coming. I guess we could talk a little bit about that. I heard one of the main reasons they disregarded the EU was Chewie's death in Vector Prime. I think it was Leland who said it. I do seem to remember something about that. But that you're going to get rid of the whole EU because of that? See, rather than get rid of the EU, what they should have done is reorganize the EU and said, okay, because the thing is, the EU, like 95, 98% of it was fine. There were a couple books and stories that conflicted. It wasn't perfect, but for the most part, it was fine. And they could have just gone through and said, okay, this, and this book, and these 10 comics are non-canon because they conflict. Okay. Everybody would have been fine with that. You know, you don't have to destroy the whole thing, and then you're just going to go back and steal from it anyways. And by the way, Dave Filoni, because someone loved a character, I'll just say Mara Jade, doesn't mean that you can go back and get Mara and you put a redhead in the show, but she's different. Like, she's not Luke's wife, but she's Mara Jade. That doesn't work, dude. If you're going to take Mara Jade from the EU, she needs to be exactly what the fuck is in the books. Not kind of Mara Jade, not Filoni's Mara Jade, not Mara Stan, but Mara Jade from the books. Thrawn from the books. We saw what he did with Thrawn and Rebels. So you're doing just as much disrespect pulling things out of the EU, but doing them incorrectly. Yeah, Star Wars is going to turn into Marvel. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to do all these 15,000 different side stories, although half the shows aren't going to get made anyways, but they're going to do a bunch of these different side stories and shows, and they're all going to start connecting, and in the end they're going to have this big end game battle, and then everyone's going to die, or the whole universe is going to get reset, and then those, you know, that'll happen by like around 2025, and then they'll just, you know, reset and do something all new again. They'll branch out and do new stuff. Yay. Let's see. Hearts, thank you very much. I guess those are like hang looses. Yeah, ho ho. Tetsuo's, you said Lil? Not sure what that is. Oh, by the way, Tetsuo's, I think you were asking me about the mug, so I just thought it was funny. I put the mug here. It is a cool mug. They will do some cringe relationship between Luke and Ahsoka. Yeah, absolutely they will. So, first of all, as I follow all of this stuff, just like a few months ago, and I'm pretty sure I showed it on a stream, it's definitely on my Twitter if you want to look for it. Mark Hamill tweeted, a fan had tweeted to Mark, what do you think about Ahsoka Tano? And he tweeted, Ahsoka who? I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. When I grew up, I had a lot of admiration for Mark Hamill. He's done a lot of great work. Obviously, a lot of that admiration came because he was Luke Skywalker. I was not like a super hardcore Mark Hamill fan, but, you know, I always liked him, whatever. But as an adult, my goodness, is he on some he's got some bad TDS. And I don't care if you're a Trump supporter or a Biden supporter. TDS is a real thing, and he's got it bad. Oh boy. I'm not saying to cancel Mark Hamill. I don't have anything against him, but man, he says some stuff, and in particular, it's like he attacks Trump's family. Like I'm sure some of you will remember that years ago he had attacked Trump's kids because one of them was dressed as a stormtrooper, and it's like, dude, what are you doing? They're kids. They get to like Star Wars too. You're the one saying that this is for kids and that people should enjoy it, and here you are tweeting that it's a disgrace that his kids are wearing a stormtrooper. I mean, it's crazy. That's so funny. The second I mentioned Trump, like 4 people left the room. It's so funny. Anyways, Mark Hamill has said some things that it's just like, whoa. But on the other side of that, he is Luke Skywalker. And he'll tell you he hasn't watched the movies in over 20 years. He was never somebody to really follow the EU or anything like that. So it's not like he knows all this stuff anyways. But he would obviously have to know who Ahsoka is, not only because he's in the universe and she's super popular, but because I've seen pictures of him with Ashley Eckstein. So it's not like he doesn't know who Ahsoka is. But for him to say Ahsoka who just goes to show that she's not in his universe, at least in his mind. So it is pretty ridiculous that they're going to have Ahsoka in the timeline of Luke when we all know she wasn't there. She didn't even exist, but she would have been dead by the time Star Wars came around, because her being alive changes the entire Star Wars story. So yes, they will do some stupid cringe bullshit where they're going to meet up. She sends Mando with Grogu to the Seeing Stone. She should have sought out Luke Skywalker years ago. She should be with Luke Skywalker. If she was, in fact, real. Let's see, where are we at? You're saying to Dizzy, this shit sandwich is tasty. Yes, exactly. That's the problem with all these people that are celebrating and saying Star Wars is saved. And again, I don't want to take anybody's happiness. If you're happy with what you saw, enjoy it. But this is the exact problem, is that you are giving any validation to Disney. If you were at your house screaming and crying and thrilled, okay, but why are you coming on YouTube and making videos saying, yay, Disney? You're just validating them, and they're saying, okay, well, now we know what button to push, and we can get away with whatever we want. We can, for the next 5 years, do all the same bullshit again, and then we can just give them 5 minutes of, I don't know, Padme, and they'll be okay again. Shit sandwich is a shit sandwich. You're not going to put tomatoes and lettuce on it and convince me that it's not Jake Skywalker. Sorry. Good point, Tetsuos. Would have been more intrigued if they brought in Kyle Katarn instead of Luke. There's many ways to look at that. In ways, yes, I think that's what Disney should have done. Is Disney should have, well, first of all, they should have gave us Luke from the beginning, and they should have respected the characters. But even if they chose to bring them in, if they could have chose to leave them out. They chose to bring them in. They could have used 1,000 new characters or created new characters. It would have been cool to see several characters in The Mandalorian. It's not that I'm against them using Luke or having Luke there. I mean, at least it fits in the timeline. I mean, he should be there. He is the hero of the galaxy. Apparently, no one in The Mandalorian knows who he is, although absolutely Bo-Katan would know who Luke Skywalker is. Mando would know who Luke Skywalker is. Grief Karga, Moff Gideon, all these people would know who Luke Skywalker is. If Cobb Vanth, out in the middle of nowhere on Tatooine, knows who Luke Skywalker is, how does Moff Gideon, Din Djarin, Bo-Katan, Ahsoka Tano not know who Luke Skywalker is? That's the problem when you do fan fiction. That's the problem when you have no continuity and you're just making shit up. Obviously, everyone, even in the sequel trilogy that they said, oh, I thought Luke was a myth. 30 years? Really? That's when myths are created, in 30 years? Bullshit. Everybody. The First Order, everybody. The beginning of the film, the crawl says they're looking for Luke Skywalker, yet the characters in the film don't know who Luke Skywalker is. Need I say more? So never mind 30 years, 5 years after Return of the Jedi, you expect me to believe that there's anyone in the Star Wars universe that does not know Luke Skywalker's name? Yeah, right, Dave Filoni, sure. You don't want people to know Luke. That's a different story, Kathleen Kennedy. But that people in the Star Wars universe would not know Luke Skywalker 5 years after Return of the Jedi is the most laughable thing ever. I wouldn't be opposed to Kyle Katarn or a lot of characters. The problem, I'll get a little more into it here in just a minute. The problem is not that Luke's there. It's why he was there and how they did it. That's the problem. Because the fact that Luke was there, he should have been there, is what it should have happened in the first place. And then they kill off Han, Luke, and Leia. Yep. They had all three of them. They didn't choose to use them. They kill Han, make Leia. Leia wasn't Leia. That wasn't half the Leia that she was. She was tough. She was smart. She was a fighter. She did. I mean, okay, first of all, Han, a deadbeat dad? You're right. I know the guy was a rogue and a smuggler and a scoundrel, but the second he had a kid or he got married to Leia, come on, we knew that was all going to change. He wasn't going to be that way. We saw who he was. He was a good friend, and he came back and helped his friends and helped fight the Empire. He could have left 1,000 times, and he stayed with Leia and Luke because he wanted to do the right thing. Then you extend it with he's a deadbeat dad. You're right. Come on, guys. Seriously. He would give his life for his friends or even just the Millennium Falcon, but he's not going to try to bring up his kid right. Han Solo and Leia Organa aren't going to bring up their kid right. Han Solo, who's been all over the galaxy and met all kinds of people and been through all kinds of things, and Leia, who's the daughter of Anakin Skywalker, the chosen one, they're going to be deadbeat parents. It's just nonsense. You know, and I could really go on for hours about a lot of this stuff, but we've all said it all 1,000 times. So I'm going to try to talk about other stuff because it's like, man, we've been through all of this so many times. It's just amazing people are forgetting this. Do you think they'll cancel the High Republic books? Some think it'd be too costly to cancel. A lot of depends on contracts, but didn't Marvel just cancel Trust comic adaptation? Okay, well, there's a few ways to look at that. Nothing is fixed. Star Wars is not saved. Yes, they're going to absolutely do the High Republic. They're going to double down on that nonsense. It comes out like January 5th or something like that. It's about to release. If you think Disney learned a lesson or it's going to do something different or behave, you're fooling yourself. And yes, the High Republic is coming. So no, I don't think they're going to cancel a goddamn thing. Furthermore, Charles Soule, Justina Ireland. I'm trying to remember the authors' names. Jose Older, Kevin Scott. Who's the other one? The girl, Grace. Whatever. Here's a little message for you. Lucasfilm does not want to pay Alan Dean Foster, Lippincott, Rinzler. And now there's more reports of more people popping up. And you think they're going to pay you for that High Republic stuff? Oh boy, are you guys in for a surprise? Some think it'd be too caustic. No, because nothing's probably been printed yet. Well, maybe at this point, but I don't think it's even been printed yet. You know, it's kind of funny, like, unless you know the inside workings of some of this stuff, you would think like this stuff is well in advance printed and stuff like that. No, it's not, especially now in modern day. Like, newspapers are printed the same day. Movies are often finished days before they come into the theater. It's just crazy stuff like that. So they may not have even printed this stuff. They may print it like during the week that it's going to ship, and you know, that way they're not sitting on all the stock and taking up warehouse space and stuff like that. As far as contracts, no, they could easily just say, hey, we're just not going to publish the stuff and end it. Right now, I think it's just artwork. I doubt any of it's been printed. So they could very easily just contracts with who? Marvel and them. They're not the publisher. They're not the printer. So that's not an issue. Marvel can't control what Disney does. So if anything, or not Marvel, but whatever, any publisher or whoever's doing this stuff, yeah, they would lose out on that new content, but it's not like Marvel's going to be out money or anything. I don't think that's an issue. Well, first of all, Disney owns Marvel, so that's not an issue. But as far as the licensing, I don't believe that Marvel is buying from Lucasfilm the rights to print comics. I think it's the other way around, that Lucasfilm is using Marvel as the name to be able to publish those comics. Again, I don't work at Lucasfilm. I don't know all the contracts that are in place or what's going on there. But I really, if they really wanted to pull the plug, if Bob Iger or Kathleen said, nah, you know what, this really isn't a good idea, we shouldn't do it, I don't see why they can't. They're not paying old authors for their work, so why would they have any problem just canceling High Republic? They could if they wanted to. Are they going to? No, they're not. As far as Marvel just canceling Tross comic adaptation, yes, I did see that. They sure did. Now, here's another reality. I don't know. I'm not a comic book guy. Sure, I've owned some and I've read them throughout my life, but I'm not by any means a comic book artist or know everything that's going on with comics, but I pay attention to stuff here and there. And just the other day, like literally within a week, a major distributor of DC Comics dropped a whole bunch of their publications. They're going to only sell like 12 of DC's properties. And they got rid of their, I forget the name for it, if it's serials or whatever, but basically like their monthly publications, they're not going to hold them. They're not going to sell them, order them, or sell them anymore. They're just going to be selling like graphic novels and bigger compilations and stuff like that, classic stuff. They're not going to be carrying the current monthly stuff. So comics, you know, that's a whole other can of worms, but that's a huge mess too. That's all. Comics industries is all but dead. So it's kind of funny that, first of all, the High Republic, they think that's even a good idea, but then they're doing a bunch of comics, and like the comics, I mean, for all we know, tomorrow comics are never printed again. It's all a disaster in the comic world right now. So it's just kind of funny that they're putting any hopes into that. Boy, is that shit gonna flop. They'll sell 1,000 copies of High Republic. Torres Arroba, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Merry Christmas. She'll have that Obi-Wan moment of, I knew your father. I'm not sure who she. Leia? I'm not sure what you mean there. She'll have that Obi-Wan moment of, I knew your father. Yeah, I guess you have to be referring to Leia. Which is something they might do in Obi-Wan as well, which is just going to be nonsense. The whole point was they didn't know each other. They didn't, I mean, Well, yeah, I mean, Leia didn't know him. She knew of him as an adult, right? Because she sends the message, help us, Obi-Wan, because she was brought up by Bail. Bail knew Obi-Wan and would have talked about him. She would have been aware of him, but she didn't even know him until much later, so. Obi-Wan movie will make it or break it. Well, I think you mean the show because it's not a movie, but it's only 4 episodes. And they're going to bring Anakin in, which is just going to cause a whole mess. So, but, you know, if everybody got this excited over Luke, wait till you see people see Anakin. Whether it's in his clone uniform or in Darth Vader suit, everybody's going to be like, Star Wars is definitely back. Yay! I'm just going to be laughing, but okay. If that's what's going to make you guys happy, enjoy it. Say that everyone knows Luke in the universe is like saying everyone knows who Donald Trump is on Earth. Come on, there is people on Earth that don't know who he is. Sure. I'm not saying that every last person in the entire Star Wars galaxy knows Luke Skywalker. There's people that live in the Outer Rim and stuff like that. But they showed us in The Mandalorian that on Tatooine, there was this hologram that everybody saw. So Disney's own argument, you're going against what Disney is showing you. Disney's saying not everybody knows who Luke is, but yet they're showing you that everybody knows who Luke is. And again, I'm not saying that every last person in the Star Wars universe knows who Luke is. It's just that realistically, 90% of everybody would. You got to remember, okay, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It's a long time ago to us, but in the Star Wars universe, they're like 1,000 years ahead of us. So if I can right now tweet and reach 1 million people, imagine in the Star Wars universe where you have communication that goes across the galaxy. So yes, 80-90% of the entire Star Wars universe would know who Luke Skywalker is. I mean, they would have to. It's not a mystery. Remember that the Empire was taking control of everything. They weren't just like attacking a planet. They were blowing up planets. Why? So that they could dominate the galaxy. So the Empire had a tight grip. The Empire was well known in causing havoc to everyone, even in the Outer Rim. Now, Jabba in Tatooine was a little bit of an exception. Jabba was very powerful, and even the Empire treaded lightly because they needed those trade routes and the cooperation of crime syndicates and all kinds of other things. But the Empire had a long reach and a lot of technology and a huge military. So, for Luke to blow up the Death Star and kill the Emperor and blow up 2 Death Stars, okay, and take out Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine, yeah, everybody knew. Absolutely. Every last being in the galaxy? No, nobody's saying that. 80%? Yes. 90%? Of course. People knew who Luke Skywalker was. Star Wars in general is no sense. Well, Disney Star Wars, old Star Wars made perfect sense. It didn't have problems. And for anybody that thinks, well, but because I saw like a comment on one of my videos, like, Star Wars has always been stupid. There was no canon. It was all disorganized. 1, go watch it again. And 2, you didn't get it because no, Star Wars doesn't have problems. That's one thing you cannot say about George Lucas. You may like his movies or not. You may hate the prequels. There's some people that hate the prequels. I thought they were fine. I like them. They're not the OT, but I love the prequels, and it's one story, 1 through 6. That's Star Wars. But what George Lucas never did was never did he retcon himself. And no, you knowing about a script from 1985 in the background does not count. What is on the screen does not retcon or contradict itself. You only have the rights to what is on the screen. Because we're crazy fans, we get into all these little notes and notebooks and behind the scenes, and Lucas said this in this interview. None of that is relevant. What do you see on the screen? That is what you have a right to opinionate on, not on what George Lucas's notes said. Because all stories change, all writers change things. What happens behind the scenes does not matter. What matters is what the show is, the spectacle, the circus, the movie, whatever you're going to go see. That's what you can comment on. I mean, we can all comment on what happened in the background, but what I'm saying is that what Lucas did in the background is irrelevant. People saying, but he changed this, and he said this, and Leia that, and Luke this. That's all irrelevant. What did you see on the screen? One fluid, continuity, maintaining story. George Lucas never retconned himself. Filoni, Favreau, Kennedy, Johnson, Abrams, Iger, Mickey Mouse, all of them, every episode are contradicting themselves. So Star Wars makes perfect sense. Disney doesn't know what the hell they're doing. Darth Caedus being changed into Kylo Ren. What a joke. Kylo Ren's a trash, emo little bitch. That's my comment on that. It's fantasy. Yeah, of course it's fantasy. Nobody's arguing that. They really out the high in High Republic. Yes, they're very high. But like a crack high, not a good, mind expanding mushroom trip or marijuana chill out high. They're on like a made in a bathtub mixed with baking soda crack high is what they're on. Hope Disney starts to work Legends back into the present genre. I don't, because they have done some of that, and you see that they change the characters, they break stuff. Now, if they were going to do it correctly and bring the characters as they were in the EU, then sure, I would be all for that. But why would I want them even at this point to bring them into this mess of a universe? If they did what I would require, them deleting everything, starting over, and then bringing in the EU characters the correct way, sure, I'm all for that. But why do you want to see General Katarn or Mara Jade or Shisor or any of these wonderful characters brought into this mess of a universe? They can't keep Luke Skywalker. They can't figure out or keep straight. And you want them to bring in Legends? High on crack, yes. So, okay, I'm not sure what part, but okay. So many good books, so much good material. Yeah, well, according to Kathleen Kennedy, there is none of that. Hello there. Good to see you, Obi-Wan. Not after they decanonize High Republic. I don't see that happening. So, I don't know why you would think that. Why would they, if they're going to decanonize it, why would they bother even making it? It hasn't even come out yet. So why would they bother? I know that there's like a little set that came out. It's like one book, one comic. But why would they even be publishing it if they're just going to decanonize it? On the contrary, they're going to double down on that SJW nonsense. I keep asking Disney fans what they will feel if Disney decanonizes everything again and starts over. And what are they telling me? Here's the thing. Here's the irony of all of this. you've got fans saying, but that's not fair. I love the sequel trilogy and I love Rey or I love Rebels, and it would be so wrong for you to delete it. Okay, well, number one, did you give a shit when you deleted all of our real original Star Wars? No. So why the fuck do I care about your feelings? And number two, those people, if you deleted all that stuff, they would cry and get on Twitter and do all this for 1 week. And then they would all just, go on to the next thing. He-Man or Wonder Woman or whatever. They don't even care about Star Wars to begin with. So that's like the irony here. It's like Disney's so worried about all these people. They're going to get pissed off, and Lucasfilm will get it in their ear for a week, maybe a month, and then they'll all just move on because they didn't care about Star Wars in the first place. If you cared about Star Wars, you would have never been okay with what you saw when you saw Jake Skywalker. That would not have been okay with you. So obviously you didn't care about it in the first place if you're okay with what you saw on the screen. So the reality is, if they were to decanonize and erase all this shit anyway, it wouldn't even matter because they'll just go on to the next thing anyways. They don't care. That's the funny irony here. Whereas they would get back all the hardcore fans that actually spent money, bought toys, went to the movies, spoke well about it. Imagine what Star Wars would be like, what YouTube and the articles and everything would be had they done what they were supposed to do in the first place and made that Luke Skywalker in Episode 7. Imagine how different all of this would be right now. Disney would have made not just billions. Like, you think Force Awakens made money? First of all, Disney didn't make any money on that. People forget that that film was very expensive to make. Then you have to 2.5 times that for marketing. Disney didn't make $2 billion. Like, I see comments, well, they made $4 billion on the films. No, they didn't. The box office pulled in $4 billion. Disney's lucky if they got half of that. Plus marketing and fees and points to the actors and, extra licensing and all. There's all kinds of stuff. Producing toys and doing all this extra stuff that people don't think about. Disney didn't make probably even $1 billion out of all 3 sequel movies. And they would have made twice that on Force Awakens alone, had they done it correctly. Had the first thing you saw was that Luke Skywalker that we saw Mandalorian, everybody would have lost their shit, and that thing would have made like $5 billion at the theaters. Literally. Worldwide, people would have been going nuts. And Disney blew it. She is a Sith Lord. Haven't you heard the story of Darth Kennedy, the dumbass? The best thing of Star Wars is that time in the universe is infinite, so you can make infinite stories. I imagine someone in 100 years saying The Last Jedi is a classic and became a cult movie. No, I don't agree with that. I agree with the first part. Yes, they could. There's already 40,000-ish years of Star Wars lore. Never mind the 25,000 that Kathleen is just catching up to. There's over 40,000 years of Star Wars lore already out there. They also could have just said, okay, we're going to make something new, but like 100 years after the Return of the Jedi. Stay away from Luke and all that. Let's just make new stuff and leave that alone. Respect that stuff. And let's not get anywhere near it because we don't want to mess up the original fans. We don't want to make any mistakes, and we're just going to go way ahead. 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, they could have been safe and just not touched it. But they chose, it's like I said many times, they chose to pull Luke Skywalker into it. That's where they fucked up. If you're going to bring in Luke, then you need to respect him. You chose not to respect him, and now you're in this situation. They did it to themselves. So I agree with the first part. Yes, they could do all kinds of stuff. But people don't even like The Last Jedi now. Nobody even talks about that movie. In 10 years, nobody's even going to remember that movie. In 100 years, it's not going to exist to anybody. However, episodes 4, 5, and 6 will be around 1,000 years from now. They'll be talking about it. Just like we talk about the Odyssey, they'll be talking about Luke Skywalker and episodes 4, 5, and 6. That will happen. Lol, well, I say a lot of things, so that could have been for anything. Ahsoka. What did you think of the finale? I'll talk about that in just a second. We're kind of getting there anyways. Ahsoka will meet Luke and say, I knew your father. Ah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I knew Yoda and everything else. Yep, I'm sure she will. Although she should have from the beginning known who he was. Okay. According to Filoni, I showed you guys this on the live stream. According to Filoni, she's a master. She's traveled. She has the most wisdom right now of anybody because she's been around. She's like this outlaw shogun. Blah 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 blah. Filoni blowing smoke for his little creation. Well, if she's so great and masterful and smart, how does she not know Luke Skywalker? How does she not seek out or sense, of all people, the son of Anakin Skywalker or Leia? She didn't hear about the rebellion and the Death Star and all this tyranny going on in the galaxy. She was just hiding out. So it's like I've said before. She wasn't there. She didn't exist, like we know. Or if Filoni wants to insist that she did exist, well, she's a coward. So why do you guys want a coward? Star Wars is about heroes. Why does anybody care about a coward? I'm not interested in a coward. Ahsoka up to Order 66, I was fine with. She's cool, all that. Ahsoka now, fuck her. She breaks Star Wars. I have no interest in Ahsoka Tano. I wonder if Disney knows John buys a hermaphrodite. Well, I guess they're going to find out. It's so silly, dude. I saw a YouTuber make a great point about the EU being canon. If it never was canon, Disney wouldn't have said it isn't canon anymore. Well, there's different caveats to that. It never truly was canon. George Lucas himself said that. I can right now show you a dozen quotes that literally state that. It was never canon. It was very close secondary canon, by all means. If there was stuff in those stories that didn't conflict with the movies, he was okay with. If you wanted it to be part of the universe and expand your experience and be part of the story, he was okay with it. He didn't have a problem with it. But he never said that, yeah, that's canon. No, it was never canon. It was secondary canon. I love the EU. I'm not trying to make it any less important. I read 80-90% of the stories. I think they're great. I love them. I wish we had them. But it was never truly 100% canon anyways. And Disney didn't really say that we're decanonizing the EU. They said that the EU was messy. So they were taking it from expanded universe and calling it Legends. They never said anything about it in canon. They said that it maybe conflicts with canon, but not that it was canon and we're decanonizing it. They said that it was messy and we're going to move it to Legends. Why? Their excuse was because it was messy. So we're going to now create something that is going to be a continuity and be called canon. But Disney never said that the EU was canon. Neither did George Lucas. Breaking into someone's house is not fair play. Yeah, you're right. Removing accounts is wrong. I'm not sure what you mean by removing accounts. If you could clarify for me, because I'm not sure what you mean by removing accounts. Unless you mean like removing the old stories, the old lore. Is that what you mean? If that's what you meant, yes, absolutely, it's wrong. Don't misunderstand. I'm not at all supporting that they made Legends. To me, that was the EU should still be there. It should have always been there, and it should be that secondary canon. They should have drawn from it and brought things into the movies and shows and made them official canon. I have nothing against the EU. I love it. But I also am someone that's about research and truth. And the fact of the matter is that the EU is never official canon. And even the EU guys know this, but it's because you love that shit so much that you want to argue, but you know that it wasn't canon. It's secondary side stories. Beautiful stuff, fantastic stuff. I love that stuff. And Lucas took himself stuff from there and brought it in. Ayla Sakura is a great example. But at the end of the day, it was never truly canon. Wow, I got a lot of chats from you, a lot of comments today from you guys. So give me a second here to. Disney is best outside. 1 second. Just a moment, sir. Just a moment. Yes, they sure are best all time. Oh, man. You smoke weed. I will say that I have, and I will not deny nor confirm that. I'm a huge cannabis supporter. I have been a cannabis activist for over 30 years. I'm a hemp researcher and historian. Actually, I'm known throughout the world for some of the things that I have written and documented on hemp. Industrial hemp is different from marijuana. They are cousins. They're very close. They're the same family, but one is like clothing and sails and ropes, and the other one is a flower that you smoke. I fully support both. One is rope, one is dope. I fully support both. I think that it should be legal worldwide. It's ridiculous that it's not. I won't get into the whole history and reason why it is, although I know very well why it is. It was really about making industrial hemp illegal, not marijuana, because industrial hemp threatens all corporations, oil, plastics, paper, all kinds of things. Anyway, fuel. Anyways, I won't get into that, but I don't really have that much access to it, nor the money for it. But I'm all for it. I have nothing against it. And it should be legal because it literally does cure cancer. There's absolute facts to that. It helps with pregnancies. It helps with all kinds of depression and pain and PTSD, and I could just go on and on and on and on. But this is about Star Wars, so I'm not an everyday weed smoker, no, if that's what you're asking. I'm also not against it. I will say that growing up in my younger years, I did smoke a lot, pretty much every day. Imagine getting on YouTube to cry over 5 minutes on TV that was still quite cringe. Imagine getting on YouTube to cry over 5 minutes on okay, so what you're saying is people making videos crying about Luke Skywalker. Yeah. Again, I want to stress, if you saw Luke and that made you cry, it made you happy inside, I'm all for that. I'm not trying to take that from anybody. I think that's fine. But the problem is you need to keep that to yourself, or talk with your friends, or do like a private stream. But when you're out here making videos and saying Star Wars is saved and oh my God, Luke Skywalker, all you're doing is telling Lucasfilm, like, okay, so we can step all over you and then give you 5 minutes of whatever, and you're going to be all back again. We got you back. Everything's fine. Because I'm hearing people literally like, well, I don't care about all that other stuff. As long as we have Luke, everything's going to be right now. You really think that the people that have been stepping all over you for the past 8 years are all of a sudden going to start paying Star Wars respect? What planet do you live on? And that's the problem. It's not that I don't want you to be happy or to celebrate, or that it bothers me to see you crying over Luke Skywalker. Personally, that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is you're showing Disney that it's that easy. to abuse you and have you come back. That's where the problem is. I think that's an applause. Who knows? I've said so many things. So most people today have low IQ and will cave to anything that gives them slight happiness. Pretty sad future at this rate if those people continue with the delusion. Yes. You have to also remember it's a combination of things. The world is crazy. Everybody's got their panties up their ass about Donald Trump. Panties in a bunch over Donald Trump. The pandemic's got everybody locked up in the house. There's people with a lot of emotion because they can't spend time with their family, or, if the world was normal right now and everybody wasn't being with this TDS and locked up in the house and all this mess, and things were a little bit more normal, probably people wouldn't even have paid much attention to the loot thing. They would have seen it a week later or not cared so much. But when you're trapped up in the house and you're all anxious and you've been so sad for so long, I can understand that everything's amplified, that everybody's like so desperate for something. 2020 has been a pretty crappy year for everybody. We just lost Jeremy Bullock and David Prowse. And, earlier in the year, we lost, I can't remember his name. I feel bad, but the guy that played Bosk, and other people. So it's like, I understand, people are like wound up and sad and, unsure, and the world's crazy and we're about to change presidents and like, it's all this stuff. And, I don't want to sound arrogant as a American or North American, but, the U.S. president affects the world. Whoever that guy is, it affects the world. So that, the next Queen of England doesn't mean shit to us in the United States. But the next United States president does, in fact, impact Russia, Iraq, England, everywhere. Everyone knows, everybody pays attention because it does make a difference. It does have an impact. So, and I don't say that out of arrogance. It's just, it is what it is. So, I understand people, there's a lot of things going on, and there's people that want some sort of glimpse of hope. But, let's say you've been in a tunnel for just years. You're walking through this dark tunnel, and then finally you see this little light way, So now that you saw the light, you're just going to be like, well, I can just take a break now. I can just lay down and not care. And then the second you put down your guard, guess what? A train comes down that tunnel. You never knew there was tracks. You never knew there was a train. But out of nowhere, a train comes and runs you over in the tunnel because you saw a little piece of light and you thought you were safe. You thought things were going to be different. And you forgot that you're in this dark-ass tunnel that you've been in for 8 years. You can't let that little light change you. Can it give you a glimpse of hope? Can you now push even harder to get to that light? By all means. But to pretend for a second that you're out of the darkness because you saw a little shiny light down there, you're foolish. Yep. Good point. And yeah, this was a very well said, You can't, it's like the abuser thing I said in the beginning, you can't be getting black eyes for 8 years and then that person's like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it anymore. And they give you a flower. And then you're like, oh, well, maybe you really mean it. Well, guess what? In a week from now, you're going to get now 2 black eyes instead of just the one because you were foolish enough to believe that the abuse is going to stop. That pattern isn't just going to go away. It's not just going to stop. Merch, etc. Yeah, I'm not sure which part you're talking about, but yeah. Hell, they lost money on Solo. They sure did. Lots of money. Pong. I played Pong. $40,000. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Live action. Man, I don't know. I can't catch everything while I'm talking, so sorry. OMG. Again, I'm not sure which part you're referring to. Enjoy, piss off. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Or Obi-Wan. I hate the sequels with all my heart, and I have a special place in my heart of hate for the Rose character. Yeah, she was pretty awful. Probably the worst. Like, even worse than Jar Jar and Holdo. And I mean, Rose was just freaking terrible. Pizza Gateway. Again, sorry, I'm not sure what you mean, but a Pizza Gateway sounds good to me. I'm trying to figure out, is that a human eye or an owl eye? Or I wonder what that eye is about there. Barf. He said on video in an interview that the story of Anakin's grandchildren is handled by the books, meaning the EU. I would like to know which interview. I mean, effectively, yeah, there's Ben Skywalker. There is no Ben Solo. It's Ben Skywalker. Thanks, Disney. Good job. And there's Jaina and Jason Solo. And then there's different stories. There's also Anakin. Because the Solos have a third child in some of the EU. They have the twins, and then they have a third child, Anakin. I mean, you could say, again, you know, the EU, as long as it doesn't conflict, sure, that's, you know, it. Listen, I'm the first person to tell you as a researcher and historian that the EU was never official canon. But I'm also the first person to say that what happens to Luke after Return of the Jedi? He turns Mara Jade from the Emperor, who's his hand. He turns her to the light side, makes her his wife, and they have kids. So I'm the first one to support the EU and to say, well, that's what happens, because we don't have an official movie or show to contradict that, to show us. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, Luke married Mara Jade and had a family. And he rebuilds the Jedi Temple. I'm all for that. And that in my mind is what always happened with Luke. And Thrawn and, you know, Boba Fett coming out of the pit and all those things, you know. Disney said they disregarded the EU for creative freedoms. Yeah. Sorry, the chat's jumping a little bit here. I think I'm catching up to the comments. Maybe Ahsoka knew Luke, but was just on a solo mission after Return of the Jedi. But I don't know about Empire era Ahsoka. No, she doesn't know Luke, because why would she send Mando to the Seeing Stone? If she knew Luke, she would have said, you need to find Luke Skywalker. He's the son of my master. He's the greatest Jedi of all time. He saved the freaking galaxy. She doesn't know Luke Skywalker. Which shows you how freaking ridiculous the Mandalorian is. Was a setup from 04. Man, shoot, I'm like so behind. I'm sorry about that. I'm not sure what you're referring to. My apologies, because I try to keep up with you guys, but you know, I'd start talking. But I do appreciate your comments. Air has the authorized continuation of the saga on its back cover. Yes, it was canon, but George had the ability to override any of it if it didn't have to adhere to it. Yeah, absolutely. Splinter of the Mind's Eye was technically the first piece of EU, and it was the first continuation, sequel, if you will. But like everything, you know, Lucas ultimately is in charge, and what he says is what it is. And you know, furthermore, I'm not saying that Lucas disliked the EU. On the contrary, he said he liked it. He liked, in particular, he liked a lot of the comic books. He saw a lot of it. He had to approve a lot of it. He was aware of a lot of it. He liked it. I'm not saying that he nor I are against the EU in any form. Just saying that keeping it real, the only real canon was the movies. And then later Clone Wars when he was around. When it started. I think she was learning about the dark side on the temple during the OT, but I don't know. She was dead at Order 66. She wasn't doing any training or learning any such thing. And that is canon, per George Lucas. So I don't really care about the Mandalorian or Dave Filoni or the Clone Wars or Mickey Mouse or any of that shit. Canon is Ahsoka's dead at Order 66. The hierarchy of canon wouldn't have been established if it wasn't canon. They would have called it Legends from the beginning. The argument that it wasn't canon popped up after Disney bought it. Now, that's not true. I can show you several proofs that there was different canon levels, and that George Lucas specifically said, the only true canon is my movies. There were levels of it. Just because it was a lower level of canon doesn't automatically say, well, yeah, that's absolute canon, because it wasn't. That's not totally true. How did the symphonic music get sucked into these chats? Do you hear music? Bath bomb. Thank you, love. You're welcome. Again, I'm sorry, I'm not sure exactly which part you're referring to, but I got slammed from all sides at the same time. Supporting both issues is a pain in the ass. Yes, trust me, I go through all kinds of stuff. Check. Check, please. Just a moment. I really appreciate all your comments, guys. This is awesome. I always, all my streams, for anybody that's new, I try to interact with you guys and have an open conversation. But in particular today, I don't have a lot of specific stuff to talk about. So I'm glad that you guys are commenting a lot so we can. And I haven't forgot Obi-Wan. I will be talking about Luke in a moment. I just want to try to catch up to everybody here. Try to give everybody some love. I'm on such a slow network right now. Yeah, it happens to all of us sometimes. EU license versus American versus Japan versus Asian, etc. OT versus... Oh, I'm not sure what you mean there. Okay, I'm almost caught up. Boba Fett looking thick. Okay, I know everybody's calling him Boba Fett. If you watch the gallery that just came out, the behind the scenes, actually, Tamura's in great shape. It's apparently something with the suit. I also want to mention that, you know, a belly is a belly, but some men, even not that old, but some men like 40s, 50s, will have what kind of appears to be a gut. But if you really pay attention, it's not like this round belly. It's like very muscular, very solid. Some people are just kind of thick, solid. So that kind of whole Boba Fett thing, I think, is a little bit exaggerated because it's not like he has a Homer Simpson belly. But it's also something with the suit is kind of doing that because, again, if you go watch the gallery, he looks in pretty damn good shape. His arms, he's got guns. Yes, I acknowledge that he looks a little bit thicker than what he was. He's also shorter. Boba Fett was pretty tall and thin. I'm not arguing that at all. But I also think people are going a little far with the Boba Fett thing. He's not really fat. He's maybe Boba Thick. Think fat, thick-headed, thick. Okay. I always felt the EU was canon until George said it wasn't. He wasn't obliged to stick to those stories, but he liked that they were there and blessed them. Yeah, okay. Let me try to further clarify this. I'm a Star Wars fan since May 25th, 1977. So I solved the first books. I read the first comics. I played with the first toys. I understand. And me too. Like, I would go out and get the books because I, like many people, wanted more Star Wars. And I didn't think of it like, well, but is this a real story, an official story, or expanded universe? I didn't even know probably the word expanded universe till years later. It was a Star Wars story. And you assumed that coming from Lucasfilm and being Star Wars, that it's part of the story. It's part of the universe. So at first we didn't really think that way. We just kind of, it was a Star Wars book, a Star Wars story. Over time, more and more of them came out. And not only did they start to establish, well, okay, this is Star Wars universe, but just keep in mind that this isn't the real main storyline. And also you started to see that some of these books would contradict each other. That this, in one story, a character would be on this planet, but then in another story, they'd be in a different place, or that different names would conflict with each other. So things started to pop up to where it would start to become obvious that this can't be the actual true continuity, the true storyline, because things are not matching up. Now, it was little details. It was little stuff, little problems. Like if you're going to put on a scale of, 100, we're talking about like a problem rate of 5%. It was like not a problem, just little stuff. Whereas Disney, it's like 95%. It's all a freaking problem. So, yes, we grew up that those were Star Wars. By all means, no argument from me. And it wasn't until years later. But George had to say that because then the questions started coming up and things were starting to conflict. And it was George saying, hey, look, I know you guys love these stories and I do approve them and they are part of Lucasfilm and they say Star Wars and they can be part of the universe. But I also want you to know that I'm not making mistakes. I'm not breaking canon. The true canon is the movies. And that's where you're going to see that there are no continuity issues. I know what the hell I'm doing because I have a plan. Because before Star Wars came out, I already had the 12-story outline. So it was important to Lucas to state that that's not true C canon because the movies are. That's what's truly the main storyline. That is what's always going to be 100% continuity. He liked the EU. Again, I just said it 5 minutes ago. He loved the comics. He approved a lot of that stuff. He was all for it. He didn't have any problem with the EU. He's got tons of EU toys and mentions, and he pulled things from the EU. So not myself nor George Lucas are downing in any which way the EU. All I'm saying is facts are facts, and it's not true canon. Because the movies 1 through 6 are the only true canon. If everything got obliterated from Star Wars, even Lucas era, but all that was left is 1 through 6, the movies, then we're straight. We're fine. We're good, guys. It would suck to lose all that stuff. I love Mara Jade. But as far as the complete story and everything being correct and proper and in place and as it should be, as long as we have 1 through 6, everybody's straight. We're good. Star Wars is complete. But like anything, well, if you can have a sundae, but yet you can have the nuts and the whipped cream and the cherry and the hot fudge, well, hey, I'm all for that too. But all that extra stuff doesn't mean nothing if the ice cream itself isn't any good. And that's where Disney fails. Because they're worried about all the trimmings and toppings, and they're not worried about the substance of the damn thing. By the way, Merry Christmas, old Star Wars nerd. Thanks for being here, if you are still here. Timelines. Again, I'm sorry I'm behind you, so my fault. I don't know what you're referring to exactly. Not everything, no, that's not correct. That's absolutely incorrect. And again, I have proof to that. He himself and others have said he didn't have time for all that. He wasn't reading all the stuff and going through all the notes. That's not true. What he would do is he would get a list of major points, like can Yoda die? Or can Han go to this planet? And he would have to sign off on specific things that would, because he knows the universe, only he knew what really happens. He would keep things from conflicting with the story that exists or that he may use in the future. But no, he did not read all of it. I have proof of it from his mouth and many others. He did not read all of it and approve all of it. He would approve certain important touch points and then let the author. That was another part of it, is not only did he not have the time and did he not read all of it, but he also wanted to leave the authors to have the freedom to create, like Timothy Zahn. That's why we have Thrawn and Mara Jade and so many things. The same thing happened on Clone Wars, because people seem to get confused and think he wrote all Clone Wars and did all this stuff. No, he didn't. First of all, he was only in the first 3 seasons. Then he sold Star Wars, and then he had nothing to do with anything. So everything you see from season 4 on forward, that's all phony, Filoni, baloney. That has nothing to do with George Lucas. But the first 3 seasons, and I have several confirmations of that, but you can watch my live stream with Jonathan Rinzler. He again states it. George Lucas would go into a room with writers. He would have certain concepts. He would say this, this, and this. Write stories. And he would leave the room, and the writers are the ones that would make the stories for the Clone Wars. George Lucas didn't write out the stories or sit there and read it all and approve it all. He gave them the key points of what they must adhere to, and then gave them the freedom to create, including Filoni, because he wanted other people to expand the universe and create other things, that it didn't always have to be him. But as the maker, he always had the key points and made sure there was continuity. The canon wasn't broken, because you wouldn't do something stupid like Rey is a Palpatine, or Yoda comes back to life, or just nonsense like that. Lucas had key points that would be protected, but he did not, absolutely not, approve everything in the EU. Sorry, that's a myth. And I have several, not just one, but several points of proof to that. Identity was stolen back in the late 80s, switched. Identity was stolen back in late 80s, switched. Shoot, I don't know what you're referring to. I'm so sorry. From an ID set up during the original film. The hierarchy of canon are the levels of canon I'm referring to. Yeah, there was a hierarchy. And the only true canon was C canon, the movies. Lucas stated that, and so did several people. Leland Chi, Pablo Hidalgo, who's an idiot, but Dave Filoni too. I mean, a lot of people. But most importantly is I can show you at least 12 quotes of George Lucas saying, no, that shit was not canon. The movies are canon. Everything else is okay, and if it fits, it's fine, and it's there for you to enjoy, but the only true Star Wars story is the movies. See, the problem is that a lot of the EU people think because George permitted it, that it was absolute canon. No, it wasn't. He was okay with it, and he permitted it because it fit. But that doesn't mean that he was literally saying, yeah, that's what happened. George Lucas never said that, yes, Thrawn is what happened. Yes, Luke marries Mara Jade. On the contrary, Lucas said there is no Mara Jade. Jedi do not get married. He shows you that in the movies. I have the quote. So as much as I personally, me of all people, love Mara Jade, I love redheads for real in real life, but I love Mara Jade. So I would be the first person to want to fight that argument. But the fact of the matter is, Lucas said he does not get married because Jedi do not get married. So Mara Jade doesn't exist. my favorite EU character, but the fact is fact, truth is truth. What Lucas said is what he said. It's not about what I think or want or what you think or want. It's about what Lucas said. Remember, Star Wars is not mine nor yours. It's Lucas's. At the end of the day, if you like or dislike what Lucas did, that's fine. That's up to you. But Star Wars is not the stories that you came up in your head, the characters that you wanted to see. Because there's lots of things that I wanted to see too. But that's irrelevant. Only thing that matters is what Lucas said, what Lucas did. It's your choice to like it or follow it or not. But it is what it is. Sorry, lost track here. Give me a moment. Yoda to Luke, when gone I am, the last Jedi you will be. Dave Filoni. Why do the fans know Star Wars better than you do? You see, and again, listen, if you are new to this channel, I will never lie. I will never exaggerate. I'm not here to just purposely contradict Disney. The point is, I'm a historian and a researcher of many things, and I come on here to show facts, whether that lines up with what you like, or what I like, or what we think we want, or what we would like to see. That's irrelevant. I'm here to, often I think I should change my channel to Star Wars Facts, because that's what it is. I don't come from opinion. I'm not here expressing my feelings. I'm telling you the facts of the matter, and I can back it up. I could show you the receipts for every last thing I've said today or since November, whatever it was last year when I started the channel. So when I say Ahsoka's dead and I don't want to have any parts of her and that the shit is stupid and ridiculous, it's because of things like this. When Yoda literally said, "You are the last hope." Why? Because Ezra and Asherad Head and Ahsoka and all this stuff, as cool as it could be and fun and blah, 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 it doesn't exist. The point of Star Wars was Luke Skywalker, which kind of pisses me off that everybody's on this, Luke is back, Star Wars is saved, yet on the same page you're like, Ahsoka. Don't you hear yourselves? Don't you see how you're contradicting yourselves when you've got Yoda, Grandmaster Yoda, telling you that Luke is the last hope? Not Leia, not anybody else. Luke. If Luke doesn't take care of Vader, we're all fucked. Period. There is no other. That was the point. That was the gravity and the stakes, is that we need Luke. And if Luke can't get it done, then we're screwed. That's why it was important. Not that he just stopped the Empire, but because he was the last possibility of stopping the Empire. That's what people aren't understanding. If Luke had failed, we all die. Well, not us, but, you know, as I like to pretend I live in Star Wars sometimes, we're all screwed. We're all dead. There is no Ezra or someone else coming, and none of that is, that's all fan fiction. Ben and Yoda were so serious and grave because they knew Luke is the new hope, the last hope. Leia wasn't going to get it done, guys. I love Leia. I'm not trying to, because she's a girl or because she's not Luke. It has nothing to do with that. It's just she wasn't the one. And if you saw my stream about Darth Maul and Darth Talon, Lucas even says that she becomes the chosen one, but because she's the one that's leading the resistance and is the chancellor and all that. Leia was never destined to be a Jedi. Does she have the Force? Yes. Does she have some Jedi skills? by all means. If she had the interest to train, could she have become a powerful Jedi? Sure. Who knows? Maybe she could have become stronger than Luke. Nobody's saying that she can't. It has nothing to do with her being a female. But the fact of the matter is that Lucas wrote her to be a diplomat, a leader. She had a different role. Not that she's any more or less. It's just she wasn't destined to be a Jedi. She wasn't going to spar with Darth Vader, guys. Get over it. It's not what it is. Leia had a different role. And that was very clear in the original movies. And it was also very clear in, as I showed in that live stream. If you want to check it out, it's where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in George Lucas's sequel trilogy or treatment, I don't remember the title right now, but it was a fairly recent live stream. And I show you the clear proof and direct quotes from George Lucas talking about ideas for the sequel trilogy. So Leia was never meant to be the Jedi. What I'm getting at, the point here is that Luke was it. And if Luke failed, we're done. We're cooked. So Ahsoka cannot be in The Mandalorian. She cannot be alive. Because if she is, if you guys are going to accept that hand in hand with Luke, Star Wars is saved, you're contradicting yourself, because now they've diminished Anakin and ruined him with Rey, and now you're ruining Luke Skywalker with Ahsoka. You see, they give you a crumb and you all get excited, and meanwhile they're taking away the entire OT with Ahsoka. And you guys are being blind because you got a little taste of Luke, and you're not even thinking about, well, wait a minute, they just retconned the OT. Because that's what they're doing. G canon is Lucas and his film. Yes, sorry, it wasn't C canon, it was G canon. Films which can override anything. In C canon, which is EU, you are correct, yes. Everything else isn't canon, but the EU is considered canon by LFL until Disney. Now, again, that's not totally true. There was 5 levels of canon. So, no, that's not true that everything else isn't canon, because there was 5 levels of canon. And if you're going to consider the EU canon, then you have to consider all the other ones partly canon too. You can't nitpick there. Either all the other stuff is going to be somewhat canon or it's not. You're being unfair to yourself. And I'm sorry, but I can show you the proof. No, the LFL. Well, first of all, it doesn't matter what LFL or Filoni or Leland Chi or anybody thought. George Lucas said, the only canon is my movies. I guess I'm going to have to pull out the quotes because you're not wanting to believe me, Tetsuo, but I wouldn't lie to you, brother. And it's not that I want it to be that way. It's not that I don't want the EU to be canon. Please understand this. It's that that's what Lucas said, and I cannot argue with the maker. None of you can. Reason of Crown versus EU licenses for YouTube. Got sent on cannabis and hemp, so to feed that into marketing. Not totally sure what you mean there. Reason of Crown versus EU. Cannabis and hemp. Shoot, I wish I knew what you mean there. Got sent on cannabis and hemp, so to feed that into marketing. 5 grams. I wish I had 5 grams. Soaking up that Sarlacc acid bloated him up. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could say that, being funny. He naturally would have been all burnt up. See, and this is the thing. According to the comics, he was there for a while and got shredded up, and he did get burnt up, and his suit was all messed up. But we don't know. In Mandalorian, maybe it was the next day he got out. I don't know. I suppose in Book of Boba Fett they're going to show us. But As we're going by now, Disney's new nonsense timeline or canon, who knows what they're going to do there. Check. George also loved Robot Chicken. He had a sense of humor. Yes, he does. And in fact, many people said he's got a great sense of humor. I don't know why people get caught up on like he's an asshole. He doesn't talk to anybody. Nobody can talk to him. He doesn't laugh. First of all, not everybody's like a great public speaker or super charismatic. I mean, the guy, you know, maybe he's just nervous. But he has always come across as very kind. Never have you heard him doing some evil shit. Never have you. He has donated not millions, billions of dollars. Is he perfect? No. He's just a human being. I don't idolize George Lucas, but I have a great respect for him. He's a good person. And he has a great sense of humor. He also is a big fan of Family Guy. There's an interview where Seth MacFarlane was interviewing Lucas at at Skywalker Ranch. And I forget the question or why it came up, but Lucas said, you know, I spent a lot of my time watching TiVo. And he's like, I got all the Family Guy episodes. And Seth was like, what? I can't believe it. And he's like, yeah, I watch all Family Guy. I love Family Guy. Seth was blown away. Of course, wouldn't you be, right? Your creation and you're a Star Wars fan and the maker's telling you, like, I love all your shit. So, yes. And I've also seen pictures and video of, what's his name? Shoot. I can't remember his name now. Seth Green. He's been to Skywalker Ranch several times, and yes, he consulted with Lucas, said, can we do this? And he said, absolutely. And he's been to Skywalker Ranch. So, yeah. And there's other things, Spaceballs, Hardware Wars. I mean, Lucas always had a great sense of humor and let a lot of people have fun with Star Wars, as long as it was respectful. Spaceballs is more canon and respectful to Star Wars than the official Disney Star Wars. Hey, chew on that. That's where we're at in 2020. That Disney, that owns Star Wars and has the capacity to make real Star Wars, is less Star Wars than freaking Spaceballs. Because Spaceballs, as zany as it is, was 100% respectful to this franchise. It literally was praising the franchise with all of its ridiculousness. And I love Spaceballs, by the way. All right, Tetsuo, what do you got? That isn't how LFL overall established the canon. Lucas was allowed to override things, but the EU was definitely canon. Not trying to argue, but no, you're wrong. And I'm going to have to do a video, or I guess I'll do a live stream, and I'm going to show you that you're absolutely wrong. Lucas was allowed. Lucas owned it. What do you mean he was allowed? You're confused. Lucas allowed other people to make stories. It wasn't that he was allowed to override it. He owned it. He was the one that made the thing. No, it was not canon. Sorry. I will prove it to you. I don't want to dig up all that stuff and go through all of it right now, but I will show you. And in fact, I've been wanting to make a video about it, but the reason I haven't is because I've got so many other things, and it would be a really long and detailed video. And I don't know that everybody would want to see it, but I think some of you would like an hour or two of me breaking down what was what with the canon, because again, I have multitudes of proof that he clearly states that no, it was not canon. And in fact, he was hesitant at first to even allow it to happen. But another author came to him, someone at Lucasfilm, and said, hey, look, Star Trek has a separate universe that fits, but it's not the official story. And Lucas said, okay, then you can go ahead. I have the proof, dude. I'm not like, I have the proof. It was never true canon. Sorry. Now you will see the power of the dark side. Yes. And I can't stress again, I love the EU. I've owned a lot of the stuff. I've read 80-90% of it. Mara Jade is, outside of the movies, my favorite character. and many others. All the bounty hunter stuff, the Jango Fett stuff, the Jango comics, the books, the Jango Fett game, all the bounty hunter, especially Boba Fett stuff, but all the bounty hunter stuff, Tales from Jabba's Palace and all that stuff. I read all that stuff because I love that stuff. But at the end of the day, if Lucas wanted to say that Boba Fett didn't survive, then he didn't. If Lucas wanted to say that he survived in a different way, then that's what it is, regardless of what the book said. So if the maker at any moment is going to change things, then that right there shows you that it wasn't canon. Because if it was canon, this is where Disney is having a problem. You cannot break canon. It doesn't matter if you own it or not. I'll go back to my Burger King example. If you go to Burger King, you're expecting burgers. And if you buy a burger today and then you go to Burger King tomorrow and all they're serving is ramen noodles, it's no longer Burger King. Even though the box says Burger King, the sign says Burger King, it's not Burger King because it's no longer burgers. So you can't, just say that it's canon. Canon is canon. Canon is literal history. And you can twist it and bend it and say what you want about it, but you can't change history no more than you can break canon. It is what it is. It's not like an option. It's not like who owns it or you have a choice. It's not an option. You cannot break canon because canon is history. It is what it is, for better or worse. You can hate the prequels, but they're canon. There's no way around that. I followed Star Wars 2 and the EU isn't canon stuff. No, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. They had said that there was Lucas canon, but that the EU is canon. And Lucas said that the post Return of the Jedi story is EU. No, that's not true, dude. No. First of all, this canon argument is 30 years old. Second, there was plenty of EU before Return of the Jedi even. Well, not tons, but there was Splinter in the Mind's Eye. There was one or two things before Return of the Jedi even came out. And then there was tons of stories that are before and after Return of the Jedi. So that's not a correct statement. Maybe you didn't have the argument or the conversation, but I can tell you that I've been having the EU conversation for at least 30 years. Because we always wondered, like old Star Wars nerd was saying, in the beginning, yeah, you didn't think about it because it was, it was a story, and you said, okay, it's just more Star Wars. But then over the years, like in the 90s, you started to say, well, wait a minute, this book said this, but then this book said that. And how come there's 3 books about this one story or character? Things started to pop up, and you're like, well, wait a minute, is this canon or is this canon? See, that was the other problem. It's not just the EU in general as a canon. It's I've got 3 books referring to one event or person or planet, and they contradict. So now, which one is canon? Well, you can't have 3 canons. So then that's where the problem started to arise. So no, sorry, maybe you didn't have that argument or you didn't know about it, but canon conversation has been 30 plus years ago. Again, I have the proof. I'll show you. No problem. Thank you. I like to pop in and out. If I talk too much, just tell me to shut up. Not at all. By all means, you are always more than welcome here, old Star Wars nerd, and I love to hear from you guys. And it's like I always say, don't ever hesitate to question me, call me out, say something, but just know, I don't lie, I don't make shit up, and if I say it, I can right now dig into a folder and show you not 1, not 2, but 10 proofs. It's just today I didn't come with like the research mind and want to do all that. I just wanted to hang out. But I guess I'm gonna have to make a canon video because there's still people that want to argue, and I can show you a whole list of George Lucas saying that shit ain't canon. Still want to see Luke versus Abeloth. Disney won't give me that either. Disney isn't going to give you what you want. I want to stress again, Luke Skywalker was not for you. Luke Skywalker was for them. Okay, that's the other problem with that, is they didn't truly say, hey, you know what, we need to do a solid for the fans. That's not what Luke Skywalker was about. Luke Skywalker was about, holy shit, Kathleen Kennedy is getting tons of heat from Bob Iger because Disney Plus is tanking real fucking hard. They're over $50 billion in debt. All the parks are closed. All the theaters are closed. And she's getting pressure. You guys gotta do some shit with Star Wars. What's going on, Kathleen Kennedy? You've had this for 8 years. You own Star Wars. Why isn't the shit making money? So then she went to FAVREAU and said, look, you guys gotta start pulling out the member berries because we gotta get these guys back. So then, Ahsoka and Luke. Duh. How are you gonna get everybody all giddy? It wasn't for you. It was for them. So everybody's like, thank you, Jon Favreau. You love us. You did it for... No, he didn't. He absolutely did not do that for you. I will remind you, Jon Favreau, out of his mouth, said, The Mandalorian is about a lone gunslinger going around the galaxy. There will not be Jedi, and there will not be lightsabers. Okay? And then some episodes came out, and all of a sudden the story changed. Oh, well, you know, I guess there are Jedi around, you know, because Luke would be alive. And, well, we need to bring in Ahsoka, so... And by the way, if you go watch the Disney Gallery, Filoni, out of his mouth, says, well, I was going to bring Ahsoka last year in the first season, but I was scared to mess her up, so I waited till the second season. So don't think that Ahsoka's some new plan, or they didn't think about it. A lot of this stuff has been in the pipeline, in the plan. He already has been dying to bring in Ahsoka. Who healed the original? Let's see whom is what age. Who saw the original, I guess you mean? Let's see whom is what age. I was 3 years old on May 25th, 1977, in the Star Wars movie theater. So you do the math, you figure it out, you say what you want to say. But I was there day one. That's still signing off on it. And do you have a video or audio of him saying those quotes? First of all, I never argued that he signed off on a lot of the stuff. He is the owner and the maker. So he had to sign off on a lot of the stuff. Absolutely. Not arguing that. Do I have... There is a little bit of audio around, but the quotes are absolutely legitimate. It's not like just I have the source of the quote. Okay, it's not like I just will show you the quote. I will show you the source. All right, a lot of it is Starlog, very well known people that interviewed him. Off the top of my head, I don't remember, but I will show you. Okay, there are sources to the quotes. It's not just a quote. I have the source. The source is absolutely legitimate, especially Star Wars related stuff. And then I also have stuff like Jonathan Rinzler and other stuff from other people like Leland Chi and a bunch of other people. And out of Filoni's mouth himself, which I've shown this, but if you go look on Star Wars, that Star Wars show, Dave Filoni extended interview, around 41 minutes, he starts talking about the EU and Thrawn, and he says, and I'm paraphrasing, but almost quoting, when we decided to make everything into Legends, I was like, so that's what it always was. When I worked with George Lucas, he always made it very clear, only the movies and the TV show were canon. So for you Filoni fans, there you go. You can go watch that interview right now. Star Wars YouTube, that Star Wars show, it was, I don't remember when, 2 years, 5 years ago, but you'll see it. Dave Filoni extended interview around the 41, 45 minute mark. And I know because I've watched it several times, and I watched it just like 2 days ago. I was doing some editing and I took a piece out of that interview. In fact, my intro, you know, where Filoni's talking about, you know, it's a good thing we've got Kathleen Kennedy because she's so great and she helps us make all these stories and she made all the stories I love. Well, that's where that comes from. And in that same section, he says, George Lucas himself taught me that the only thing that was canon was the movies and the Clone Wars show. A lot of the EU people like get hung up and just can't, but like the proof is there, dude. I'm sorry. George Lucas said the shit. It's not me saying it. It's not that I want it to be. He said it. You're welcome. How do I verify these quotes that he said the EU isn't canon? Well, because when I make the video or I do the live stream, I'm going to show you the quotes and I'm going to show you the source. And then you can go back and you can look at the source. But when you see the sources, you really shouldn't have anything to question because it's there. And there's a thing called Google, and there's YouTube and all kinds of other ways. There's a thing called the Wayback Machine. If you're unaware of it, you can go and look up old websites and web pages that are gone. Okay, so a lot of stuff, because I was an original fan who grew up reading the books and used to look at Starlog and used to always look at StarWars.com. And I remember the shit that Boba Fett on StarWars.com that's not there anymore. The best bounty hunter in the galaxy, and that he's a Mandalorian. I have all that proof, not only from memory, but because I dug up a lot of it, and because the Wayback Machine. You can try to erase shit from the internet, but it's always there. And if you go in the Wayback Machine, you can pull up those old pages of, in particular, I look for Boba Fett stuff because Lucasfilm seems to like have, until like a month ago, pretended like Boba Fett was nothing, even though that's where the Mandalorian comes from. And Filoni tries to say he's not a Mandalorian, but yet all through StarWars.com, it always said he was a Mandalorian. And who controlled StarWars.com? George Lucas. Okay, so what Filoni says means nothing to me. But you'll be able to verify it because, again, I will show you the quote, but I will also show you the source. I'm not like other channels. I'm not going to say, well, but this guy said this, and you have to believe me. I always show the receipts. Always. So you can go and you will be able to look and you can verify it for yourself and you can use the Wayback Machine. And it takes time. It takes effort. You got to dig around and find these pages. But they're there and I have the proof. And anyone that's an old Star Wars fan like me will right now tell you, yeah, dude, it is what it is. Boba Fett was known, the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. And now it's like that's vanished from StarWars.com, but that's how it always was. It has an interesting positioning, this channel. Yeah, well, I love Star Wars. That's the main thing. And when you love Star Wars, well, then you defend what is the real Star Wars, and you laugh at the fan fiction that is Disney. It's that simple. That doesn't mean you can't like the Disney stuff, but you can't come and tell me that it's canon or real Star Wars or that it has continuity or that it's respectful, because we all know that it's none of that. Star Wars Net, guest editorial, did George Lucas consider the Spanning Universe canon? There you go, there's one. Now that's newer from 2019, and I'm not sure. I would have to look at it. Let me see, can I copy that link here? No, I'll have to look at it later because I don't want to jump from this right now. But I'm pretty sure old Star Wars nerd is backing up what I'm saying right now. And again, I have a whole thing with quotes. The whole first section is Dave Filoni, Leland Chi, Pablo Hidalgo, other old keepers, Lawrence Kasdan, all kinds of people that were involved in Star Wars over the years. And then I have, I think 12 quotes, 10, 12 quotes with the source of George Lucas in a nutshell saying, the only canon is my movies. And I can't argue with the maker. That's the thing. As much as I love Mara Jade and I want her to be real, if Lucas says Jedi don't get married and she's not real, it sucks. But it is what it is. I can't argue with George Lucas over his universe. On the same token, George could have a change of heart. Maybe in the sequel trilogy we would have had Mara Jade. I don't know. I don't think so. But Just saying, he could have changed it. But what it is now, Mara Jade is not canon. Not true canon. Secondary, close, almost right there, 1.5 canon, by all means, not arguing that. But true, official, George Lucas Star Wars canon, it's not. Clone Wars lead to a major problem with phone carriers. Clone Wars leads to a major problem with everything in Star Wars. Phone carriers. I also didn't enjoy the new trilogy. The only good thing that came from it is the idea that Sith lineage is in fact the same souls passing from the Master. Yeah, which is obviously not canon. Yeah. I won't even get into that because we all know the story there and how ridiculous that is. Rey Skywalker. Yeah, that in itself, I mean, nonsense. What you got, Tetsu? Hey, I love you, buddy. Know that. From the first day I met you, we were going through the same thing. And again, it's not me insulting you, trying to be mean to you, to argue with you. It's just I know what I'm talking about, and I have the proof. That's the thing. It's not like my feelings or what I want or I think. No, I know right now the files because I've been thinking about pulling them out for a while, and I will prove it to you, dude. I have the receipts. As the maker, he could override and have control. Yes, of course, but that doesn't mean he did have to approve. No, that's not true. No, absolutely not. There's quotes of people saying he signed off. No, that's absolutely not true. No. I have the quotes of Lucas contradicting that, and I have, like Rinzler, okay, and not just Rinzler, but other people in Lucasfilm that have said that he didn't have the time. He didn't sit there and read all that shit. He had key points, and every now and then they would come to him with a list and say, hey, there's an important question here, like, can Yoda die? And he would say, no, that can't happen. But that's like a broad, important detail. As far as the rest of what you write in that book, do what you want. Timothy Zahn. He didn't tell Timothy Zahn what to write. He just said, can there be a blue-faced admiral that is shoot, now I'm forgetting his damn race. Cis. Here's the main points. It has to respect this, and this, and then Timothy Zahn. This is okay. Timothy Zahn deserves a bunch of credit because that story is truly his. It wasn't Lucas telling him what to write or what to do. Remember, EU is not a novelization. Alan Dean Foster, for example, got a treatment of the film so that it would be very close and respectful to the movie as a novelization. That's different from EU, where Lucas would say, this, and this has to be respected. The rest, same thing with Clone Wars. Literally the Clone Wars cartoons. And again, watch the Rinzler interview. And I have several proofs of this. Lucas would walk into a room and say, okay, I have this idea for this character on this planet, and this is the overall gist. Now go write. And Lucas would leave the room. Because he was very busy and doing other stuff. He wasn't sitting there reading all the books, dude. Sorry to burst your bubble, but that's an absolute non-fact, and I have the proof. He did not sign off on everything. Not even close. To The Apprentice. They also contradict their own quotes, though, because they say they are canon too. Well, this is another problem, too, is you got people like Leland Chi, say he's one of the key offenders of this. I can show you several quotes. Well, 1 second he's like, oh, yeah, that shit's canon, absolutely. Then the next second he's like, well, there's kind of different levels. Then the next second he's like, well, yeah, this is this canon, and this is this canon, but that's not really canon. And then there was even, the debate of the Force Unleashed game. It was kind of canon and it could be canon, but then Lucas ultimately said, well, no, that's not really canon because you're not going to be pulling fucking Star Destroyers out of the sky with the Force, even Darth Vader. Okay, so for Star Killer to be doing that when Luke, Yoda, and Vader couldn't do it is ridiculous. Listen, Grandmaster Yoda up until Luke, who later becomes the most powerful Jedi, was the most powerful Jedi in the universe. Lucas, out of his mouth, said that. I have the clip. The most powerful Jedi. Yoda had to struggle with 800 plus years of wisdom and experience in the Force to pull the X-Wing out of the swamp and move it across the swamp. Okay, now Yoda's little, and he was very old, and the X-Wing is several times bigger than he is. But if Grand Master Yoda had trouble moving an X-Wing, Starkiller Barbiller, who I like Starkiller, it's not that I have anything against him, but he ain't pulling Star Destroyers out of the freaking sky, and neither is Rey. But part of the confusion is, yes, that, because you've got Leland Chi and many others saying, well, also some of the authors, well, yeah, I always thought it was canon. Well, yeah, you assumed, like a lot of us, old Star Wars nerd had mentioned, we all assumed because we didn't see the conflicts and we didn't understand the greater story. But over the years, you started to see, well, that doesn't really line up. So there's a lot of quotes. I have those quotes too, okay? So don't think I'm just like cherry picking the quotes that I want. I have a ton of quotes. I'm just talking about the quote. I was specifically talking to the George Lucas quotes, but I have all kinds of authors that would say, well, but they told us it was canon, or I always thought it was canon. We were never told it wasn't. And then there's also the same author saying later, well, damn, I was kind of heartbroken when I was told that, no, it never was canon. It is what it is, dude. And there is a lot of contradictions. But again, I can show you 10 or 12 quotes of Lucas directly saying it's not canon. So regardless of what this person or that person, or none of that matters, because all that matters is what Lucas said. And I have several quotes of him saying it wasn't canon, and not one quote of him saying, yeah, in 1987, it is canon. Maybe next year I'll change my mind. No, that was never the case. Never the case. He was okay with it. He approved of it. He let it go. But that, just you letting something happen is not always the same as you supporting and backing that. Now, granted, Lucas, maybe his mistake was not coming out firmly enough and saying, hey, look, guys, this is really something else, and this is the movies. That was stuff you had to dig around for in certain interviews. But on the same token, Lucas was a businessman. He wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to say, well, now that EU stuff, it's just fantasy, because he knew that you guys liked the stories and that he was going to sell books and comics and novels and art books and extra toys. He wasn't stupid. It was just another outlet. Lucasfilm Publishing made a shit ton of money, not just the movies and not just the toys. Lucasfilm Publishing made a shit ton of money. So it's not like Lucas was dumb. But it is what it is. I have never seen one quote in my entire life of him saying, yeah, that shit was canon. Doesn't exist, dude. I have seen many other people saying that George said it was canon, but that's like me saying, hey, Tetsuo's Wrath said that, in Japan, the sky is pink. That's not fair. That me saying that you said something isn't valid, dude. What's valid is what came out of his mouth. And that's what I'm talking about. I got stuff that's out of his mouth. So Filoni and Kathleen and whoever else can fuck off, because I go by what George Lucas said out of his mouth. Like Ahsoka dies at Order 66. Fighting over EU license for Japan. Is that where you're at in Japan? That was maybe not even a Disney idea. But anyway, I found it a nice touch, because if Palpatine is all the Sith, he's also Plagueis. Yes. And Revan, and, it goes on and on and on. There's like 50,000 years of Sith. So. And I am all the Jedi. Man, these comments like to jump on me here. I just saw one that was funny. I'm going to get to it here in a minute. Yeah, jeez. There we go. Wow, this is awesome. You guys are really writing a lot of comments. This is probably more comments than I've ever had. I'm very happy that we can interact like this. C-type issue. It was, though. He could change things. Well, again, I'll show you the proof. Right now, it's not the time. I don't want to dig all that stuff up and argue about it. But I'll show you. You know, trust me, I'm going to show you. That's just not an accurate depiction of canonicity of the EU. I mean, think what you want, but George Lucas is the only one that, and I will show you what George Lucas said. There are two worlds here. There's my world, thank you, Old Nord, which is the movies. And there's this other world that has been created, which I say is the parallel universe. Thank you very much for going and finding that. And I have, like I said, another dozen quotes that are just like that. That my world, what is Star Wars, is episodes 1 through 6. Everything else is like an alternate universe. It's called expanded universe for a reason, dude. Not canon universe, not the extension of the canon story. No, it's an expanded for your enjoyment so that you can have more Star Wars and fill in the gaps. And if it fits, okay, then you could say that this happened here and it was fun and he was okay with it. But at the end of the day, Lucas, and again, I will say it for the 100th time, I have more than 10 quotes of him saying it's not canon. Canon is my movies. That is the Holy Grail. And here's one of those quotes, and one of the better ones, that my world is the movies. All the rest has been created by other people, and it's a parallel universe. Not even like same vein or part of. It's even parallel. Why? Because it was never true canon. And I know EU purists like, please understand that with all of my heart, I love the EU. I'm not trying to degrade or deny or remove. If I got the rights to Lucasfilm, the first thing I'm doing, I'm firing Filoni and Kathleen. Second thing I'm doing is saying everything that Disney made is going, Thanos, bye-bye. It's all bullshit. It's not canon, and it's going away. And then the third thing I'm doing immediately is, hey, the EU, we're going to make it all canon, because that's where we're going to make all the movies and all the stories and all the ideas are going to come from, is the shit that geniuses like Timothy Zahn and, man, right now I can't think of all the great authors, but, you know, there was a lot of authors. Right now I'm going blank. But, yeah. So don't think for a second that I'm trying to argue the EU. I just have to stress again that not my Star Wars is about Star Wars facts, not theories. And I'm not saying because I want it. I'm saying it's because it's true. Well, if you think you can argue what George Lucas said, I don't know what to tell you, dude. The licensing world of the books, games and comic books. That's the end of that quote. Yep, there's one of them. That's one of the quotes that I'm referring to. Cinescape 2001. And this is way before you even thought about selling to Disney. Okay, so don't think that that's like a new thing. This is way when you were an original Star Wars guy like me. We've had these conversations for 30 years, dude. And there's one of them. There's the movies that are mine, that are real. And then everything else. Games, books, toys, all that shit. It's all extended, expanded, parallel. Toys, I guess you could say, are canon because they were directly from the movies, right? But there were some toys that were EU stuff. I'm going off what Lucas said, though. Like I said, their quotes contradict other quotes they make. And their quotes. Okay, so I have a challenge for you. Find me and show me a quote from George Lucas's mouth that he says it's canon. And I can save you the time. It doesn't exist. Now, on the other side of that, I'm going to show you a whole mountain of proof that it was not canon. I challenge you, dude. Find one, never mind more than one. Find one quote where George Lucas says that the EU is canon. You're not going to find it. Don't waste your time. Interestingly, the dark transfer power to cheat death was not discovered by Palpatine in EU. He could only achieve an imperfect clone transplant process. In the new canon, he found the secret. Yeah, well, in the new canon, they they have whatever answers for whatever. And Tetsu is, again, love you, bro. I'm not trying to like be mean or argue with you. I'm just saying, trust me when I tell you, for 43 years, I'm studying this stuff. I'm looking at it. I'm paying attention to it. And I'm not somebody that just like skims an article or looks at one article. If I see an article, I read it entirely, and then I check 5 other articles against it to make sure that shit is legit. Okay? Whereas most people see a headline and they go make a video like, oh my God, Mace Windu is going to be in Star Wars. I don't work like that. I'll spend the next 3 days confirming that Mace Windu is coming to Star Wars. If that's just an example, I'm not saying he is. So if I'm telling you the quotes are there, it's because they're there, dude. Like it or not, it is what it is. And again, I challenge you to find even one of George Lucas saying that it was canon. It's all love, baby. It's not me trying to argue with you. It's just, it is what it is. It all went downhill because of the Potter issues anyways. Yes, it sure did go all downhill, and it keeps going downhill. So we're not like level yet. Luke Skywalker didn't fix or level anything. We're still going way crashing and burning, baby. In fact, in the new canon, everyone has found dark transfer, the ultimate technique of the Sith. Rey uses it, Ben uses it. Nonsense. Yes, it is. It's all nonsense, literally. Okay, what do we got? I'm stating or saying a fact, though, not an opinion or feeling. I'm saying you are using quotes out of context or aren't taking into account other quotes by Lucas. Okay, show me. And I'm going to repeat, you're not going to find it because, no, there are not quotes of Lucas contradicting that. All the quotes say the same thing, that it's not canon. My films are canon. There's no out of context. It's literally him saying, my films are the canon. He says it's okay that that exists and that you can fill it in the blanks and take it as canon because as long as it doesn't contradict, then I want you to have more Star Wars stories. He's okay. But never, not once did George Lucas say, yes, the EU is official canon. No, he never said that. Sorry. Yoda also said there's another. Yeah, Leia. We all know that. There's not Ahsoka or somebody else. It's Leia. The twins. And I already discussed how Leia was not intended to be a Jedi. Master Yoda, Grandmaster without a Jedi Order. Yeah. It is what it is. But then, then again, because of Yoda and Ben, they were able to get Luke prepared enough to where he could face Vader and then become the most powerful of all Jedi and bring back the Order. So, yeah. And I will never defend The Last Jedi or Rian Johnson. He's a total idiot and just fucked it all up. But I see what he was trying to do. He was trying to say, well, the Jedi kind of messed up in the prequels and they had to learn and evolve and do better and not be so rigid and blinded. And we get it, Ryan. But first of all, you don't understand Star Wars. So from the beginning, you were screwed. And then second, you just like doubled down and went too far and took it to a whole other place of ridiculousness. It was never intended for Luke to be like, no, what do you think? I'm going to pick up a lightsaber and fight? Well, yeah, actually, that's exactly what Luke Skywalker would do, dude. But anyways, that's a whole other on Rian Johnson. Unbelievable. Luke's the last hope. Obi-Wan thinks Luke is the chosen one even. Yeah, you could argue that. He is absolutely the last hope. That's why the movie is called A New Hope. Luke Skywalker. Hello. I don't know if Obi-Wan thinks he's the chosen one because he knew he trained the chosen one. So that's kind of stretching it a little bit, but he did know he was the last hope. I mean, that's why he said, listen, Obi-Wan was handsome, healthy, still fairly young in his prime, powerful. He could have traveled anywhere. He could have had a great life. He could have done a lot of things. But Obi-Wan humbled and sacrificed himself mostly because he saw Anakin, of all people, the chosen one, turned to the ultimate evil. So Obi-Wan took it upon himself. Granted, Yoda told him to do that, but Obi-Wan accepted that and went with it because he understood the importance and gravity of that Luke needs to be protected so that he could be trained, because at the end of the day, Luke is who's going to save us. If we don't have a Luke, we're screwed. Remember, Obi-Wan sees, so does Yoda, the twins. He doesn't just see Luke. He knows there's a sister. They all know. Well, Yoda and Anakin, Obi-Wan, anyways, know that there's a sister, that there's twins. It's not like they're unaware of Leia, but they both know that Leia's not the one. She's not the intended one to be a Jedi. Again, it has nothing to do with her being a girl. It's just that's the story. It was about Luke. So Obi-Wan took it upon himself to accept that responsibility of watching over and protecting Luke because he's that important. Because it's not about Obi-Wan having a family or traveling or enjoying life or anything. He knew the greater cause, that this boy is our only hope of saving the galaxy. So Obi-Wan going off to get laid or to see a mountain or do whatever is selfish and irrelevant, because at the end of the day, he had the most. Obi-Wan deserves a lot more praise because Obi-Wan didn't just do the things he did in the Clone Wars and all that. The most important thing that Obi-Wan ever did was not train Anakin or fight in the Clone Wars or this or the other. The most important and significant thing that Obi-Wan did was sit his ass in Tatooine and watch over Luke Skywalker. Not go off on adventures or have children or do anything else. He did the most selfish and important thing in the entire saga, protect and watch over Luke, so that when the time came, he could pass on the lightsaber and the knowledge to get him into the position to go train with Yoda and hopefully get enough training to where he can face Vader, because he's the last hope. Obi-Wan and Yoda were too old and weren't going to get it done. Now, maybe if they joined forces and fought together, and maybe, I don't know, but, Vader wasn't really aging at that point. He was a machine. So you've got Anakin, who's all powerful, plus the Emperor, against two very old guys at that point. So, just to give you some perspective, maybe some people had never really thought of Obi-Wan that way, but the most important thing he did was sit his ass on Tatooine and watch it over Luke. And that's what's going to be the problem with the Obi-Wan show. They're going to want to send him off on adventures and do all this extra stuff, and he's hanging out at the cantina, and, going to have some clash or battle or ultimate, what did Kathleen say? I forget how she worded it, but, ultimate battle or whatever the hell she said again. They're going to screw up Obi-Wan. Part of the complexity and beauty of Star Wars was the simplicity of it. Disney wants to do all this extra stuff, and that's not what Star Wars was, and that's why it was part of why it was so great, is because it's simple. Obi-Wan doesn't have to be doing all this extra stuff. He did the most important thing in the entire saga, is protect Luke. And why do you have to protect Luke? Because Luke is the last Jedi. Luke is the most important asset in the entire galaxy. Not Leia, not Han, not Boba Fett, not Jabba, not Vader. Luke Skywalker. And while the overall story is about Anakin, in reality, Star Wars original trilogy, it's about Luke. That's what Star Wars is. Luke Skywalker. I know people love Vader and they see him as the symbol, but the true symbol of Star Wars is not spaceships or lightsabers or Vader. It's Luke Skywalker. And that's why so many people got all crazy about seeing him in Mandalorian. It's about Luke. And Ahsoka diminishes and destroys that. That's why we can't have Ahsoka. That's why she's a problem. There's another. Yes, Leia. Leia's more Padme than Anakin, unlike Luke. Yes, absolutely. Padme, by the way, I love Padme. She's awesome, kick-ass, beautiful, badass. And that's where Leia gets her from. Absolutely. And as great as Leia is, she wouldn't be that way if it wasn't for Padme. And absolutely, she does have Anakin in her. I mean, that's her father. But you are absolutely correct. She is very much more a reflection of Padme than she is Anakin. And Anakin and Padme were two different things. Padme is the politician, the diplomat, the strategist, the cool-headed, the planner, the able to defend herself, able to fight, but is going to pick up a blaster, not fight you well, she could do hand-to-hand, but not fight you like with lightsabers or try to get too personal. She would be more, doing things wisely, whereas Anakin had the power to go in and just make things happen because of his youth and skill and his affinity for the Force, and so he could kind of in a way will things to happen because he had so much power and influence. Whereas Padme was a totally different thing. It's the same thing with Luke and Leia. Leia was never going to be a Jedi, guys. Sorry. That's not her story. Her story was to be the leader of the rebellion. And if you think that's at all diminishing, then I don't know what your problem is, because Leia is one of the most important characters in all of Star Wars. In ways more important than Luke, because outside of the Force and Jedi Sith struggle, Leia's the one that's running and controlling and organizing all the rest. The assault on the Death Star, those 30 X-Wings and Y-Wings, that was organized and coordinated by Leia. So it's not that Leia's any less or less important, it's just she has a completely different role. She was not to be a Jedi. And yes, I know some of the EU says that she ends up doing some training and the kids and blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, it's all about Luke. And Luke trains the kids. And Luke does the new Jedi Order and all that. It's not about Leia. Leia was never destined to become a powerful Jedi and go through the galaxy and fighting Sith and doing all this extra. No, 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 no. Leia is a strong mother and wife and leader of the freaking rebellion. And she's the one that builds and organizes the resistance. As stupid as the Disney stuff is, she's the one that created the resistance. So Luke could have been the chosen one, except that Lucas said it was Anakin all along. Anakin, without a doubt, has always been the chosen one. Okay, there's no that can never change. It never was any different. Anakin was always, but I've always said you could kind of argue that Luke is. And again, it's not at all denying Anakin. He is the chosen one. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, Anakin had lost himself. And the one that keeps his head, resists the dark, brings Anakin back, and ultimately, because of his actions, has the Sith destroyed and the Death Star and the balance is brought back to the galaxy, in reality, is Luke Skywalker, not Anakin. Anakin physically does it, but the actual act, the emotion, the feeling, the thought, the cool-headedness, the wisdom, the love to make it happen was Luke Skywalker. So in reality, while Vader technically defeats the Sith, because as, again, out of Lucas's mouth, Vader brings balance because he kills the Emperor and himself, thus killing the Sith, the last of the Sith. That's why technically he's the chosen one. That's where the balance is. But why does Vader do that? Why does he turn? What leads him to do that? Luke Skywalker. So again, you can argue in ways Luke is the chosen one because he's the one that truly brings the balance, that truly brings Anakin back. And like I said a few minutes ago, the OT is really Luke's story. The PT is Anakin's story. Yes, the entire 6 Star Wars saga, no argument. It's Anakin Skywalker's story. I'm just saying that before you knew who Anakin was and all his story and all this extra, Star Wars was always Luke Skywalker. It's Luke's story. The OT. Leia's very force sensitive. Padme, no. Yes. Yeah, in that sense. But to Padme's credit, she was smart as shit. She was very instinctive. She wasn't someone that was going to get fooled or rickrolled, as I like to say. So yeah, she didn't have the force, but she wasn't your average chick either. Padme was a badass, and she was very intelligent. Now, granted, it helps that you're brought up as a royalty, right? So you have the resources and stuff. But yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, if in their primes, Leia would beat the shit out of Padme because she has the force. I would have very much liked to hear about the initial Lucas scenario for the new trilogy. Obi-Wan, if you're still here, and I am trying to get to the Luke, but I also want to be fair and try to get to everybody, so I'm going to get there, but yeah. I talked about this. I have a live stream where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in George Lucas's original sequel trilogy. Something like that is the title. It was like 3 or 4 live streams ago. It's a long one, about 5 hours, but in there I show you all the receipts and I show you all the direct quotes from the book where he talks about it. George Lucas talks about why he sold Disney and what the sequel trilogy was. I'm not going to get into it because there's a whole thing, but just very briefly, it wasn't that was the sequel treatment. It was that those were ideas for the sequel treatment. And some of the ideas were Darth Maul becomes a crime boss. He starts taking over all the crime syndicates, and he has an apprentice who's Darth Talon. And there's a whole thing about that. But that is just some ideas. What the sequel trilogy was the Wills, the midichlorians, and the Wills. I would have loved the shit out of it. Most people, crybabies, hey, the prequels suck. None of you would have liked the Wills. I'm not saying you guys specifically. I'm just saying that a lot of people wouldn't have liked it because just like prequels, you're thinking Star Wars is yours. You're thinking you want to see Star Wars how you want it, and you're forgetting that Star Wars don't give a fuck about you. It's George Lucas's story, and what George Lucas made. From there, if you like it or you don't, well, that's up to you. But Star Wars isn't you or for you. Star Wars is Lucas telling his story. Hopefully you like it. It's not to say that he doesn't want or care or want you to like it. But at the end of the day, Star Wars isn't what you think it is or what I think it is or what I want it to be. It's about what Lucas thought it was and made it to be. At the end of the day, if you love that or not, that's your choice. Me personally, I love the stuff that Lucas did, even the prequels. They weren't perfect. They weren't the OT, but I love the prequels. And not just because, for several reasons, the music, the effects, the story, the new characters, the new planets. The prequels did a lot more world building than the OT did. The scale was much larger. But the main reason why I love the prequels is because they maintained continuity. They didn't disrespect and contradict themselves. They maintained the story of Anakin Skywalker. And while some people are all hung up on, well, but I don't like sand. Yeah, because at 17-year-olds, you were so smooth and knew what to say with girls. That whole I don't like sand thing is so ridiculous to me. Like, you're okay, pimp daddy. You knew exactly how to talk to girls. A beautiful, gorgeous ass queen. You're conflicted. Your whole story. You've been a slave. Your mother died in your arms. You're the chosen one. All these things. None of you would even be able to deal with one of the problems that Anakin had. Never mind all his life of shit. There's a responsibility and weight of not a planet or a neighborhood, or he had the entire weight of the galaxy on his shoulders. And you're telling me that he couldn't be whiny or confused or angry? Do you really understand Star Wars? Did you really see it and understand it? And you're making fun because I don't like it. Well, yes, sand is coarse, dude. It is rough. And when you've been through so much and you're dealing with a freaking queen at 17, 20 years old, like you knew what the hell you were doing or going to say. People are way too critical about that shit. Is it fantastic writing? No, I'm not saying that it is. All I'm saying is if you're getting hung up on because he says he doesn't like sand, well, who the hell does like sand? I mean, come on. Anyways, if you would like to know Demo on, as I'm going around a little bit here, there's that live stream. It was from, I don't know, a month ago or something like that, where Darth Maul and Darth Talon and George Lucas's sequel trilogy. And there I explain it and break it all down and show you the receipts. Straight from the book, direct from George Lucas. The book is Star Wars Archives, by the way. It's the only one I'm willing to consider canon. His trilogy, well, yeah. Yep. I don't know what part, but maybe when I asked you if you're in Japan, is that what you mean? Yep. I think so. I think you're saying that you're in Japan, which if you are, I love Japan. I would love to go. And Japan has beautiful, even if you're not, but Japan has beautiful, beautiful Star Wars stuff. There's one of my earlier videos was Star Wars tuna commercial, Japan, I forget, 1970 or 80 or something like that. It's this little commercial that was in Japan, and it's funny. But there's some interesting Star Wars facts in there. And at the end, you'll see a bunch of commercials of George Lucas doing in Japan, making Japanese Star Wars commercials. Well, I don't know if he was in Japan, but at least they gave you that kind of feeling. It's a fun video, but it's not just the commercial for the tuna. There's some interesting facts in there. And anyways, I mention it because two reasons. One, there's some, I show some of the Star Wars Japanese art and figures and toys and cosplay. So that's something if you are interested in. There's some cool stuff in there. And also there's tatamis. And tatamis are the, like in a dojo, those mats that are like the floor. Well, tatamis can also be used as like a, not the same, but like as a tapestry, like something you would put on the wall, right? And then some people would put like their family information or artwork or stuff on them. Not as typical as using them as flooring, but there are, especially more modern day, tatamis are used on walls. The reason I mention this is because in that video you're going to see, I believe it's from A New Hope. If not, it was like Empire, but it should have been A New Hope. You're going to see this massive movie poster outside of or on top of a theater in Japan. Okay, and this is just this massive sign. I'm pretty sure it was A New Hope. Yeah, it had to have been because that tuna commercial is from like a parody of A New Hope. It's this massive display for Star Wars premiering in Japan. And that thing, I think it was 450. I don't remember the exact number, but from memory, it was about 450. It's 450 of those mats. Those tatamis were hand painted, and you know you have to like a puzzle. You have to paint the pieces right so they all fit together. So it's just this massive thing on top of this theater. And I think again it was like 450 tatamis that made up this thing. So just the fun thing of Japan. China hates Star Wars, always has. They never gave a damn. Japan, right there next door, loves Star Wars. They hurt themselves, yeah, and us. The original Star Wars is dead. Disney Star Wars is the best we are ever going to get again. So I'm willing to give Ahsoka a shot. Otherwise, I would stop watching Star Wars altogether. Yeah, you know, I love Star Wars too, and I don't want it to go away. And I watch the stuff, and I always hope, you know, that something. But I also am smart enough to not go into it like, oh well, okay, they're gonna fix it. It's okay now. We got Luke, so everything's gonna work out. That's just foolish. But I will say this, because you say here Disney Star Wars is the best we are ever going to get. That's not necessarily true. I've been saying it for a while. Disney's in major debt, and although they're trying to make it look good, part of them announcing those 11 shows was two reasons. One, because they had to show the investors, they're like, shh, everything's okay. Don't worry. Don't panic. Everything's okay. Even though you see the numbers that are over $50 billion a day. Shh, it's okay. See, we're making 10 new shows. Everything's under control. That was a big part of that. And number two, they just threw a bunch of shit against the wall to see what would stick, because not even a third of those shows will get made. They just wanted to throw out there and see how you guys are going to react. And if everybody was like, oh my God, wow, Cassian Andor, Cassio looks awesome, then they'll be like, okay, yeah, let's greenlight Cassio. I know it's Cassian Andor. That's them testing the waters. So don't think that they're going to make all those shows and the movies and all that stuff. That's just them seeing what you're going to react to. My point here is, I've been saying it for several months. Disney's in deep shit. And they try to make it, look like things are okay, but they're in deep shit. The parks aren't going to open for at least another year. They've already done business estimates. They're not going to even start to make money back until 2025. The hotels are closed. The cruise ships are closed. None of the toys or merchandise are selling, and the only thing that does sell is OT stuff, because they don't even make Ray stuff. Never mind, doesn't sell. When was the last time you saw a Ray t-shirt? Doesn't exist. Shit doesn't sell. So everything's shut down. They're getting, the only stream of income they have literally is Disney Plus. So they are desperate. Now, what I'm getting at is, Mandalorian ain't going to save Star Wars. This is another thing that I think is funny, is that let's just say that 100% of anybody that ever liked Star Wars was on board and said, yeah, Luke Skywalker, Disney is saved. Well, Mandalorian doesn't make enough money to even save Disney to begin with. So even if everybody was okay with Luke, it's still not enough. Do the math. $7 subscription by 84 million subscribers that they have does not equal $50+ billion of debt, guys. So what I'm getting at is, I estimate, I thought it would be in January. Now I think it's going to be a little bit longer. Middle of the year, they're going to announce they're selling Lucasfilm, because they got no choice. At the end of the day, it's a business, and it ain't bringing in money. So Disney's going to start to have to sell assets. Long and short of this, whether it be this year, if Lucas gets it back, or Apple, or someone else buys it, Amazon, or whatever, Netflix, whoever ends up with it, and whenever that happens, I mean, short of a miracle and things just like turn around and Disney, but it's not going to happen. They're way too much into debt. Everything's still shut down with the pandemic. There's no theaters. There's no hotels. There's no parks. Everything is done. All the avenues of revenue have been shut off for Disney. All they have, and they themselves admit it, all we have is Disney Plus. We've put all of our resources into Disney Plus. They have abandoned everything else, which is funny that they're even talking about movies. So my point here is that they're only going to be able to hold on for so much longer. Disney has not recouped their money for buying Star Wars. I know there's people out here that have the delusion that they made billions of dollars on the films. No, they did not make billions. The box office made billions of dollars. That's not what Disney takes home. Hello? Hello? McFly? Hello? Bueller? It's not how it works. Disney didn't make billions of dollars on Star Wars. They did make their money back on Marvel. They have made money back on other stuff. There are two things that are hanging over their head that they have not paid off. Fox and Lucasfilm, Star Wars. They're not going to get rid of Fox because there's way too much in that catalog and they owe tons of money anyways. But Star Wars, they'll move it for a few billion. It's been nothing but a headache. They haven't made their money back. They're in debt. They're all but bankrupt. So I'm really confident that, some miracle happens, they're going to be selling Lucasfilm. So the long and short here of what I'm saying, old Star Wars nerd, is never say never. Are we going to have Star Wars under Disney's reign? No, I agree with you. That's never going to happen. Sorry. They can make 18 more Lukes and the whole show and all that. You're fooling yourself if you think that Star Wars is going to come back under the mouse. But never say never. They probably will have to sell it, and maybe the next person that buys it will actually love Star Wars. And even if they don't truly in their heart love it or understand it, at least they'll be smart enough to say, hey, I got to find the people that do understand this shit, and we need to respect it, because I can see obviously that the fans don't fuck around with Star Wars, and I'm not going to take a $4 billion loss. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure this shit is done proper. Okay, so never say never. It might be 5, 10 years, maybe 20, but Disney's never going to be able to hold on to it at this rate, not making a mess of it and everybody pissed off. And, they're going to get their little high of the month where everybody's on Luke. But soon enough, even all the people that are like, oh, Luke, and say it's saved, you're all going to come back to reality soon enough. Give it a couple weeks and you're all new year, 2021, and you're going to start refocusing and thinking about work and life and Biden and the lockdowns and the pandemic and the vaccine. And then your vision's going to come back and you're going to say, ah, shit. It's still Jake Skywalker. It's still Disney Star Wars. Ain't nothing different. Ain't nothing saved. Reality's going to sink. And soon enough. So. The other canons, here we go, weren't considered canon, though. S canon is for silly canon, if I'm not mistaken. Like Lego or Tales. I can show video of Lucas saying EU handles the story of Anakin's grandchildren. Yes, just because there's stories that continue his stories and can fill in the gaps of what could be, that's not him saying this is canon. He's just saying, I'm not going to make those movies, so you can use those books to fill in the story. Again, Lucas didn't not like the EU. He didn't have a problem. He ultimately had to say, okay, yes, you can make the EU. I will show you the quote, where in the beginning it was like, I don't know. Star Wars is my story. And then another author, and right now I can't remember who it was, but someone in Lucasfilm came to him and said, and I said it earlier, but I'll repeat it, that, hey, Star Trek has the show, but then there's these other stories. And they don't conflict. They kind of, fill in the gaps and help enrich the story, and it's like a parallel universe. And then Lucas like, okay, well, if you look at it that way, that it's not official, but that it's, part of the family, part of the universe, and helps enriching the story, okay, that's fine. As long as there's a strict distinction that my movies are the canon. The problem, again, is the EU people get hung up on trying to prove that it was canon, that you start trying to twist things. And just because those stories handle Anakin's children or grandchildren doesn't mean he was saying that that's canon and absolute. He's just saying, okay, well, I'm not going to do that story, so there you go. You can go by that. That's what he was saying, dude, because it does not say anywhere that, yeah, that story's canon. That's what really happens with Anakin's story. Because I got news for you. If you watch my live stream covering his sequel treatments, it ain't about Anakin's grandchildren. It's, well, yes and no. The overall arc was the prequels are the parents, the OT was the children, and then the sequels are the grandchildren. Okay? It's about a family and all that. So it is to some extent. But again, if he makes the movies, that's going to retcon those books, right? And you think that Lucas was going to make the movies directly based on those books? No, because he already had, before the EU existed, he had that story. Again, when you think this stuff through, if you just look at a quote or some YouTube channel's opinion, or you look at what Lucasfilm says, or you look at just one article, then you start to build things in your mind and you think, well, but it says here. But when you know all the stuff and you start to connect the dots, you see that no, that's not how it works. There are inconsistencies in old canon too. Absolutely, no argument. Even in the original trilogy, when Leia talks Luke, she remembers Padme. Right, beautiful but sad, which as we know, is impossible since Padme died giving birth. Yes and no. I always interpreted that as that she was, and I can't remember her specific name, but Bale's wife. She wasn't talking about Padme. She was talking about the mother that she knew Bail Organa's wife. That's how I always took that. And I know that most people say, well, but yeah, she was talking about Leia. I never took it that way. Luke says, do you remember your mother? And she said, yeah, she was beautiful, this and that. Obviously, as a baby, you're not going to remember your mother. So I always took it as she has memories of Mama Organa. Right now, I cannot remember her name, but Mama Organa, and that's what she's going off of. I didn't write Star Wars. I don't know George Lucas personally. Maybe he did intend Padme. And that's just a mistake. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that that's how I saw it, and it never was an issue with me because I always took it as who she was raised by. Remember something, guys. This is a life lesson. Your family is not blood. It has nothing to do with your mom or your blood or your cousin, or that's not your family. Your family are the people that you love and that love you back. Because often your family are the worst people in your life that will do the most hurt and damage and lies and cheating and stealing is your direct blood. Family is never blood. That's not what the definition of family is. Family is the people that you are closest to, that are entwined and knitted into your life and that you trust and love and are who you consider family. I have a lot of family that have nothing to do with my blood or my genes. I have second moms and I have brothers and sisters that have nothing to do with my family. Right? Genetics. Because your own family often does not treat you like family. They're just people. They're there because by default, by trade, right? Because we're the same, born in the same house, we're family. But that's not family. Family is those that you love and that love you back. So the point here is I never looked at it as her being literal talking about Padme. Even before we knew who Padme was, I always took it as the people that raised her, the Organas. She doesn't know her father either, right? She knows Bail. And she is very much Bail Organa too, by the way. Just saying. And again, I could be wrong on that one. That's just how I felt. That one I'm not arguing. I can't say for sure. I don't have a quote. I don't know for sure. Lucas could write now and say, "No, dude, you're wrong. It was I messed up. It was Padme." I'm just saying how I took it, how I always felt about it. It was never really an issue to me because I always took it as who she knows, who brought her up, who her family is, not her blood, her family. Ewoks spelling. Ewoks are spelled E-W-O-K-S. I just put it in the chat. I love the Ewoks. I'm not sure why you brought them up. Again, sorry, I'm all out of sync with you, but I love the Ewoks. I know most people are like, ew, Ewoks are stupid. He ruined Star Wars. I love the Ewoks. I don't know what. Again, I don't know. I don't know. There's people that are like, I love Star Wars, and yet they complain about everything that Lucas did. And I'm like, are you sure you love Star Wars? Or did you just like the lightsabers and some ships? Because to love Star Wars means you love all the stuff that Lucas did. Maybe not 100% every detail. It's okay if you don't like every little piece of it. But I mean, when you're getting like pissed off about how Anakin was, or that there's Ewoks, or dude, it's Lucas's story. It's not you liking Ewoks. That's what it was. And if you hate the Ewoks, then maybe you don't really love Star Wars. They don't have to be your favorite. I don't love Jar Jar. But man, people are like, he's so stupid. I hate him. He ruined Star Wars. I don't know that you really love Star Wars then. I'm not saying you got to buy his action figure and have his poster and be like, Jar Jar fan club. But if you really have a hate for Jar Jar, are you sure you love Star Wars? I don't know. Can you show video or audio of Lucas saying the EU isn't canon? Yes, I can, and I will. No worries. Fans are pissed off canon as a legal manner. Okay, so I get, okay. Again, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking you're saying you're in Japan and that there's an issue here as far as what's canon. Now, see, this is another problem with canon, is this creates licensing and legality issues, because now if this is canon or if it's not, could have ramifications. And I know that might sound silly, and I don't want to get too far into it, but what's the official story? So then if it's official, then what's officially licensed? You see, then this starts going into books and toys and games. It starts to complicate things. This is another reason of why the canon was never, or the EU was never official canon, because now it starts to create all these other problems. Whereas when just the movies are canon, only Lucas is responsible. Only Lucas is the one that can make a mistake, and that's the only thing he has to tackle. When you start going off onto all these other stories, you start to make a mess. You start to make problems. And I want to stress it again. I love the EU. I'm all for the EU. If I own Lucasfilm right now, I'm reinstating the EU, one of the first things I do. But that doesn't mean that it was official canon. Sorry. Then and by the way, I would not only instate it, but I would do my best to bring all those stories to live action, okay, and make them canon. I want to stress that. I want Thrawn. I want Mara Jade. I want Shizor. I want Asherad Het. I want Cade. And please do not misunderstand. I'm all for that stuff. If I had the power to do so, I'm bringing that stuff to life. But that doesn't change the fact that Lucas said it's not canon. Then trying to switch it to a drug war. I'm getting really bad feelings about some of this. Jeez, I wish I knew more, understood more about what's going on there, because it sounds really interesting. But hey, I still love Star Wars, as do I. Star Wars for me is the Old Republic games, the first 6 movies, Clone Wars, Rebels, then the EU for a large part. Rebels I can't stand. That's absolutely not Star Wars to me or canon. Clone Wars, I could do without it. It breaks canon, and there's episodes I like. There's things I like about the Clone Wars. Not that I hate it, but honestly, I'd rather have Genndy Tartakovsky's Clone Wars. And maybe that's what you meant, but the movies, the Old Republic, yeah. So the games too. They also cause some problems, like the Grey Jedi. There are no Grey Jedi, guys. Doesn't exist. Both from Lucas and Rinzler. There's no such thing as Grey Jedi. Pretty sure Filoni talked about it as well. There's no Grey Jedi, and that's a problem. This is again problems with the EU, because the EU starts to make shit up and say, well, there's Grey Jedi, but Lucas never said that. Lucas never acknowledged or said there's Grey Jedi. So now you got people, because you read it in a book, you want to insist it's canon, and the Grey Jedi are a thing. Meanwhile, Lucas is like, no, light and dark. There is no gray. There's even an interview the day when he sold Lucasfilm, and you got Kathleen saying, well, you know, he's my Yoda, and we're going to respect the story and all that. She's trying to explain Star Wars, and then he has to interrupt her and explain Star Wars. I know most of you have seen this, okay? And she's trying to explain good and bad and all that. And he's like, no. Look, you're a bad person, you're selfish, or you're a good person. Light and dark. There's no gray or kind of or in between, or I'm a Jedi, but I'm not, Ahsoka. No. Dark, light. You are selfish, or you are not. And he has said that not only in direct Star Wars stuff, but also in other stuff, like when he's giving speeches about filmmaking or life or stuff like that, because Lucas has done a lot of other interviews and speeches and stuff that aren't directly Star Wars. And he talks about the same things, how there's people that are selfish and evil, and then people that are caring and unselfish. And that's what Star Wars is, not a gray area. That's the problem with the EU and the Disney and all this extra 10 shows, is you create all this gray area. When Star Wars was very clean, light and dark. Vader and Luke. It's not complicated. Star Wars is the easiest, simplest story in the world. And that's part of what the charm was and what made it so beautiful, and in ways complex because of its simplicity. He wants his stories to be about hope. Yes, absolutely. He was all for Spaceballs as long as they didn't sell merch. Yes, exactly. And that's why they say merchandising. You see what I'm saying? How they respected it so much and loved it so much that they directly made jokes about the stuff That's true genius. That's true respect for the franchise. When you can joke in the way that is in reality honoring what you're making fun of. Whereas Filoni and Disney is so stupid about what Star Wars is they think they're honoring it and doing it the right thing, and yet they're really doing it all wrong. They're literally spitting and stepping all over Star Wars. And the sad part is they don't even get it that they are. Like, they maybe think they have some accomplishment because they put Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian. Whereas a 7-year-old would have told you from back in 2012, oh, so you're going to make a movie about Luke Skywalker, right? I mean, you're welcome. Heart back. See if I can make a... I don't usually do that, so there you go. There's my version for you back. And by the way, I want to see something just a moment, because I should be able to see if I can do this. Wow. Nice. All right, what do you got? I'm sorry, but that's not true. And you can't prove that the EU wasn't... Yes, I can. I absolutely can. Wasn't kind of when that isn't true. Not trolling or being a dick here, but the no, it's not. Sorry, buddy, it's not. Still, and can... No, absolutely not. I don't have just one piece of proof. I have a whole folder of proof. Sorry, it's not. People found out why Spaceballs was made as who's their age. Yes. Okay, show me the proof. I have 100 videos proving that, but outside of that, I literally have a folder that show you that it's absolutely was never canon. Absolutely not. And I'm very tempted to open the folder and pull out the quotes, but then it's gonna like totally distract from the hanging out and the conversation. I just don't really want to get into it and read quotes and all that. But I'll make a video or I'll do a stream just for that, and I'll prove it to you. I have no problem. On the commentary Return of the Jedi that he almost did the scene of Fett, you're right, to line up with the EU, but ran out of money. You'll have to prove that. You'll have to show that, because no, that's not what happened. He killed Boba Fett. After he killed off Boba Fett, and after Jedi was finished, and everybody was like, oh my God, no. Then he was like, oh, I didn't realize people were going to be that upset about it. Because if I had known that people would have been so upset about Boba Fett, then I would not have killed him that way. I would have given him a very glorious death, if at all. And that's why, by the way, Boba Fett is the clones. Because that was his way of saying, I fucked up, I'm sorry. So now, you're not just going to get Boba Fett. You're going to get 1.2 million Boba Fetts. What you said here is totally incorrect. I'm sorry. You're getting confused. You're remembering some other thing. No. He didn't even realize that till after Return of the Jedi was out, and then he realized, oh shit, everybody liked Boba Fett. I shouldn't have done that. So there is no budget, or he was going to EU. In fact, your own statement contradicts itself. He also commentary Return of the Jedi that he almost did the scene of Fett getting out of the Sarlacc to line up with the EU. Okay, the EU books about Boba Fett didn't come out till after the Return of the Jedi. So how is he going to line up Boba Fett coming out of the Sarlacc pit when those stories didn't even exist yet? It's like I say so many times. When you read a quote, when you look at one thing, and then people come out here and start making videos like, oh, well, this is what happened. You make yourselves look foolish, because I don't look at one thing. I look at 20 things so that I can back up everything that I say. You yourself contradicted yourself in this statement because the EU stuff about Boba Fett didn't exist till much later after Return of the Jedi. So obviously, he wasn't planning to bring him out and didn't have the budget. And by the way, by the time Return of the Jedi came out, he had plenty of money, baby. Because those movies made a shit ton of money. And by the way, for anybody who thinks Disney made money, Star Wars cost $11 million. If you do the, what's it called? You adjust for inflation, the original Star Wars made over $3 billion. So it made more than The Force Awakens. In 1977, without cell phones, without internet, without all this extra shit that you got today. Okay? But it's like I say, people see one thing, get it in their head that, oh, he didn't say that. And meanwhile, I checked other 20 facts to corroborate or destroy that. And that's why I know what I'm talking about. And you yourself contradict yourself because he couldn't have made him escaping from the pit because that didn't even come out in the EU till years later. It wasn't even an issue. So when you think, when you're calm and level-headed and you think, and you don't just think like Filoni does, like just this episode, when you think about the entire universe and by me bringing in Ahsoka, what does that do to the entire past of Star Wars? And then how does that affect the future of Star Wars? Then you realize, oh shit, I can't bring in Ahsoka. But because Filoni is like this all the time when he makes Star Wars, he just does whatever the fuck he wants because he's not thinking about or worrying about how it affects the past, what was pre-established, or how it's going to fuck up the future. All he's thinking about is right now, how can I be clever? I'm not saying that he said he was dead. All I'm saying is that he sent him to death and that afterwards he was like, oh shit, if I knew that people were going to care about Boba Fett that much, I wouldn't have killed him, or I would have gave him, and specifically what he says, I would have gave him a much more glorious death. So he did say that he was dead, but then later said, well, you know, maybe he's not. But then because he wasn't planning on doing the other movies, and even if he did, they would be years later, he said, okay, the way that I'm going to make it up to you guys and fix the Boba Fett thing, because he's so important to so many people, like me, to me, he's the best character, period, of anything. Boba fucking Fett. He went and made him Jango and Boba and all the clones. And for everybody that likes Rebels and clones and the cartoons and the figures and all that, remember that all of that, you like Mandalorians? Well, guess what? Boba fucking Fett. That's why you have that stuff. Which is him allowing EU to be canon. No, you're confused, dude. Mm-mm. Absolutely not. He killed him. He said he acknowledged that he killed him and that he regretted it because everybody loved him. And later he said, well, you know, maybe he's not dead. He never said he's for sure not dead, or I made a story that he's not dead. And then he said, well, you know, in the EU, there's people that have given him ways where he may have lived. And then again, we're going to talk about the EU problems because I have read most of the EU and all the bounty hunter shit. I read every last one of them. Jango, Dengar, Zuckus, IG. I read all that shit. And guess what? I can tell you right now 3 versions of how Boba Fett came out of the pit. And that's not canon. Canon is not, well, maybe this way or that way. No, canon is he specifically, this one way, got out of the pit. Whereas one way, he flew out, which doesn't really match because the jetpack was fucked up. Another way is he climbed his way out. Another way is he crawled out. One of the ways is his suit was shredded. He's laying there in the sand, pretty much dead. Someone comes and saves him and takes him back to his like hut, cave, whatever, and it ends up being Dengar. But in other stories, Dengar is like his mortal enemy and they compete against each other. But yet in this story, he saves Boba Fett, heals him, brings him back to life, feeds him, gets him strong again, and had saved his armor. And then Boba Fett's back, thanks to Dengar. But the other 2 stories contradict that. One of the stories is the Jawas get his armor. So you see how it can't be canon because you've got 3 stories contradicting themselves. And that's not how history works, brother. History is one definitive fact. Yesterday, there's a fact that in, what was it, Indiana, a bomb went off and blew up a whole bunch of shit. There's no around that. It didn't like maybe this way or that way. A bomb went off and it is a fact. The details of that, well, we're finding out, and we'll find out later if it was terrorist or a lunatic or whatever. But the fact of the matter remains that yesterday a bomb went off in fucking Indiana. I think it was Indiana, right? Or Indianapolis. I don't remember, but whatever. It's a fact. And that's what history is. That's what canon is. It's not flexible. It's not, well, there's maybe this branch or if maybe this way. Once you start having more than one branch, you've broken your own argument. It's not how canon works. Canon is one definitive timeline, not maybe, possibly, might be. That's not how it works. And that's why the Disney stuff doesn't work and it's not canon, because the second you're going against and changing and breaking what is already established, you decanonize yourself. I've said this many times on this channel. Disney decanonized themselves from day one. They didn't even make it through the first year. The first things they made, they decanonized themselves. So again, read your statement carefully and you're going to see that, no, that's incorrect. Staying in opinion, that is, show me. I will show you the country. Lucas did not ever say that. He did, in fact, say, I regret killing him because I didn't realize that everybody was going to care about Boba Fett so much. I didn't realize he was going to be that popular. Because when he died, everybody was like, what? How could Boba Fett die like that? But then again, I don't know how old you are. I don't think you were even maybe alive at that time. That's the thing you're forgetting, dude. I was there at the premieres of these movies. I was talking to the people. I was reading the Star Log. I knew what was going on. I'm not like 20 years later reading some old article trying to figure it out. I was there. I saw the lines that went for blocks. Not out the door, not one block, blocks. Like you could drive for a couple minutes. That's how long the lines were. And his actions, he wouldn't have a canon hierarchy if it weren't true. But no, that absolutely not. He had to have a canon hierarchy because people kept getting confused as to what is canon. So then he had to distinguish them. This is my canon, the real canon. Everything else had other levels of canon. And by the way, he didn't do that. Leland Chi did, which I also have the proof of. Leland Chi was tasked, brought in to organize the shit because of this very problem. Everybody arguing, but this is canon, but this is not. But why is this and why is that? Well, so then Lucas was like, okay, look, get all the shit and organize it, and we're going to make levels of it because it's becoming out of hand. I don't want to take the shit away. I don't want to deny people. I don't want to, these beautiful stories and games, but we have to also organize it so that people understand that the real canon is my movies and that everything else is supplements. That's why your argument is working against you. It wasn't in levels because it's canon. It was in levels to show you that what is the true canon and to separate everything else from it. You're misinterpreting. He would have said his films are canon. He did say that. He literally says that in several quotes. Yes, he did, dude. I'm sorry. He did. No. He did say there were levels of canon, but he also, I have several quotes, just like old Star Wars nerd showed you. The only true canon is my movies. He did say that several times, several places, over several years. Not even like 1 year he said that. I mean, like over the years, he said it time and again, that the canon is my movies. Sorry, dude, you're not going to win this one. Thank God I'm under 50, lol. Well, I am too. Look up this Stephen Colbert interview. Right, okay. I know exactly what you're talking about. He says that the books. Okay, see, again, you're misunderstanding. George Lucas sold Star Wars, and in the very beginning, he was a consultant. He gave them treatments, and he was a consultant. Right away, they turned around and said, I'm not going to use your stuff. And he's like, huh? And then they started not asking him to consult anymore. And then, and I'll show you the interview where it comes out of his mouth, and he says, well, I was getting in the way, and they didn't like that. And I was just going to get in the way anyway, so I decided, well, I'm just going to walk away. So very quickly, after he sold it, like within a year, 6 months, a year, he stepped away. And that's where the last time he was at all involved, this is another thing people get confused with. Not since like 2012 has George Lucas had anything to do with Star Wars. Okay? He stepped away. So that at first, he gave them plans and was going to be involved in Force Awakens, but they quickly showed him he's not. He stepped away. And then there's that interview that you're talking about. I know exactly the interview. And they're referring to, well, how were you involved? What's going on? He said, well, no, they decided they're going to do their own thing. So, I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea. I know the exact interview, dude. Literally, I know I have the file. He says, I stepped away because I don't know what they're doing. It's a surprise. I saw on CBS this morning. I saw some trailer. That's literally what he says. And then he said, because Colbert then says, well, weren't you going to do the story or whatever? And he said, well, it's about generations, about the parents, the children, and the grandchildren. It doesn't say Anakin's. He says parents, the children, and the grandchildren. And that's all that he says, that, the books cover some of that stuff, talk about it. He doesn't say, well, the absolute canon was, and the books and the EU, this is what really happened. No. He just says, well, I'm not doing it anymore. And, if you guys want to know, like, what's kind of the story or what you could consider official, it's not the Disney shit that they're going to do without me. That if you want, there's the EU books, which, by the way, I get money from. There's the EU books, and you can get the at least somewhat real story. But never, ever does George say, that was my story, I wrote it, I approved it, that's what I was going to do. No, dude, go watch my stream. I very clearly prove it, that it was about the Wills and the midichlorians. And the book talks about Talon and Maul. It has nothing to do with him saying, well, this was canon and it was about Anakin's grandchildren. No, you're getting confused. I know the exact interview that you're talking about. Go back and watch it carefully and listen to what he says, because you're getting confused. You're taking for granted his words and turning them into something else. That's not what he says. And I believe you're in Puerto Rico, and I have family, not direct family, but family, indirect families from Puerto Rico. So I know that English is pretty much the same secondary language, so it shouldn't be a language barrier for you. But you're misinterpreting. I know the exact quote. I know the exact interview with Stephen Colbert. I know exactly what you're talking about. And he does not say what you're claiming he said. Yes, I know it. Exactly. Stephen Colbert. 3 writers. If Lucas said something in the 70s or 80s about canon, no, dude, it wasn't. Again, I have several quotes from over the years. The most recent one is like 2010 or 12. I mean, 2009, maybe the earliest. I'm not talking about something from the 80s. We're talking about all through his life. I have several quotes from all over the years, from different places and different sources, legitimate sources, where he says the EU is not canon. No matter how much you want it to be, sorry, he said it's not. And it's not something he said in 1962. Sorry, it's not the case. And no, the EU was not established in the 90s, and here's where you're failing again. The EU started with Splinter of the Mind's Eye. That was the 70s, buddy. Sector 1. I'm not lying or making up or stating an opinion. I'm not saying the EU is canon because I like it. There's plenty of EU that I don't like, but no, sorry, it's not. You don't get to say what Lucas meant. Only Lucas gets to say that. And I and others have the proof that that's not the case. Must be nice to be put in charge after the fact. Yes. I was 7 in 1977, born October of 1969. Halloween child. Man, is that from way back then when you're saying the ages? Jeez, am I that far behind? Filoni career is Ahsoka. He has to use her. Yes. Well, it is his career. By the way, in the gallery, he has the nerve to say, well, you know, George and I created Ahsoka. No. Liar. George Lucas, before creating the Clone Wars, he created Ashla, not Filoni. In fact, he brought in Filoni for the Clone Wars. He already had established he was going to make the Clone Wars and had some basic ideas. And one of them was Ashla. Ashla was created for his teenage daughters to have a Jedi that they could relate to. That is where Ahsoka comes from. He brought in Filoni and he said, here's a project I'm working on. I want you to develop this character. So then the name Ahsoka came. And yes, Filoni penned a lot of her original art, and he was part of baking her and all that. I'm not arguing that. But what I'm telling you is Ashla existed before Filoni. That is George Lucas. Ahsoka is Filoni's little, masturbation project. Right. I usually am when it comes to Star Wars. That I can promise you. I'm not always right. I don't know everything. I don't pretend to know everything. But if you want to talk Star Wars, you better know what the hell you're talking about. Because I sure do. Hear the supposed audio of him saying that. And how accurate. Come on. Well, okay, dude. If you're questioning Star Logs, then you're not even old enough to know what you're talking about. I know, old Star Wars nerd, if you just read this or you read it earlier, you're like, oh my God. Seriously? How do I verify that they got the quote right? Said Filoni, he's proven he's not best at understanding Lucas, Star Wars. Yeah, Filoni's a hacker. Filoni's an idiot. He doesn't know a damn thing about Star Wars. He knows Star Wars trivia. Filoni does not understand actual Star Wars, the actual core, meaning, value. He does not understand. He could tell you the name of some droid on some off-world planet, but knowing trivia doesn't mean you understand Star Wars. It means you know little trivial things about Star Wars. There's a difference. Again, I have plenty of proof, and I will be happy to prove it to you. Others my age right now are shaking their head at you, dude, because Starlog, really? Spend a day tomorrow, do a Google search for Starlog, and you educate yourself on what Starlog is before you question is Starlog accurate or because before there was internet and phones and all this stuff, the only way of knowing canon or what was even going on in science fiction at all was Starlog. And Starlog wasn't like media wasn't like it is today, where like CNN just makes shit up. That's not how that worked. Starlog like actually was a very highly regarded and didn't like hear a story from someone. They actually interviewed the people, okay, with direct quotes from William Shatner and George Lucas and, horror films and science fiction and Arthur C. Clarke. And that was Starlog. Real shit, not, Collider that saw that we got this covered, stated a rumor, and then they go off and make a story and write the whole thing. And no, that's not how things worked back then. Back then, you had to have sources, you had to know what you were talking about, things were verified, and they actually met with the people. It wasn't that they got the quote from somebody else. They got the quote from the actual people. So do yourself a favor. Tomorrow or later, start doing some research on Starlog. Spend at least 1 hour, but spend a day and study what Starlog is. Just watched the Dark Empire audio drama. It was actually pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool story. I like it a lot, actually. But it just causes problems because now Palpatine could be cloning himself, and it just makes all these problems. And the thing is, you can't clone Force users. This is something that Disney doesn't understand. You can't clone Force users. If you could, Palpatine would have had 10,000 Darth Mauls terrorizing the universe now, wouldn't he? But again, Dave Filoni is like this. Dave Filoni doesn't think about, well, wait a minute, I got this whole story. Maybe if I just watch the movies again, I'll remember. And he's also not thinking forward, like, well, if I do this, what's going to happen? This is Dave Filoni when he makes Star Wars. Every episode, everything he's done with Star Wars, he's like this, looking like this. He's not looking back. He's not looking forward. He doesn't have any clue of anything else or worrying about it. He's just like, I want to make a show about Ahsoka, so this is all that matters. And the problem is you can't make Snoke. Palpatine couldn't be cloning Snokes because Snokes are Force users. And if you could clone Snokes, then why didn't he have an army of 100,000 Snokes? You see how quickly the Disney stuff falls apart? Because Lucas established a long time ago, you can't clone Force users, dude. It's not how it works. So as awesome as Dark Empire is not to say, I love that story. I think it's awesome. Luke is very powerful. He turns to the dark side to try to trick Palpatine, but then he actually turns dark, but then he finds his way back. I know the story well. It's very cool. I have no problem with it. But it causes problems in the canon. And to me, I don't care if Disney made it, Lucas made it, whoever made it. If you break canon, I cannot accept it. I'm sorry. So that goes for the EU too. Most of the EU is fine, no problem. But there's some stories in the EU that do break canon. Or, like I said, Boba Fett, I can tell you at least 3, if not more, ways that he came out of the Sarlacc pit. So then there's a problem because there's not 3 ways he got out of the pit. Either he didn't get out of the pit or there's the one way that he did. Understand? So the second you've got more than one explanation, there's a problem. And it's the same thing with stuff like Dark Empire. I think it's fantastic, but it causes canon issues. It causes problems. Because if Palpatine could truly clone himself, then all this time he would have been perpetuating. You see, he would have had more of him, and he would have been in 5 different places, not just manipulating the Senate, but he would have been here and there and here and tricking people and doing all kinds of elusive things, appearing as if he's in power all over the place. He would never die because he would just keep, as in the book, he kept jumping, right, from body to body. And then that starts to cause problems because now there's no stakes. You can't kill the bad guy because he just keeps jumping. And that was the point. And Jedi, he's dead, dude. We see him. He's blown up. Game over. Conversation's over. But Disney's like, oh, well, but, you know, at the last minute, he used the Force, and he jumped his essence, you know, to Exegol, which is like all the way across the galaxy, not even like next door, like all the way across the galaxy into the Forbidden region, you know, and got into a clone body. And then, oh, by the way, I'll transfer myself into you, Rey, and you'll become the whole thing's so stupid. And that's why that book is a problem, is because you open now this can, just like Ahsoka. You've opened the can of, it's not just that she breaks the OT. Now you've opened this can of all this other shit. And now they're going to further open that can because they're going to go into the War of the Worlds. And that's going to cause all kinds of fucking problems. Filoni's word is, you don't got to tell me. I'm the first one to tell you Filoni's full of shit. Lucas said Ahsoka's dead. Filoni insists that she's not. You don't got to tell me. I'd need audio, video. Crossover issues due to marketing and people got jealous. Yeah. The proof isn't there. You have unverifiable quotes. Okay, well, if you say that, if you say so. Mad. I'm not sure what you're mad about, but okay. By the way, this is really foolish. Don't do that because you don't know what I know. And I do have absolutely verifiable quotes. Not to mention someone else showed you. Because I will show you the source like I do for everything. I don't just come up here and talk shit like every other channel does. If I tell you that this was said, it's because I have the source. It's just in this particular case, in this stream, the intention was not to do that. I just want to hang out and talk with you guys. So in the next stream, or I'll make a video, whatever, I will show you the sources. But if you go back and watch all my videos, you're going to see I show you the sources. Look in the description of my videos. You're going to see the links are there to the sources on every one of my videos. So really, nobody can really argue anything that I've done because I show you the proof. Whereas everybody else sees an article and is like, oh, well, this happened, and then they go make a whole video about it. They don't even know what the hell they're talking about. 85, okay. 30s, okay. Star Wars in 89, okay. Okay, and I've got you by over 10 years. So not only is 10 years quite significant, but the more important part is I was there in the beginning of Star Wars. You were not, so you don't even know what Starlog was. You don't even know the conversations that we had and the arguments and the debates and what Lucas said, and you weren't at the movie premiere, and you don't know about all the old posters and the books and the things that they used to give you when you would go to the theaters, and you don't know about the long lines, and you don't know about the people dressed up, and you don't know how people went to see the film over and over again 30 times. There's a lot of things you don't know because you weren't born when I was there. And that's not an insult. I'm not saying that you're any less. I'm just saying that you weren't there, dude. So there's stuff that you're unaware of, that you don't know. The Splinter of the Mind's Eye was the first EU book before you were born, not the 90s. Okay? So you need to go back and make sure you know what you're talking about. Because I promise you, I know what I'm talking about. Showing the article sources environment. Well, hey, I mean, that's up to you. It's at some point, you know, you can deny all you want, but it's there. Yeah, it would be good to see the video interview of that. Again, if it wasn't ever canon, Disney wouldn't have to call it Legends or say no. But okay, that's like saying, well, but then Disney knows what they're talking about and that all their stuff is straight. Come on, dude, you're contradicting yourself. Of course, Disney had to say that. Disney didn't do that because of continuity or because it was canon. Disney did that to say, forget the past. Kill it if you have to. Because Disney, here's something that some of you may not know or understand. George Lucas sold Star Wars for $4.05 billion. He also got millions of shares. So he actually sold it for much more than $4.05 billion. But as he literally has said with Charlie Rose, that's what Disney publicly says. That's what's on paper, that it was 4.05 cash. But in reality, Lucas got a lot more than you know for Star Wars. Because sometimes I used to think, man, that's all you sold it for? I literally have the figures that show the Star Wars was worth over $20 billion at the time he sold it. Now, George Lucas is many things, but he ain't stupid. So George Lucas got a lot more than the 4.05 that is public and on paper. Understand this. He got also millions upon millions of shares. I've even heard of rumors of billions of shares. Okay? So he probably got more closer to $10 billion for Star Wars. Disney's not going to tell you that. But that's a fact. Then, on top of that, he gets 25% royalties of anything they use. So, that is his stuff. So, this is why, in the beginning, Disney tried their best to make things different, to use other characters. They didn't want to use Luke, because if they made Luke the hero and they sell all these toys and it's all about Luke, then Lucas is getting 25% of all of it. So this is part of why Rey was invented, and Kylo, and all these shitty-ass new characters, Rose, because they need to get away from Lucas's stuff. If you use Boba Fett, you got to pay Lucas. If you make Mando, now it's Disney's creation, and you don't have to give him the cut. Understand? So this is a big reason of why Disney has been changing shit. It's not just the ignorance and the hate for Star Wars and the F you to the fans and all these other things. It's also strategically because if they go down the path of using all the original shit and respecting it, they got to pay Papa Georgie. And the mouse doesn't want to pay Papa Georgie because it already hurt the mouse that they had to pay all this money to get it, and now they got to respect it or they got to pay him. So what did they do? They said, we're going to just make some other shit so we don't got to pay Papa Georgie. So the big thing of making it Legends is not what you think. It's not because it was canon or they want to change things. It's because they don't want to pay Papa Georgie. If they left all that stuff as it was, then people are buying those books and then they're expecting movies and shows from that stuff, and they got to pay Papa Georgie. The mouse don't want to pay Papa Georgie, dude. I would too. No worries. How much video or audio do you have Lucas saying that he used canon, not quotes from articles, but verifiable quotes? There's not a whole lot of stuff on audio and video. I'm not saying that there is, but there is some stuff. And as far as quotes, there's tons. And those are verifiable. And if you're going to argue the Starlog isn't legitimate, well, then I'm sorry. You're lost, dude. It is what it is. Anyone my age will tell you that was absolutely the Bible. Lucas Ultra contradicts himself if you go by quotes alone. Yes and no. First of all, he doesn't contradict himself. He changes his mind. There's a difference there. Lucasfilm, Filoni, contradicts himself. There's a big difference between changing your mind over time and literally contradicting yourself. First, that's important. Second, he never contradicts himself as far as the EU being canon. You maybe are interpreting it, but I will show you the quotes and they all clearly state it's a parallel universe. It's not canon. It's a secondary canon. It's an expanded canon. It's an expanded universe, but it is not my stories. My movies are the canon, are the Bible. My RJ, no, it's not. This is not. He has said Luke does not get married. Jedis don't get married. She doesn't exist. Mara Jade is my favorite character, dude. I would love to say, yes, she is canon. I'm sorry, but she's not. It's okay if you don't want to go on about what I'm saying. I'm just sure about this. Well, I think you need to look back and double check yourself because you're getting confused. Took a look at these audio video quotes. You'll see they contradict what you're saying. Which ones? The Corbear? I have it. I can play it for you right now. I know exactly what he says. You, I think, need to go. Again, before you were born, we were talking about this. So you know that. He read all of it. He had to sign up. No, that's not correct. He signed off on some of it. He signed off on major decisions, like if Yoda could be in this story, or Yoda could die, or could Han, do this or that. But as far as him signing off on all of it, not only does Lucas say it, but several Lucasfilm employees say, dude, he was way too busy. He didn't have time to be reading all that stuff and looking at all that stuff and approving all that stuff. And furthermore, I don't know what you know of Lucasfilm, but it's not like Lucas just had like this open office and everybody just went in and out and talked to him and asked him. No. That's not how Lucasfilm worked, dude. Lucas was in his own thing, surrounded around very few people, and he would have people that you would have to go to get to him. Not because he's arrogant, but because he's so damn okay. You think you're busy? Imagine being the most famous filmmaker of all time. Do you understand the phone calls, the emails, the letters, the interviews, the questions that he would get daily, more than you would in your life in one day? And you think he had time to be reading all of Timothy Zahn's books and all these people's books and reading for line and okay, well, this is right and I approve of it? No, dude. Him and his employees both have confirmed that no, he did not do that. If it was a major plot point, Yes. And one of them that I've brought up several times is, can Yoda die? Because that was something in contention at one time. And he said, absolutely not. That was something he had to sign off on. But for you to think that he had to sign off on all of it, no, you're absolutely 10,000% incorrect. A lot of stories. Yeah, that's true. If you can accept Starlogs, which was the Bible for everyone, then Leland Chi saying that Lucas had to sign off. No, it's not. Because I will show you several quotes of Leland Chi. And in one quote, he's saying, well, he signed off on everything. And then in the next quote, he's like, well, actually, that's not true. He didn't have the time, and that's why he hired me. And there were several levels of canon. And he was never able to, nor was he interested in reading all that. You see, this is part of the problem when people do research. They do research and they find one quote, and they're like, oh, well, there's the proof. Whereas me, I want to see 10 other quotes that corroborate that. And that's the thing. If you go through, and I will also show you, because I have a list of Leland Chi quotes as well. And the one that contradicts himself in actuality is Leland Chi, not George Lucas. And this is the problem. You're going by what other people said Lucas said. I'm going by what came out of George's mouth. It's a difference. Leland Chi was a knucklehead, and he said all kinds of different things. I have all of his quotes, and I am very well aware that he said this, then he said this, then he said this, and then he said that. You're the one that's getting confused. You cannot go by Leland Chi saying, well, yeah, he signed off on everything, because I have other quotes of him saying, well, no, actually, he didn't. They fall in a gray secondary canon. Correct. And again, I will stress, they're very close. 1.5 right there behind secondary canon. But official Star Wars canon, EU is never canon. Sorry. The films only. Until the Clone Wars show came, and then he said, well, yes, I intend for that to be canon as well. Zahn had to get a lot of info on posts. I mean, yeah, he got info, and I'm sure he talked to him about a bunch of stuff. There's just no argument that he would give input to stuff. But at the end of the day, the book wasn't written by George Lucas or approved by George Lucas or forward by George Lucas. The book is a novel by Timothy Zahn. Timothy Zahn had the latitude to write those books. He had to fall with certain rules. And in fact, all the authors would tell you, George would give us guidelines, and then we'd go write our stories. George wasn't telling them how to create these stories. Contradicts himself too, though. Not when it comes to that canon. And again, contradict and change your mind is two different things. One thing is over time, your opinions, your thoughts, your ideas change. Another thing is directly contradicting yourself, which is what Filoni does. Like him saying, well, you know, when we created Maul's legs, and then Katie Lucas is sitting right next to him, is like, no, Dave, those legs came from the EU. We made those. And then he's like, oh yeah, well, you know, in the EU, that's contradicting when you're lying. Lucas never contradicted himself. Lucas would change things. Sure. And that's behind the scenes. That's none of your business. Your business is what's on the screen. That's the only thing you have any commentary on. It's not your business what Lucas did in his office or changed his mind. People get all upset. Well, but he said this and he changed this in the script. That's none of your goddamn business. All story writers change. Do you know how many times Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and all that shit changed? Seriously? Man, there's a lot of shit here. Jesus Christ. I have never had so many comments. I guess I'm stirring the beehive today. Where's your comment at? And I thought I was going to talk about Luke and the Mandalorian, but you keep going on with this EU nonsense. Dude, I'm so sorry. Please don't get angry when I prove you so terribly wrong, because I have the absolute proof. And you're going to be so sad when I show you how Lucas said, nope, that shit ain't canon, dude. It's like not even a question. And this is why I kind of stay away from the canon stuff or EU stuff, is because it opens this can of, but you know, it was canon and it was it. And no, actually it wasn't. And I love the EU. I want to support it. I would bring it back. But at the end of the day, you can only support it so far because it's not canon. Damn it, now I lost this. Okay, it looks like the chat is so far. You guys have put so many comments, I can't even get back to. All right, well, I'll just pick up where I'm at because it's like I'm so far back. He said, aren't beholden to the EU. Yeah, because the films are the canon. Everything is beholden to the films. Same as saying, no, that is exactly what that is, dude. You're not understanding Lucas's words. He's not beholden to the EU because the canon is the movies. That's where you're getting confused. You're assuming that by him saying not being beholden, that that's not saying that. No, that's exactly what he's saying. That the Bible is the movies. So then everything else is. Do you understand the name expanded universe? Not official universe, not the universe, not the timeline. Expanded, extra stuff. He's literally saying it there, not beholden to the EU because the movies are what's canon. That is what Star Wars is beholden to. Everything else is extra. It's hearsay. But it is budget, can happen all at once. Yeah, again, I'm not sure which part you're talking about, but yes. On the EU, had force sensitives that are neither Jedi or Sith, which no, absolutely not. No. Again, you're wanting to interpret it that way, and that's not what he says. He very clearly says, there's light, there's dark. There is no gray. That's EU. That's the old Republic doing that. That's not George Lucas. And by the way, being neutral isn't the same as being gray. Gray is the color black and the color white. You mix them, it makes gray. That's different from being just blank, neutral. Because just because you're a force user doesn't mean you're fighting with lightsabers, or you could be a doctor, you could be a scientist, you could be a farmer, you could do all kinds of things and have some affinity for the force, but that doesn't mean that you're on a particular good or bad path. You're just a person with some force sensitivity, but that doesn't make you gray. Gray is specifically the color black, the color white, and you mix them. It's different. It's not the same as just being neutral. CISS stop crossover. Force sensitives beyond the Jedi and Sith, yes. Wills are basically great. No. Incorrect. Dude, you are so wrong. The wills are the force, dude. The wills are not Jedi or gray, or the wills are literally the force. And the way that the force travels is the vehicles of how the force travels through force users is the midichlorians. And again, you need to go watch my stream because I totally explain, break down, and prove from Lucas's mouth what the Wills are, what midichlorians are, and how it works. You have been watching. This again is the problem with the EU. It starts to get your head all fucked up. It starts making you believe some other shit. There are no great Jedi, dude. And the Wills are the Force, dude. It's not a being or something else. The Wills are literally the Force. And the way that they transmit and go through people and affect people is the midichlorians. I literally did a 5-hour stream on this. This is the problem with the EU. It starts to fill your head with nonsense. Because you got people that don't understand the Force or what the Wills are speculating, so then they write a story of how it might work and blah, blah, blah. And this is why the EU was never canon. Because then it starts to cause problems of people thinking their interpretation of how something works. But only Lucas knows how it works. And Lucas very clearly explains the Wills and the midichlorians. Maybe you don't know this. Maybe you are unaware of this. But I literally did a 5-hour stream that proves and shows exactly what all of that is. And by the way, the Wills and the midichlorians are from the 70s. That's not even something new. Before the movies came out, there are references to the Wills and the midichlorians. Four, 5, and 6, point of consciousness. I don't recognize your name, so thanks for being here. 4, 5, and 6 were great. 1, 2, and 3 were okay, but Jar Jar went a little far down the Muppets route. The sequels are absolutely terrible. Didn't do the animated stuff, but the Mando is just okay. I'm 46 though. Listen, I'm not a fan of Jar Jar. I don't try to justify or defend him. He's goofy and all that. But one, I don't have this huge problem. Like some people are like, oh my God, Star Wars is destroyed because of Jar Jar. I just think that's so silly. Seriously. And second, Jar Jar is one of the most important characters in all of Star Wars, and half of you don't even understand or realize that. Jar Jar is the one that finds the Jedi and takes them to Padme. Jar Jar is the one that helps organize the new battle and helps take out half of the freaking battle droids. Jar Jar is the one that grants the Chancellor emergency powers. There's also speculation that Jar Jar is the Darth Lord of the Sith. Again, I'm not trying to justify or defend Jar Jar. He's goofy and all that. But Lucas was not dumb, guys. The Ewoks are on purpose. Jar Jar is on purpose. Not because Lucas doesn't understand or he doesn't care. Lucas is trying to show you that the nerdiest, silliest, goofiest, clumsiest, most ridiculous, even if you hate him and he's stepping in dog doo and getting his hand stuck in the vent and all the stuff that he does, that he's important, that he's significant, that the most weirdest, awkwardest, insignificant being can be so important and have an effect on your life, and not just that, the entire galaxy. That's what Lucas was showing you. Ewoks aren't some stupid teddy bears that he didn't have any time to think of anything, so he made up teddy bears. He's showing you that little bears, primitive, without technology or weaponry, that have huge hearts and that understand their native land and that band together and work with the rebels, could take out the Empire. That's what Lucas is showing you. And it breaks my heart that people don't understand this shit. It's so simple. Ewoks don't have to be your favorite, neither Jar Jar. But when you're getting angry about Jar Jar Binks, I question your knowledge of Star Wars, dude. I'm sorry. Because Lucas is purposely showing you that something that seems dorky is important. And as so many people claim to be super nerds and super geeks, and I love Star Wars and I'm a nerd, well, then you of all people should appreciate Jar Jar Binks. And yet, so many of you get upset about it. I don't understand that. When Lucas is clearly showing you that everyone has a place, that everyone is significant and important. Again, I'm not saying you have to love Jar Jar or Ewoks have to be your favorite, but when you're on this side of like, I hate that shit, it ruined Star Wars, it was the dumbest thing ever. Like, you think Disney was dumb? Well, he made Jar Jar Binks. So there's the whole, my argument. See how stupid Star Wars is? And yet you don't realize how foolish you sound because you literally are saying you don't understand Star Wars or the whole point of it. Because that's the point of Jar Jar Binks. Jar Jar Binks has some of the most important influence and actions in the entire 6 movies, and some of you don't get it. No, because they're on my computer. Again, I will show you in a video or a live stream. You do know there was videos and stuff before there was YouTube, right? So if you're claiming that the proof is a Colbert, then you have a lot more homework to do, because that's not proof. Commentary, he said that if you can pick and choose quotes to justify your theory. I've seen all the commentary for all the movies, and there's no time where he says anything about the EU being canon, or if you're referring to the Boba Fett thing. Again, maybe you need to go back and watch it, because you're getting confused, dude. Is that off the Blu-rays or which edition? All I really have is harmonies despecialized in old VCR tapes. Yeah, that stuff doesn't have and that's also part of the problem, is the Blu-rays have one thing, the Laserdiscs have another thing, and ironically, I've seen all of them, and there's no point in time. It is what I exactly told you, is that he realized, oh shit, I didn't know people were going to care about Boba Fett, and I regret that I didn't give him a more noble death. That's literally what he says. I would have gave him a much better death. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Sometimes you got, sometimes you have to understand when you got to concede. You got to understand that, dude, I was in the Star Wars movies before you were born. It's time to let it go, dude. You got to understand it. I'm not saying that just because someone's older than you, they know everything, but you're really barking up the wrong trail on this one. Contradict myself. That's taking my content, because I said the special edition. Okay, then prove it, dude, because I've watched that shit and he does not say that. I'm sorry, he does not. So unless you have a copy and you want to show all of us that it says differently, because I've watched it and I know that he does not say that. He said what I've said 10 times already. If I knew that people were going to care about Boba Fett so much, then I would have given him a more glorious death. It's literally what Lucas says, and you all know it because you've all heard it. Likes Mando and Clone Wars. I wouldn't say that, Obi-Wan. You don't have any proof of that. You're assuming that. I'm pretty sure I know where you're getting that from. One, on Star Wars YouTube, they had an interview not too long ago with Dave Filoni and George Lucas talking about the Clone Wars. I'm pretty sure that's where you're getting that from. I could be wrong, but I'm just assuming. Okay, use your brain. You saw that. It was a few months ago. Now, what did you notice? Dave and George were in a studio close to each other without masks. What does that tell you? That interview is old, from years ago. It was not filmed during the pandemic. Although StarWars.com tried to make it like, oh, well, they just a month ago were talking about the Clone Wars and how great they are. Also, if you watch my streams and you pay attention, on May the 4th, when Clone Wars Season 7 came out, Filoni was interviewed. And Filoni is talking, and the girl asks, so, since George, you talk to George all the time, and what does he think about the Clone Wars? And Filoni's like, well, actually, I can't remember the last time I talked to George. I think he likes the Mandalorian, or the Clone Wars, but I'm really not sure. Okay, this is it's in my live streams, guys. I mean, I showed you the proof. Literally the video. In fact, it's is it Entertainment Tonight? Anyway, you can find it very easy. Look around May the 4th, Dave Filoni interview talking about the Clone Wars. season 7. And you'll see that he literally says, well, I haven't talked to George in a while. So if back then he didn't even talk to George, all this time he hasn't talked to George. People have this misconception that like George is hanging out and talking to Dave Filoni, and I have several instances of Filoni saying, well, actually, I don't know what George thinks. I think he likes The Mandalorian, as he says. Okay, so I'm assuming that's the Clone Wars. Again, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that that's where you're getting that from. And as far as Mando, he's been on the set twice. One was in the beginning, season 1, where you saw him, Kathleen Kennedy in the back, all grumpy. Okay. And then there was the second time, which is we recently found out the day that Ahsoka was filming, and he was there on the set. And obviously today there's pictures popping up because from gallery. But I, again, in a stream, talked about this several weeks ago. I told you guys. Rosario Dawson's talking about I was right there with next to George. You don't see me. I'm off to the side of the picture, and I was right there the day, not one of the many days, the one day that Lucas came to the set. Lucas was on the set twice. Why? And as a matter of fact, this is a great opportunity to talk about something that I was thinking about and wanted to bring up. The first time was because, you know, they invited him and he was curious. He wanted to see what they're doing with Star Wars. Okay? Doesn't mean he was involved. He was there to visit. And by the way, if he was there all the time, believe me, Lucasfilm would be posting that shit all over Instagram, Twitter, and all over the place because they would love to be able to say, see, George likes it. See, George endorses it. No. So there was the first time he went to go visit. He was checking out the technology, the stagecraft. You know, sure, he's interested. And then the second time was when they started filming the second season, Ahsoka was there. Now, why, of all the episodes that Lucas goes to visit the set, would it be the Ahsoka episode? Maybe because he said Ahsoka dies at Order 66, and maybe because Filoni's fucking little wet dream fantasy that destroys the OT, he wanted to go see. Well, I might as well go see what he's going to do with Ahsoka now that he's gone and contradicted everything that I said and is going against my wishes, and he's literally about to wreck on the fucking OT. Well, I guess I'll go to the set and see what the end of Star Wars looks like. That's why he was there, guys. It's not a coincidence that he was there on the Ahsoka episode. The character that he created that causes problems for the entire fucking Star Wars universe. And again, if Lucas was hanging out there, you would see pictures all over Instagram and Twitter and YouTube, and they would be, you know, that Star Wars show, and they would all, by the way, that show got canceled. Do you all really know this? I don't know if you all paid attention, but that Star Wars show with what's her face, that shit got canned. They just did their last episode like a week ago. Anyways, they would be all over that shit. So, again, I am presuming this is what the instances that you're talking about. If there's other instances, I would love to know, and I'll look at them. But saying that George Lucas likes Mando or Clone Wars is a very steep claim. Special edition commentary came after the EU stories. He's talking about the EU in that bit of commentary. I didn't. Okay. Return of the Jedi was 1985. Just a moment. Tales of the Bounty Hunters, which is the main source of most of the bounty hunter stuff, Boba Fett, etc., was 1996, dude. 11 years after the movie. So how is George Lucas? Dude, you're not connecting the dots. Again, this is what most people do. They see a bit of information and they assume and they cling to it. Whereas I, like a chess player, am 10 steps ahead of you. I have checked this against 30 other things. No, this is not after the EU. Return of the Jedi was before all of that stuff. He didn't make stories about how Boba Fett survives before you see Boba Fett die, dude. You're not thinking. You're misunderstanding what Lucas said. You're getting the timeline confused because the Tales of the Bounty Hunter is 11 years after Return of the Jedi. So what year is well, you're not saying the special edition. What is that? DVD, Laserdisc, or whatever you're referencing. That was all before Tales of the Bounty Hunter. And I'm not saying that's the only book that refers to Boba Fett after, but that's one of the main sources as to what happened to Boba Fett. So you can't have a book that came out 11 years later confirm what you're saying he said in the Return of the Jedi. This, that doesn't even make sense. Check your math. Correct. Yes, I am usually when it comes to Star Wars. Although I know you were talking about something else. Spock was best. I'm not a big Star Wars or Star Trek person. I don't hate it. I don't, it's cool. I'm not a hater either. But I like the old Star Trek show. I never really liked the movies or got much into it. Anyways. I'm calm as I'm typing this. Hey, I'm not attacking you. I'm not trying to make you look bad or anything like that. I'm just saying, dude, I was there from the beginning. I know what I'm talking about. Without all the stressed out shit. The comment I said isn't contradicting. Or Scotty. A Fett surviving is something Lucas allowed and encouraged through several years. I'm not arguing that. Because he, after the fact, realized he made a mistake. So then he let authors speculate on how Boba could come out. That's not Lucas saying he definitely survived, and I'm making a canon, and an episode B. No, dude. He's saying, okay, well, I realize everybody loved him, so if you guys want to make stories about how he maybe got out, okay, I'm all for that, because I know he's so important to the fans. The way that Lucas reconciled was, again, Boba Fett is the clone of Jango, and there's 1.2 million Boba Fetts going around the galaxy. That was how he paid it off. That's how he said, well, okay, I screwed up. Here you go. Here's 1.2 million Boba Fetts. Have fun with that. And personally, I love that shit. I love how all these people are like, Clone Wars, Rex, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yep, Boba fucking Fett. You're welcome. And you're welcome. Picard is a great show. Ugh. I've heard it's a freaking nightmare. I don't know. I've never seen it. I have no interest in seeing it. I hear it's freaking terrible. I like the original Star Trek and what is it, Next Generation with the original Picard. Yeah. But this new Picard, oh my God, I heard nightmares about that shit. I'm just off. About which part? I'm not confused. You actually are, because you think I'm saying the commentary is from before the special editions and EU. No, you're the one that's getting confused. I understand perfectly what you're saying, that you're claiming that on the Return of the Jedi special editions, the commentary is saying something to the effect that the EU was canon, and or that he's referring to Boba Fett. And I'm sorry, but you're wrong. You need to go back and look at it. You need to look at the date when it came out, and you need to re-listen to specifically what he says, because you're getting confused. I've told you the story 20 times. He says, if I would have known that Boba Fett was so important, I would have gave him a more glorious death. Literally, that's the quote. And you could take that to the bank. After it is a commentary that he was okay. No, you're assuming that. Understand something. A lot of the stuff gets filmed and recorded. And that's like saying, oh, they just released the making of, or the behind the scenes of the Phantom Menace. Maybe that it leaked a year ago, or maybe you just saw it, but that shit's been out since 1999, or in fact, while they were making the movie. So 97, 98. Just because you're getting a hold of it now doesn't mean that it's, in fact, just days ago, a whole new bunch of Empire Strikes Back scenes just got released that nobody knew about. Okay? And that was like 1979, 80. So because it was released or whatever, it doesn't mean anything. You're assuming that was recorded after the EU. No, sir, it was not. Sorry. Don't worry, just watch Wrath of Khan. Will do. I do like the Wrath of Khan, by the way. That one I did like a lot. In fact, the only two I really remember is Wrath of Khan and then the one with the whales. And the one with the whales, I didn't like hate it, but it was like, kind of silly. The Wrath of Khan, that's a very cool movie. I always liked that one. That one's pretty universally loved. Panko, you're welcome again. I'm sorry, but you're conflating a lot of the EU instances. Okay. No, it was a setup because others felt how much you realized. Nashville. Okay, yes, correct. I couldn't remember the. Has to be trolling. Yeah, I'm kind of questioning that. Although I think he's being genuine. He's just confused because, again, dude, I have studied and researched and flip-flopped and looked up and down and straight and around this stuff for over 40 years. I know what I'm talking about. And it doesn't, I'm not saying I can't ever make a mistake, that I'm perfect, that I'm always right. I am not at all saying that. But guys, I'm telling you, if you want to challenge me on Star Wars, you better know your shit. Because I promise you, I know my shit. I will school Dave fucking Filoni. You better know what you're talking about. 40-something getting stressed about kid movies. Well, I love Star Wars. I'm not trolling. Someone who's trolling would be cussing. Yeah, no, I don't think that you're being mean or trying to mess around. I just know that you're getting confused. I'm just about what, dear? Which I think you're a female. I'm not sure, but for some reason I sent you're a female. I could be wrong. Was always fans fiction. Absolutely. Think I'm joking. Nashville. Yes, thank you for correcting me, guys. I couldn't remember. But you knew what I meant. That there's no like it happened in Nashville, but you think it happened in Kansas. I mean, the fact is the fact, and that's the same thing with Canon. You read the comment better. You think I'm saying Return is from before the EU? No, dude. Again, I will repeat. The EU is from before you were born. Splinter of the Mind's Eye. What are you saying, dude? Again, you're getting confused because I never said that. Splinter of the Mind's Eye is the first EU book, and that is before you were born. So I'm not thinking that anything is before that. The EU is older than you know, and that's why I'm telling you. I've been talking about the EU for like 40 freaking years now. So you can't have commentary on Return of the Jedi, which came out after Empire, when Splinter of the Mind's Eye was before Empire. You see how you're getting confused? I'm talking about a book that was literally like 5 years before Return of the Jedi even came out. You're the one that's confused, not me, dude. Canon, whatever. Well, according to Lucasfilm, it is whatever. I'm 35, and just being old enough to see A New Hope in theaters isn't validation of your knowledge of canon. Okay. Go read what you think you're learning in different levels. Yeah. Lucasfilm did that. They got Chi to do it better. No. They hired Chi because of this exact problem. All this EU started popping up, and there was all these stories all over the place. So then Lucas is like, dude, this shit ain't canon, and I don't want to deal with it because it's becoming a mess and people are getting confused. I need you to create the holocron and try to keep some order to this because it's already getting out of hand, and there's all these different stories. So I need someone to get it organized and keep some sort of track of this stuff because now it's becoming a mess. That's why Leland Chi was given a job, is to help organize that mess. Not because Lucas wanted it to be canon or because he wanted to do stuff with it. It's because it was becoming a problem. That's why he hired Leland Chi. EU is C canon. Not that it's just not canon. Okay, and again, I will repeat, there was like 5 levels of canon. But what you're not understanding, there was only one official crown jewel canon, and that was the movies. Everything else was maybe. The only thing that was absolute was the films. Period. From Lucas's mouth. You're taking for granted and saying, well, because there's other levels of canon, then it was canon. No. What he was saying is, this is fact, and everything else is, if it fits, if it falls in line, okay, you can have it as part of your head canon, and you can enjoy it and consider it, as long as it's not conflicting. But that's not saying that it's fact. It's just saying that he's okay if you want to enjoy it. It's not giving it validity. On the contrary, it's showing you that it was not canon, not official canon. You're trying to twist his words and say, well, the sea was canon because... No. Please show the quote with the word canon and Lucas saying he used canon. Well, again, I don't want to do all that right now. I'm not going to pull out that folder right now. And any other time, I would be more than happy. But it's late. I've been going 5 hours. There's still other stuff. I'm trying to just catch up with the comments. I've never had a stream where I've had to catch up so many comments. Lied to in a lot of ways. Talking about Disney canon. There is only one canon, dude. Disney is fan fiction. 2015, the story of Anakin's grandchildren was handled by the books. He sold it in 2012, dude. Again, you're misunderstanding. Anakin's grandchildren, you're assuming that. Star Wars is about families. It's about the parents, the children, and the grandchildren. It's not necessarily specifically Anakin's grandchildren. Handled it. I'm sorry, but you need to rewatch that interview. I've seen it 1,000 times. And you're definitely misunderstanding it and my comments. And again, him saying, I'm not going to make those films. So therefore, you can use the books to refer to that if that's what you want to do. He's not saying, well, yeah, the absolute canon is what's in the books. That's not what he's saying, dude. He's saying, I'm not going to make this movie, so if you want the story, well, then you can look there and you can consider that the story, because I'm not going to do the official canon. Not saying that those are canon. You're misunderstanding. You didn't prove it. You gave what you think is a... okay. I'm sorry, I'm American. Have quotes that contradict what you're claiming. You just misconstrued one to fit your theory to... No. Establishing... No, it was not. Absolutely not. Splinter of the Mind's Eye. You need to do your homework. It was not established in the 90s. You're absolutely incorrect. Sorry. And furthermore, you can call the holiday special EU as well. Because Lucas himself says that shit ain't canon. So there you go. So since 1978, we've had EU. Because you're not aware of that doesn't mean it's not fact. Because it's fact, dude. Sorry. Do some homework. Splinter of the Mind's Eye. That's where the EU started. Before you were born. I'm playing back to the theory or in chat. I'll look or whatever. No, because again, I have to dig up the folder and look through it and pull it out. Any other time I'd be more than happy, but not today. This is not what I came to do. 74. 2009. I want to say earlier than that. I would have to look, honestly. 85. 35, 89. I haven't just in the studies every day since. Okay. And I've been doing that since May 25th, 1977. What do you want me to tell you? I was reading Splinter of the Mind's Eye before you were born. Furthermore, do Google search George Lucas expanded universe Starlog. Start digging around. You can find it yourself. Okay. Verify saw the quote is accurate. I mean, that's just silly. Audio of the interview from the journalist writer. Again, because you're too young to understand, back then there was some integrity in the media. If you saw something in a magazine that is a direct quote from somebody, it's fact, dude. If not, Lucas would have came out and been like, hey, Starlog is lying. It's not like today's media where somebody's like, well, our anonymous source said that this happened. We're not talking about CNN. We're talking about back when news was somewhat had integrity, was real. Especially stuff like independent magazines and newspapers, not mainstream publications. Ask anybody that was around back then. Was Starlog real? Was Starlog credible? I'm not even going to tell you what they're going to say because you already know what they're going to say. It was the absolute Bible. Man, you've been typing a lot of stuff. And if Lucas said that quote before he said the EU handles the story of the grandchildren of Anakin, then he either contradicts himself or changed his mind. Lucas said that quote before he said the EU handles the story. If Lucas said that quote before he said the EU handles. Okay. Before there was an EU, before there was Star Wars, he had an outline for 12 movies. And in that outline, the story was about the parent, the child, and the grandchild. It has nothing to do with EU or Colbert or any. This is way before, dude. Before Star Wars came out. So you're not like, I don't understand what you're trying to drive with this point of the grandchildren. That's like, that's always been what it is. It has nothing to do with EU. It's what Star Wars is. What he is saying is, I'm not going to make those movies. Some authors made books in the EU about that. As I'm not going to do the movies, if you would like to continue to kind of see what the rest of the story is, not this Disney stuff that they're making, that's what you're not picking up on. He's at a Star Wars celebration talking about the movies that are about to come out, and Lucas is telling you, that shit ain't my Star Wars. If you want to know what happens, go look at the EU, because some people wrote some novels, and you can take that as somewhat the truth. He didn't say it was canon. He didn't say that's the absolute story. But what he's saying is, this Disney bullshit that I'm not involved with, I don't know anything about that. But if you would like, there's some novels that were written about it, and we'll give you the idea. That's what he was saying. You're getting confused. Because this is not new. This is from before Star Wars came out. Clone Force users, because it did not in fact sign off on both of those. Lucas would have told Zahn and Keith not to use Clone Force users. Because in fact, he did in fact sign off on both of those. Would have told Zahn and Keith not to use. I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about Dark Empire? And if that's what you're referring to, well, then again, I challenge you to do some homework rather than just talk about what you don't know. Go research the story behind the Dark Empire and why that story is what it is. Just like Lucas told Kevin and other writers about Lobaka was made, that there can't be any more Wiki Jedi. Well, according to Disney, there's one in the High Republic. Keith to do the Dark Empire saga in the 90s. Same with Seaboth and the Thrawn trilogy. Just a moment. So Filoni is full of shit. Yes, absolutely. Not just myself, several people will tell you several instances where Dave Filoni has contradicted directly George Lucas and even himself. Didn't you just watch Mandalorian? In Rebels, Sabine finds... In Rebels, Maul gets the Darksaber, rules Mandalore. Is he a Mandalorian? No. Did he kill somebody for it? Arguable. Sabine later in Rebels finds the Darksaber. She rules Mandalore. Then she says, nah, here you go, Bo. Gives it to Bo, and Bo rules. Now Mandalorian doesn't even defeat Moff. He like knocks him down. Darksaber falls. He ends up holding it. And now Bo's like, oh, I can't take it because, that's not how it works. And that's one of 10,000 times that Dave Filoni doesn't know his own stuff. It's one thing that he doesn't know George Lucas's stuff, or Timothy Zahn's stuff, or Flim Flam, Michael Jacob, Bozo the Clown stuff. He doesn't know his own fucking stuff. Verifiable. The source isn't verifiable unless you can prove it's accurate. Again, you weren't born, so you don't understand. Go ask anybody the legitimacy of Starlog. For you to say that quotes from George Lucas and Starlog, or William Shatner, or all these other people were not legit. Literally show me the issue of Starlog with the Lucas interview, and that isn't for... okay, well, that's your choice. Because I can show you the issue that the stuff is in the Starlog. If you don't want to believe it, that's your choice. Any Star Wars historian will say, dude, what the hell are you talking about? That was the Bible. But again, you weren't born, you weren't there, so you don't understand what it was. Old Star Wars nerd will tell you what it was, I'm sure. Or could tell you. If you think I haven't researched into the origin of Star Wars or can't know anything about it because it's before... Okay, see, this is the problem with youth. First of all, I never said you can't know anything. But for however smart you think you are, I was born over 10 years before you. So let's say you spent 1,000 hours studying this. Well, guess what? I spent 10 years on top of your 1,000 hours studying it. That's what you don't understand. It's not arrogance, it's reality. This is something that youth, sometimes you guys get stupid with. You think, well, because I spent a day doing this, well, I know what I'm talking about. And then you don't realize that somebody has done not a day, but 75 years of this stuff before you were even doing it. That because you did so much, you're taking for granted that I didn't do that much. That since May 25th, 1977, I haven't been on top of this shit. You're the one that's being arrogant because you're assuming that I didn't do my due diligence like you think you did. Meanwhile, I have all this information before you were even born. So stop taking it as, well, because I'm older, I think I know more. No, you need to understand something, that not everybody is a casual fan or just looked at one article. Some of us have spent our lives on this. And if I've been around the earth 10 plus years more than you, then by default, obviously I know what I'm talking about more than you do. It's not arrogance, it's fact. And this is a problem with youth. And then one day you're going to be my age and say, oh shit, I shouldn't have talked that shit to NotMySTARWARS, because now I understand. Now I understand that because I've been around this many years and I've been doing this many years, that someone that's 10, 20 years younger than me can't possibly know the stuff that I do. But only until you reach that wisdom do you understand. Splinter 93, and I read it before then. And again, the EU wasn't, that's not true. That's absolutely incorrect. The Splinter of the Mind's Eye is the official first EU book. And that right there shows that you don't know what you're talking about. Because you should know that. That is not true. And this is where, again, the EU problem is. Because you're not wanting to accept and admit that the movies are the only canon. So therefore, if the movies are only canon, any other books that came out were not canon. Therefore, they are EU. He then revisited. Didn't he use the money he got for Star Wars for education? Use it for a lot of things. Also to make the next 2 movies. 90s, they established, I'm losing my voice here, continuity. And I'm not meaning to yell at you or attack you. It's just, dude, be careful, because I know my shit. You got to be careful when you're talking to your elders. You better know what the fuck you're talking about. So I do know the Splinter is the first book of EU. It just wasn't EU until the 90s. But that, in your mind, in EU fanatics' mind, in people that want to argue the shit, when in George Lucas's mind, from day one, Splinter was EU, dude. That's what you're not understanding, because the only thing that was canon was the movies. This is what I'm trying to explain to you, and you're hitting your head on the wall, and you're not understanding that the EU is Splinter of the Mind's Eye, period. There's no argument or conversation about it. That's what it was, because it was never intended to be the official sequel to Star Wars. Empire Strikes Back is. How much of Splinter of the Mind's Eye is an Empire? Because it's not canon. And you know this. You're just like being stubborn or just figuring it out, but you know this. Didn't say Star Wars Logs isn't legitimate. I said I can't verify he actually says any of that because there's no recording of him saying that. Well, yes, there is recordings. There's actual images and all kinds of records online of that stuff, dude. Plus, me and a ton of other Star Wars fans from those days that read this shit isn't going to lie to you. We're all going to tell you the same thing, that yes, Lucas said that shit. Said the EU is an official continuation of a saga. And I'm not arguing that. He said that as long as it doesn't contradict, that you can take the EU as part of the story, that he's okay with that. See, this is the other problem with the EU is the second you put people in the EU in their place, they get all upset. Like, well, but you just don't like the EU and you just don't want to make a canon. No, I love the EU. But that, because I love it, doesn't mean that I can just make it canon when Lucas said it's not canon, dude. It has always been official continuation. Yes. Can you take it as part of the story? Absolutely. Nobody's arguing that. I read all those stories and loved them too. Do not misunderstand. But that doesn't give me the right to say, well, yeah, that shit's canon. No, the movies are canon because Lucas at any moment will say, oh, sorry, that don't exist. That didn't work that way. So therefore, it's not official canon. It's 1.2 right next to it. Secondary, next level, very important canon. But it ain't official canon. On the back of Air, yes. Keep putting words in my mouth. I didn't say Lucas read all of it. I said he had to sign up. No, he didn't. Absolutely not. He signed off on key important points. He did not sign off on all of the EU content. I'm sorry. Absolutely not. He did not. And he speaks on this, and so do people at Lucasfilm. He was too busy to be reading and signing off on everything. Sorry, that's not true. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely incorrect. Do your homework. I wish I could meet him. Yes, me too. Keep saying, I'm saying. You say here that he has to, okay. He did sign off on all ALL EU content. So I don't know if you're referring to something else I said, but this is like part of the part that you're pissing me off, dude. Because no, he did not. Now, maybe you're talking about a different part, but I'm going by what I'm reading from your words. See, he definitely had to sign off on all ALL EU content. That is not correct. No, he did not sign off. You're getting confused. I'm not saying that he just didn't read it. He did not sign off on it. This is where EU people get confused. He did not have time to look at, okay, issue number 5 of this story. Okay, I sign off of it. Next, issue number 7 of this, I sign off. No, that's not how it works, dude. He only was brought key points. Can Yoda die? No. He wasn't looking at series or each book or signing off on each and every. No, you're confused, dude. He says it, and several employees of Lucasfilm have confirmed it, that no fucking way was he looking at all the stuff. Wrong. Tet, yes, thanks to you. Do you think we'll see we'll see Luke get more lightsaber action in season 3? I don't think the season 3 will be made. Multiple places that Lucas said that EU is not canon. Yeah, and that's a fact. I know that the EU, it just like, it breaks their heart. They get angry. They want to argue. But I'm sorry, dude. You cannot argue. You're not arguing with me. Understand this. You are arguing against what George Lucas said. Not once, not twice, but like 15 times. He says, that shit ain't canon. My movies are the only canon. He spells it out very clearly. Same quotes, and I'm confused. I'm going off. I don't know that you saw the same quote, because if you're arguing this, I don't think you saw the same quotes. You excited for the new shows that are coming up? No. Ahsoka, absolutely not. That's a huge retcon. Rangers, I don't know what the Rangers of the New Republic is, so it's hard for me to say. A lot of us assume that it's Cara Dune, but I don't know. I like Cara. She's fine. It's hard to say. I can't prejudge. This is another thing. Like, I don't just assume things too often. If I'm telling you that something was fucked up, it's because I took the time to watch it and study it. And like, when I talk about Mando, guys know that I watch each episode like 50 times. Not because I like the shit. It's because for me to make a video, like all the problems with the Mandalorian, is because I got to go through that shit with a fine-tooth comb. I found shit that people don't even come close to finding. Like, you could get all the YouTube channels that talk about the Mandalorian, and my video is 10 times that. Why? Because I go through and I watch it over and over, slow motion, bit by bit. I watch it very closely. The point here is that I don't just talk shit. I'm not just like assuming things. I take the time to watch it. So what I'm getting at is, I don't know. I don't like to just assume. I'm not a theory channel. I'm not a speculation channel. I'm a Star Wars facts channel. So I can't really say too much about the shows, because at the end of the day, we don't know what the hell's going to happen. But I can tell you this. That Patty Jenkins thing ain't going to happen. The Taika thing probably won't happen either. Acolyte, I doubt will happen. Cassian Andor, they ain't going to make that show. Obi-Wan will happen. They're desperate. They're going to make sure it all. They have to burn down the castle. They're going to make sure that Obi-Wan show happens. Ahsoka, they're going to do their damnedest to make it happen. And the Rangers of the New Republic, I think it's called, right? They're going to do their best to make that happen. Why? Because it's not only in the Mandalorian timeline. That's the only thing that's successful right now, and the only thing that people are going to give a shit to watch. I'm trying to remember what else. The Visions things will happen because that's just our work, and I think that will probably be pretty cool. Lando won't happen. I can't remember all the other stuff. Anyways, no, I'm not excited for most of them. Most of them aren't going to happen anyways. Obi-Wan, they're just going to fuck it up. They've already shown that they're going to fuck it up. They're bringing in Hayden. Why? Either Hayden's going to be Vader, so why does it have to be Hayden? Because you're not going to see his face. So then that means they're going to show his face. And if they're going to show his face, it's for member berries. And if they're showing you member berries, it's not because it's about the story or truly honoring Star Wars. It's about member berries and fan service to suck you in. And so then if they're going to do that, then it's going to fuck up the story of Obi-Wan, because now we're looking at Anakin. And if they're going to do all this stuff about Anakin, well, then what's the point of making an Obi-Wan show? If you're going to show Anakin, then make a Darth Vader show. Why are you bringing Anakin to distract from? It's like the Mandalorian all over again. The show is supposed to be about the Mandalorian, but it's all about Baby Yoda and all these other guests. So nobody cares or knows anything about Din, because the show isn't even about him. It's about all the other people and all the other things going on. So no, I'm not excited about any of it, because it's all stupidity. Where are we at? Man, there's so many comments in this stream. Holy shit. Okay. Listen to your comment. Really, read your comment. Everybody, read this comment and tell me if that makes any sense. It was officially canon. It wasn't his canon. Okay. What is official Star Wars canon? I mean, do you see how ridiculous your comment is there? Seriously. That's like saying that God, literally the creator of the universe, his shit isn't canon. He's just the creator. But us humans, we determine what's real. Come on, dude. I mean, that comment is ridiculous. To say that it was canon, it just wasn't his canon. There is only one official canon, brother. George Lucas. His films. You're going to try to die on this hill, but boy, you're going to die hard. Going to be able to see how you're wrong, and you're going to keep thinking you're right. I don't think, I know. And so does everybody else in the chat. You're the one that's caught up on this, dude. Did contradict himself through quotes. I'm not even going to waste any more time on it because, and no, by all means, comment all you like. I'm not upset about it. When I say that is so many comments, it's like I've never had so many comments. So what I'm getting is I want everyone to know I'm trying my best to get to everyone. But I'm not bothered by it, but no means at all. They're going to try and prove me wrong because it to me, it's not about proving you wrong. It's about telling the truth and making sure that things are correct. I've been planning to make a video about what is canon. In fact, I have the title. What is Star Wars canon? And does Disney understand it? Because I have a whole folder full of stuff that just proves that all the EU people and Disney are lost. That you don't really know what canon is because George Lucas spells it out very clearly. And if you've ever watched my channel, I've told you guys, question what I say, research the ship for yourself. If you're unsure of something, ask questions. But just know that one, you better know your shit because I know my shit. And two, I have the receipts. So be prepared. Is Revan canon or EU? EU. Because you never saw Revan in the movies. And I don't think he's in the Clone Wars cartoons, which that's not canon anyways, but I'm just saying, I don't think he's in the cartoons, is he? I can't remember. There's so many episodes, I haven't even seen them all, or it's been a while. So I don't even remember if he's in the Clone Wars. I don't think he is, or is he? And if you say he's in something like Rebels, I'm just going to laugh at you. So, because that sure ain't canon. So he's EU. Revan, by the way, is another one of my favorite characters. I would love to see Revan. You know how many people want to see Revan? But that, because I want it, doesn't mean it's going to happen or that it's canon. Oh boy, here we go. They're leveled again. All right. Canon is with the EU. Okay, but you're not understanding the bigger picture. That okay. Can Timothy Zahn right now go and write a book that contradicts the movies? Well, now he can because Disney canon doesn't exist. They literally have said canon isn't real. It's all fake anyway. Literally, this came from Lucasfilm. It's all fake anyways. Matt Martin said that. So forget that. We're back in 2010, let's say. We're back in real Star Wars land. George Lucas. Could Timothy Zahn write a book that contradicts the movies? No, we all know that he can't. George Lucas would strike that shit right down. It would not be approved, and he could not do it. Now, can George Lucas at any time take anything from the EU and strike it down, change it, pull it into the movies, or whatever? So there you go. That tells you what is canon and what is not, what can be changed and bent and moved, and what cannot. Canon is history. It is unbreakable. It is unbendable. The EU, you can twist it and turn it and bend it and move it and reorganize it, and therefore it's not true canon. You EU guys, you got to get over this shit. Really, you got to. It's not me disliking the canon. It's not me saying the canon, the EU got to go away. On the contrary, we need to get the EU back. But that doesn't mean it's canon. The levels were not to establish. Again, you're getting confused. The levels are for you because you're getting confused. The levels are to show you that the official canon is the movies, not saying that, well, the other stuff is okay because that's why I put it in levels. No, the levels are so because of this problem, this very problem. That's why there are canon levels. Gray is neutral. No, it's not. Gray is black and white. There is such a thing as neutral. Gray is not neutral. And furthermore, some people say, well, black and white aren't colors, they're neutral. No, they're colors. No, it's not neutral, dude. It's a mix of black and white. Therefore, it's not neutral. No, that's not. Neutral is this. Here's black, here's white. They meet at a center point. Gray is they are mixed together to make a new color. It's a difference. I never said the guardians of the wills of the force. The wills are the force. And the way that the wills travel, or the way that the force travels through objects, is with the midichlorians. I never said the guardians of the wills of the force. The guardians of the wills are the bookkeeper that is telling the story of the wills, which was the original idea, which in reality is R2-D2. R2-D2 is the keeper and the person narrating the wills. The entire if you don't know this, guys, all of Star Wars is like you sitting at a campfire or at the bar having a beer with R2-D2. R2-D2 is telling you all of the Star Wars stories. That's why if you pay attention, R2 is at all the most important parts of all the Star Wars stories, from episode 1 through episode 6, all the key important moments. R2, really? It's not Anakin or Luke. It's actually R2 is the chosen one. If you really want to dig down and get technical about it, and again, something out of Lucas's mouth, R2 is the one that saves their asses every time. And it's right from the beginning. They escape from Naboo. The ship is getting fucked up. The hyperdrive is leaking. R2 goes out, fixes the hyperdrive. They escape. He just saved the Queen of Naboo, who is later the mother of the twins. Okay? R2-D2 is the most important character in all of Star Wars, and he is literally hanging out with you, telling you the Star Wars. He is the keeper of the wills. He is the storyteller of Star Wars. The wills are the force. So if for some reason it came out wrong or something, then, but no, I never said that the guardians of the will of the force. The wills are the force. And again, I have a 5-hour stream that clearly talks about this. Sentient beings who are force sensitives, not the force. No, that's not correct. The wills are the force. Go watch my stream. Straight from Lucas's mouth. The ones there is the daughter and the son. Yeah, there is no gray. That's E. This is again. This is why there's canon levels. This is why the E was never canon, because this type of stuff started happening. You got people starting to speculate and they're writing side stories and then saying, "Well, but this is kind of gray." So, and then this quote gets interpreted as Qui-Gon said this, and Lucas clearly said, "No, dude. There ain't no gray to Star Wars. It's very clear. You're either an asshole or a good person." And that's not to say that in life there's no gray areas. Don't misunderstand. It's just that in Star Wars, there are no gray Jedi. You're either a dick and you're trying to hurt people, or you're righteous and you're trying to help people. That was the point of Star Wars, so that little kids aren't confused by gray areas. They see that you can be nasty or you can help save people. Lucas wasn't there to teach gray. He was there to teach you good and bad. There are no gray Jedi. There is no gray area in Star Wars. Jar Jar is the key to all of this. Yes, he literally said that. And probably I'm like way behind what you've already been typing. So I apologize, guys. I'm trying my best to keep up with this, but I want to be fair and get to all of this as best I can. If you guys are taking the time to write this and interact with me, I will stay here till tomorrow, 9 a.m. or whatever it takes to interact with you, because I really appreciate you guys, whether we agree or disagree, or I got to smack you down with some OG knowledge. Well, then what it is, it is. But I'm more than happy and I appreciate it. Ewoks were supposed to be Wookiees. Yes, absolutely. He didn't have the budget. Ewok suits out of the Wookiee suit and change return. Yes, absolutely. Chewbacca was originally, or I'm sorry, the Ewoks come from the Wookiees, which is in the Skywalker Legacy documentary, by the way, if you want to see the visual of that. Which, by the way, anybody watching, new, old, whatever, please go watch the Skywalker Legacy. It's like 2 hours and 46 minutes. It's long, and I promise you, you will thank me. It's not any clickbait or wasted time. Or it is a beautiful documentary. Everybody tells me it's better than anything Disney's made. I took a lot of love and detail in that video. It's arguably the best thing I've ever made as far as videos go. And you will love it. It will enrich in you. And like, instead of Disney where you lose brain cells, you'll watch this and you'll become smarter. It's a gorgeous documentary. It's a lot of fun. It's long, but it moves. It goes by fast, even if you watch it in parts. I don't need the watch hours. There's no other reason for me to want you to watch it, but other to enjoy a truly made with love, genuine Star Wars documentary by yours truly. So please check out the Skywalker Legacy. I'm very proud of that video, and it's totally worth your while. Something I love about the prequels is that it starts out really kid-friendly, but becomes darker up until Sith. Okay, just 1 second. This is something that is addressed in the Star Wars Archives books, and again, in my stream, where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in the sequel trilogy, Lucas addresses, is that the idea was that the movies were made on purpose in a certain tone. The prequels were for when you were a child. Then you go into the OT as a teenager. And then the sequel trilogy was going to be darker and more adult. And the idea is that you would grow up with Star Wars. You would start with baby Anakin, and as the story progressed, you would grow older over the years, and you would enjoy the three trilogies kind of according to your age. Now, granted, if I was a kid and all 9 movies were there, I'd watch them all, right? As most of us would. But Lucas was very smart. Lucas absolutely had a plan. Lucas absolutely knew what he was doing. As much as people want to talk shit and think he didn't know what he was doing, which is amazing to me, but okay. He knew exactly what he was doing, and that was the point, is that the prequels were for the children. You go into the OT as teens, and then as a young adult, you're going into the sequels. Rots has the Wookiee battle in Kashyyyk. Yes. I love Jar Jar. Don't have any issues with him. He's the 3PO of the Phantom Menace. Almost like 3PO learned to give him. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if I love Jar Jar, but I've never had a problem with him. I think he's another wonderful character in the Star Wars galaxy. I love all the characters, from, you know, little insignificant little creatures to, you know, Qui-Gon or Obi or whoever. I love all the characters. Dexter, all of them. I like all the Star Wars characters, some more than others. But I've never had like, oh my god, the movie's ruined because this character. It's so silly. I get Star Wars. I don't get Disney Star Wars. Nobody does, not even Disney. I'm 35. I was at the internet when I was 9, 10. Okay. EU novels play EU games before the internet came out, like 4 or 5 years. Okay. When you do that video, play commentary. Okay. Is a validation. He does say that. You need to rewatch it and pay attention to him when he talks about Fett. You're definitely going to lose that battle, dude. Don't even try it with Boba Fett. If you want to go down the route with any other character, but dude, I'm telling you right now, Boba Fett, don't even try it. 83 commentary I'm talking about is in the 2000s. Okay, but just because you're hearing it in the 2000s doesn't mean it was recorded in the 2000s. That's what I was telling you earlier. And again, I'm not sure specifically what you're talking about. Maybe the Return of the Jedi. But again, you have to specify. Was that a DVD? Was it a Blu-ray? Was it a Laserdisc? There's several editions. And it's not necessarily something I have. I would have to find it. And when I say that, I'm talking about specifically the commentary from Return of the Jedi. I don't know that I have that offhand. It's from the original Return of the Jedi. You're talking about in 2000s remaster. Okay, but again, which one? There were still videotapes in the early 2000s. Is it the Laserdisc? Is it the DVD? Is it the Blu-ray? You got to be more specific, bro. For example, I had The Phantom Menace on DVD. And I know that the Blu-ray exists, but I also had, which some of you will know, it was a wide box and it had the videotape inside of the box. Okay, some of you will remember this. Some of you are too young and probably won't remember this. But the Phantom Menace originally first came out on videotape and it was in a bigger box. It was, about the depth of the videotape that sat in it. But it was, like at least twice as wide as the videotape. It was about the same height as the tape, but it was at least like if you had two videotapes next to each other. And some of you will know exactly what I'm talking about. Annie was on the cover, I think Maul, and it had the videotape inside of there. What other thing it had? I don't remember. It's been so long and I don't have it anymore. But it had a book or something in there. But this is what I'm trying to tell you is if you know Star Wars, there's several versions. Lucas made stories about Fett surviving, though. You're misunderstanding. Well, maybe you're the way you're typing stuff, but you keep saying, I'm saying the commentary where Lucas said the thing about Fett is from before the EU story of Fett. Well, but that's how it's reading. You might have been there from the beginning, but you're like, well, that's possible. I'm only human. It's frustrating. You keep saying I'm saying something completely. Well, but maybe consider the way that you're typing it is coming across. And maybe someone else in the comments wants to say maybe I'm reading it wrong, or maybe, maybe consider the way that you're writing it is not coming across correctly. If I can clarify. Okay. I guess I'm behind in the chat here. I'm referring to the 2000s after the Tales novel and the BH Wars novel. Didn't say he said the EU's canon on that commentary. You're the one who's confusing her just with freedom. I didn't assume anything. You're assuming I'm saying. All right. Special editions commentary isn't from the 90s. It was from 2000. Yeah, but again, that could have been from 87. Just because you are coming across it on the 2000 DVD doesn't mean that this is trilogy set that came out, the one Empire Dreams. Okay. And a lot of that stuff is old, dude. For example, do you know Under the Dome or Beneath the Dome? A lot of people aren't aware of this. There was this whole documentary about R2-D2, which one explained how he is the keeper of the wills. Lucas says out of his mouth, R2 is the storyteller. And there was this whole thing about R2, and a lot of people don't even know that thing exists. But that was like years ago, and a lot of people don't know it exists, or they discover it later. All I'm saying is because you become aware of something in 2000 doesn't mean that I didn't know about it in 85. That's what I'm trying to make you understand, dude. You think bootleg is something new? You think that no information ever leaked or We didn't see magazine quotes or other stuff. That's what I'm trying to make you understand, is you weren't born when some of this was happening, when some of these comments were made, when we knew canon things about Star Wars before they ever were written or came on a DVD or stuff like that. There's stuff that we knew. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. So to you, you may say, well, it's from the 2000 DVD, but I might have seen it on the 91 videotape, is what you're not getting. At least I think. Yeah, see, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, because you're maybe assuming that it's on the 2000 DVD that I didn't know about it in 89. But in reality, that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that I probably knew about it back in 89. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, dude. But I love the TV show Star Blazers. No, I don't know Star Blazers. I'll have to look into that. I don't know. It rings a bell, but I would be lying. I don't know it. Okay. E is established until 91. Splinter. In your eyes, in certain people's eyes, but we all knew back then it was Expanded Universe because it's not the official sequel. '93. Okay. Came out in 83, 97. Trilogy book, late 90s. Okay. You're assuming it was recorded in 2000. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. You are assuming because you're seeing something in print in a certain place that was new. You're taking for granted that I maybe knew what you are finding out in 97. I might have known about that in 1982, dude. You're assuming because you're finding it printed or on some disc somewhere that's brand new, that it was recorded in early 2000s. You don't know that because you don't know that I maybe didn't hear that 20 years before that. Or even if it's a new recording, doesn't mean that he's not repeating something that I heard 20 years earlier. That's where you're getting mixed up. That's where you're getting lost. Because a lot of this stuff was on the old tapes and TV interviews and Starlog and the Grapevine and all kinds of stuff that you are unaware of because you weren't born yet, dude. I'm referring to the thing about almost including the Fett scene. I've never seen that, or I'm calling you on that. You're going to have to show the proof of that because I have never seen that or heard that or have any proof of that. Whereas I do have plenty of proof that backs up that he said, if I would have known he would have been so popular, I would have gave him a more glorious death. Fett, Return of the Jedi commentary after the Tales of BH. When novels came out years after Return of the Jedi first release, as well as years special edition. Man, you did type a lot, didn't you? The only one twisting word. Oh, okay. Oh my God, sorry. He was a step. No, it wasn't. Absolutely not. In your eyes, it was. But not to us. We knew before 1990 about the EU. Sorry, brother. Okay. Splinter HS 78, which is where the EU started. It wasn't to who? To you, it wasn't considered EU? Because to me, we knew it was EU. Not when it first came out, like we were talking about with old Star Wars nerd. We just read the stuff. But we all figured out pretty quickly, definitely by 1980, that the shit wasn't, there was an EU because obviously it wasn't canon, dude. You're not, again, people that are younger or people that don't thoroughly research this, you're not connecting dots. You're looking at 2-3 pieces of information, while as I'm looking at 53 pieces of information over the past 43 years, and I'm thinking way ahead of you, and I'm already connecting the dots, and you're not realizing that in 1980, if not sooner, we knew that it was EU and it was not canon because it wasn't The Empire Strikes Back, but you're not connecting the dots. You're not thinking because you weren't in the theater like I was in 1980. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And it's not an insult. It's not saying you're less. It's just you weren't there. So you don't know this. But I knew that shit was EU. You didn't know. Doesn't mean that I didn't know. Or that Lucas or that a million other fans didn't know that, dude. I already said, quote, but are you actually trying to claim the media was... No, media has never been 100% trustworthy, but it was much more ethical and trustworthy than it is now. That's absolutely for sure. Another thing with the media, not that I want to get into all that, but all the media is owned by like 7 or 9 corporations. They control all the media today. Okay? CNN isn't like just its own thing. CNN is owned by other groups that own not just CNN, but also other news stations. That's why if you pay attention, most people only watch one news station, and that's where they get their news, and they think that's what it is. If you flip the channels, often you're going to see that this channel, and this channel are reporting the same exact thing. Not the event, but literally the script is the same. Why? Because there's one higher source of information that is putting out propaganda that then feeds it out to the different news corporations, and they all recycle the agenda, the propaganda that they want to put out there. To the point of literally sometimes you'll hear the same exact script. There are videos on YouTube about this. You will see where they're literally station after station reading the same exact script. Why? Because it is all scripted. It's all owned by a few companies. Back then it wasn't so much like that. A lot of companies that people think, like for example, Marriott owns McDonald's. People don't know this. A lot of companies that you think, Marriott also owns Brinker. And I know that because I worked at Macaroni Grill for 2 years. Okay, so a lot of people don't realize that companies you see aren't really that company. They're just a subsidiary of a much larger company that owns 10, 20 other companies. Like Disney. Disney owns a lot of shit that you don't know about. You see that they have Marvel and all this shit. You have no clue. Disney has all kinds of shit that you guys don't even know about. And this goes for all kinds of industries. Whether it be baseball cards, they're all owned by like 2 or 3 companies. Fleer and Upper Deck, they own all that shit. And then there's all these different ones. Metal and Chrome and Tops and all this other shit. But really, they're all owned by 1 or 2 big companies. Same thing goes for toys and media and cars and all this shit. Lamborghini was a prestigious thing forever. Lamborghini's was owned by Chrysler. And then it was owned by Audi. Or I think it still is currently owned by Audi. Okay, but unless you really dig and you understand this shit, you think, well, Lamborghini's Lamborghini. But in reality, Audi is what makes Lamborghini now. For a long time, it was Lamborghini. But that's just one of many examples. And the media is the same way. It's only something like 7 or 9 companies that own all the media. Therefore, you're hearing the same trickle-down bullshit, just in different stations. And people think, well, this news is real, and my news is the truth. But what you're not understanding is it's all lies, and it's all put out by the one source amongst different outlets. Anyways. The internet came out in 1983. Well, technically, no. The 70s. Technically. The first fax. But yeah, as far as like more modern kind of internet as we know it. Yeah. And really, until the 90s, you weren't really even doing anything. And then even on top of that, until really 2000, the internet is not even close to what it is today. You know, the internet is still pretty freaking new when you really think about it. As a 93, well, yeah, exactly what I just said. The internet has come quite a ways, but I'm not getting confused. Okay. Air and Dark Empire. Are you saying Lucas didn't sign off on Dark Empire story until the clone or Zahn story using the cloned? I would have to look specifically, but no, I don't think he did. Because back then, EU wasn't an issue. It was just him allowing people to make stories because there wasn't other stories to contradict those stories. And at the end of the day, whether you understand this or want to grasp this, Lucas didn't have an issue with you, Tetsuo, going off and writing a story because Lucas knew in his head and his heart that your shit in canon anyways. So it doesn't matter what you write. You can make whatever story you want because at the end of the day, the only thing that is valid is my 6 films. So he didn't have any issue with you going off and writing whatever story because it's just fun. It's for the fans. Understand? It wasn't a problem. It only became a problem later. I think where you're getting confused is you're saying, well, the EU wasn't established in the 90s. No, what was established in the 90s is it's starting to get a little bit convoluted, and we're starting to have more stories, and now we got to start considering kind of keeping track of this stuff because if not, it's going to turn into a whole bunch of crazy stories all over the place. That's where I think you're getting mixed up. Because again, we all knew 1980 or even earlier that Splinter of the Mind's Eye was the first EU book. And again, I would have to look specifically to verify that. But right now, off of my Star Wars knowledge, no, he didn't sign off on them because they were just side stories that people created. Did Zahn have to have permission from Lucas to write a story? Sure. I'm sure they talked about it. He said, yeah, sure. But was he like, well, but it has to be this and I have to sign all off on it? No, because it wasn't an issue. It's just a story. It's just a side story. There was no issue of it being approved because it was just an extra story, dude. Right. Yeah, I got you. Audio and video weren't around. No, I'm not saying that at all. You can show the issue, but you can't verify that issue. Well, yes, I can verify it. Again, I can show you tons of quotes and the source of those quotes, and you can, through the Wayback Machine, find those magazines and all those articles and all those quotes. It's there. You have to dig around. You have to work for it. But if you want the truth, you have to dig. You have to work for it. That's how the truth works. The lies are what's in front of you, and in 10 years, come back and tell me that. And I have studied it since 1977. So you lose. Sorry. No more than me. Yes, I do. Because I have been doing this since 1977. So by default, if you weren't born when I was there, obviously I know more than you. And that goes for everything. Life, women, drugs, driving, flying, whatever. By default, I know more than you because I've been on this earth longer than you. And I'm intelligent, and I'm diligent, and I research, and I speak more than one language, and I've traveled around the earth. I'm not somebody that's just been like in Wichita, Kansas for the past 40 years, dude. I've served in the military. I have a child. I've done all kinds of things you can't even imagine. So you have to scale. You're scaling against someone that has a very exceptionally, and I'm not going to say how much because I'm not here to brag, an exceptionally high IQ that has traveled the world, studied this since the day it came out. I saw Phantom Menace in Argentina, dude. So, yes, I do know about this more than you do. It's not arrogance or proving a point, or it is what it is, dude. It's not about a competition. It is what it is. And I was 3. There was people that were 10 years old at that time. They would have a more clarity of what happened that day on May 25th than I do. It's just a fact. And only younger people say that shit. Yeah, they don't play the age card. You think you know more because you're older. And then in 10 years, you're going to look back and be like, oh, shit, I was stupid for saying that. That's like saying, well, Master Yoda doesn't know better because just because he's 800 years old, he doesn't. I mean, seriously, really think about what you're saying here. Yes, it does matter. I read something before you because I have the context of when it came out. You're looking at the context of it now. That's like Filoni making a quote now when I know what was really said by George Lucas about Ashla. It does make a difference. It makes all the difference in the world. It makes all the difference in the world when Kathleen Kennedy says to the normies that we don't have any source material. And yet, from 1977, I know that there's thousands of books. So it does make a difference because I have the context of what is what. Okay, well, you can argue that all you want. Those of us that were around at the time know that that was EU. Sorry. Ask Alan Dean Foster. He'll tell you. No, it was not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Special Marvel Comics that was before the establishment of EU. No, that's not correct. That is not correct. Because someone put a label of the EU to give you, the confused one, distinction that it's not the official canon is irrelevant. We all knew in 1978 and definitely by 1980, the splinter of the mind's eye was not canon. Why? Because you go to the movies and you see Empire and you say, whoa, wait a minute, one of these things is not like the other. And that immediately decanonizes it. And therefore, you know, it is expanded universe because there's a certain label or it's made public or it's been established does not mean that those of us that were sitting in Empire in 1980 did not know, well, that shit's EU. Sorry. I don't give a fuck about my LFL. We knew. Lucas knew. That's what you're not understanding. I don't need Lucasfilm or Filoni or anybody to validate that for me. We knew it. We were there. Thought you were playing Battlefront. Me? Not sure why you say that. You have to put me in my place when you give. It's not about putting you in your place. I'm just trying to make sure that the correct information is out there. It's because I care that I'm telling you this, not to scold you or make you prove you wrong. It's because I want you to have the truth. And as I was there and I know the truth, then I'm going to try to help you see it. If you don't want to see it or don't want to believe, that's up to you, dude. I'm not here to convince you or force you or scold you, and I'm certainly not trying to make you look bad. I'm just telling you that I know what I'm talking about because I was there. Prequels are the best, at least better than the sequel. Well, of course, yeah, that's not even a question. The Disney stuff is not Star Wars. It's not even like part of the conversation. OT is better than the prequels, but I know there's people that grew up with the prequels that like them more than OT. I just think that if you objectively, maturely watch the 6 films, you can't say that the prequels are better than the OT. They have better world building, they have better special effects, they have their things, but they're not the OT. No sign off on all content, not word for word, which is not okay. But you're saying again, at least the way you're saying is that he still had to look at the book, see the title, and say, okay, is this okay? And that's what I'm trying to make you understand. Maybe 100 books would go by and he wouldn't even know about them or look at them. And then there's one specific book that raises a specific question, and then he would have to sign off on a specific point of that book because it can conflict. But to say that George Lucas is aware of every book, every comic, every toy, everything, no, absolutely not. He said it, and Lucasfilm employees said it. There's no fucking way. He was way too busy and not concerned with that. He was concerned with what mattered. Keeping a story straight and getting the movies correct. That's what mattered. Because at the end of the day, the only canon was the films. There was no room to mess those up. Whereas the EU, well, okay, at the end of the day, if this book says this and that book says that, well, at the end of the day, it's just EU, so it doesn't really matter. It's okay if it contradicts because it's not official canon. Whereas the movie cannot. George Lucas would never in a million years approve of the sequel trilogy because all of that shit contradicts itself. And that was the point of Star Wars, that it does not convolute itself. What is EU is expanded universe. Books, comics, video games, all the extra stuff, everything that's not the movies. And this is Lucas, because the stuff that's now Disney, that's all fan fiction, like a kid wrote it. It's not even EU. It's just nonsense. What Disney calls legends is what the EU is. Oh, it doesn't mean reading it word for word. Take my word 100%. Oh, but I can only take literally what you're writing, brother. I can't see your expression. I can't see any context. I have to take what you say literally. Okay? And furthermore, I don't take things, I don't guess on things. I take what you say is how I'm going to have to take it. And when I speak, I'm not guessing or hinting or going around. If I tell you it's this, it's because it's this. I'm a very literal person. Literally or projecting what you assume. No wonder why you think EU isn't. It's not. I think it's George Lucas said it's not official canon. You're the one that's confused. I'm sorry. You can research, you can say you research, but you must research more, because you would come to the conclusion that, holy shit, George Lucas said it over and over and over again. It's not canon. The new shows that are upcoming. No, not really. You asked that earlier. I don't know if you heard me, but no, I'm not. You're assuming because, no, it has nothing to do with your age. It's about that your words are showing me that you don't know what you're talking about. Lucas said his movies aren't beholden. Yeah, because they are the canon. Nothing is beholden, because the only thing that is beholden is the movies. You are the one that is reading it wrong. You're the one that's not getting it. Acolyte will probably be about Darth Plagueis. I don't know about that. I think it's going to be about Whammon. That's what that's going to be about. Man, the comments are jumping. You probably hate Clone Wars. I love the first Clone Wars by Gandhi. I don't necessarily hate the other Clone Wars, but they're a mess too. And again, when stuff starts contradicting and breaking canon and making problems, no, I'm not a big fan of it. Darth Maul was dead, and here we are. He's got robot legs. Then you got FAVREAU and Filoni creating the Darksaber, which they made that, not Lucas. Okay, out of their mouths, they admit that they made that shit, and they can't keep their own story straight because now Mandalorian, they're having problems with the Darksaber. This is why, like, to me, that shit is dumb, because it all does. They can't even keep their story straight. Assuming blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm not even gonna write them. All the shows were confirmed. No, not confirmed. They said that they were going to do these things. That's not confirmed. Confirmed is they signed the papers and they're in production. They're actually filming. They haven't confirmed nothing. No, not even. They'll make 3 to 5 shows at tops. Those 11 things they announced, you'll be lucky if you get 5 of them. They're not gonna make all that stuff. They don't have the money. You can't even be around people in the pandemic. And Lucasfilm is in massive debt. They're not even. That was just a test. They just threw things out there to see how everybody reacted. And if everybody was like, "Oh my God, Lando," then they would make the Lando show. Do you know anybody that wants the Lando show? Have you seen a single video about the Lando show? Have you heard anybody talking about the Lando show? No, because nobody cares about the Lando show. Just like they didn't care about the Solo movie, and they learned their lesson on that one, didn't they? Hayden back, probably because they may be a flashbacks. Yeah, that's probably what they're going to do. Just flashbacks. Which then changes the story, because Obi-Wan wasn't having flashbacks and dwelling on Anakin and all that mess. Obi-Wan was meditating, getting stronger in the Force, and protecting Luke. Everybody thinks like Obi-Wan is like this PTSD, messed up, wrecked guy, having all these problems. Why? Obi-Wan is very zen, very wise, very calm. Does he look all disturbed and whacked out when he meets Luke? No. He's an old wizard that's chilling. And everybody wants to insist that, like, he had all these problems and PTSD and he's freaked out over Anakin. I'm sorry, I don't think so. Was G. Man, you wrote a lot, Tetsu. The one canon is G and C combined. C canon stands for continuity. Every time you say ET, it was never canon. I'm sorry. As much as you wanted to be, it never was. I'll call you out and go, okay, well, sorry. Me and George Lucas are wrong. Revan is C canon, so no, sorry. Yes, so that you that are so concerned with EU can have some sort of understanding that it's not canon. That's why the levels exist, dude. Quoted recently. Do you think George Lucas intended Leia to be the chosen one? No, absolutely not. He talks about this, and again, I cover this in my 5-hour video where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in the sequel trilogy. He talks about it. I have the direct quote, and I know exactly what you're talking about. He is not saying that she is the Anakin. No, Anakin is the chosen one. He has stated this many times in many instances, and that is the official who is the chosen one. What he's referring to is that at the time, where the resistance is being, she establishes the resistance, she is the chancellor, she's running things on a diplomatic level. And because there's no conflict between Sith and Jedi, and Luke's kind of on the side, training without like a major conflict, well, Leia's like the star. She's the one that is at the moment keeping the balance, so to speak, because she's in the limelight. She's the chancellor and keep maintaining order. But it's not quite as literal as everybody's like, oh my God, she's the chosen one. Anakin's not the chosen one. No, that's not what he was saying. He was just saying that she's the one at the time that's helping maintain order in the galaxy. It wasn't so literal because Leia really doesn't get too involved with the Force, according to Lucas. No, because Disney owns it. Well, I don't know what that's referring to, but yes. Because Disney wouldn't license it. That isn't a valid. Again, if you don't want to listen to me and George Lucas, dude, that's fine. I'm not here to force you. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just telling you what the man said. No, they weren't. Absolutely not. There's only one canon. George Lucas's canon. Those tiers were made by Leland Chi to help organize and so that all these EU fanatics could have some sort of understanding that the games are under the books. And, you know, that's what that was, is to help you have some sort of bearing and understanding of a level of importance. That's not saying that it was officially and it was canon. It's just giving you some sort of organization so that you understand that this is more serious and more important than this. That's all that is. It was never that it was official canon. There's only one official canon, dude. You got to get, all of you need to get this through your head. Episodes 1 through 6. That's the canon. That's it. From Lucas's mouth. No, it's not official because the story is not, that does not coincide with the movies, dude. How can you say Heir is official continuation of the saga? Gray's in it. No, it's not. You did totally say the GOW of the Force, Guardians of the Wills. Well, maybe again, I have a lot of things in my mind. I'm talking a lot, and that was a slip of the tongue because that's not what it is. As again, I did a 5-hour video that clearly says that's not what it is. There can be flashbacks between Obi-Wan and Anakin and the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, and will also be utilized as Darth Vader. That could be a reason why they brought Hayden back. Flashbacks between Obi-Wan and Anakin, and will also be utilized as... Yeah, I mean, they can do all kinds of flashbacks. But again, I ask you, why are we making an Obi-Wan show to just deal with flashbacks of Anakin? Just make a freaking Darth Vader show then. What's the point? If you're going to make an Obi-Wan show, make it about Obi-Wan. And this is the problem. They realize, okay, this is why the Obi-Wan show exists. Just like Luke and Ahsoka and the Mandalorian. It ain't about you guys. It's about we're desperate. Who's popular? How can we get fans back? Well, Obi-Wan. Everybody loves Obi-Wan. Okay, so we'll make a show. Not even a real show with seasons or 10 episodes. We'll just make 4 episodes because we know they're suckers and they're going to bite on the second. The second they see Obi-Wan, they'll all be like, eh, and you're going to be all excited and you're going to watch the show. Okay? So they're dangling a little piece of candy in front of you and you all are like, oh my God. I'm laughing, looking through straight through that bullshit, but okay, whatever. It's not about Obi-Wan. It's not about telling a true Obi-Wan story. It's really about the member berries and pulling you in with the name Obi-Wan. Now, they realize as much as we want to pull you in with Obi-Wan, well, there's nothing to tell you. Obi-Wan went to Tatooine, and that's the end of the story, dude. He just chills out. He goes to the canteen every now and then, has a drink. He's meditating, practicing in the Force, and he watches over Luke. That's the story. That's as exciting as it gets. He's not doing missions. He's not fighting. He's not arguing with Vader. He's not having PTSD and all these flashbacks about Anakin. None of that exists. That's Disney fan fiction. So what they realize is they want to pull you in with Obi-Wan, but then they're like, well, but shit, we don't have a story. What can we do? Oh, we'll bring in Vader, and then we'll do backstory, and this is how we'll justify the Obi-Wan show, and then we'll get them all back and excited because we got an Obi-Wan show. But in reality, just like the Mandalorian isn't about Din Djarin, well, the Obi-Wan show ain't going to be about Obi-Wan. So what's the fucking point? To sucker you into Star Wars is saved. It's back. We've got Darth Vader. We've got Obi-Wan. We got Ahsoka. We got Luke. If you guys get excited for that and want to fall into that trap, hey, enjoy. I ain't falling for that bullshit. Especially they're ready to ruin Luke, Leia, and Han, and you think they're not gonna step all over Obi-Wan? This is something I don't understand from the fandom. It's like y'all are getting excited for us, these characters are like, oh, well, now we'll have a Luke show. You saw what they did to Luke, right? But you want them to do a show now of them stomping all over Luke? You saw how they disrespected Han Solo, but you want an Obi-Wan show? Like, you want them to show you that they're going to piss all over Obi-Wan. You want this? Okay, well, careful what you ask for. You know what? You're absolutely right, Darth Vader. I was wrong. R2-D2 is the chosen one. You are correct. Or it could be Darth Jar Jar. Jar Jar was the most... I didn't say he was the most important character. I didn't say that at all. I said he's one of the most important characters in the Star Wars galaxy. Is he the most important character? No, I never said that. I would never say that. Never in my life did I say that Jar Jar Binks is the most important character. He's one of the more important characters by all means, more than Dexter Jetsetter or Padme's handmaidens or Captain Panaka or a lot of other characters that I could name. Boss Nass, yes, he's one of the top tier, most important characters. The most important character. No, I've never said that in my life. Although, again, he may be the Dark Lord of the Sith. Said Guardians. I'm not sure what part there. Say great Jedi, they don't mean Jedi as in people who follow the code. They mean Force sensitives. And again, there is no gray area with the Force, dude. That's where EU's got you fucked up. There is no gray area with the Force. It's good and it's evil. It's light side and it's dark side. Period. There's no I'm confused. There's no Windu. That's fan fiction. That's Disney bullshit. That's the EU getting you confused with the Old Republic. That's not George Lucas. There is no gray, nor gray Jedi, nor gray Force users. No, none of that. There is no gray. Star Wars is it's not that it's black and white and there's no room for anything in Star Wars or in life, but Star Wars is a very defined precise, well thought out story. So there is no I'm guessing or not understanding or there's a gray area. It's very clear that Anakin's evil and Luke is good, and that's the point. Is that the good son redeems the evil father. That's it. It's not more complicated than that. And when you start with the EU and the gray and the this, that's where you start complicating shit that's not complicated. This is why Star Wars sucks today, because everybody wants to make it something else and make it more than what it is. And you're not understanding that the simplicity is what made Star Wars so great. That's why an 8-year-old can enjoy it as much as an 80-year-old, because Star Wars isn't complicated. I was 3 years old when I saw Star Wars. It wasn't A New Hope and it wasn't Episode 4. I saw Star Wars. And I left and I understood what I saw. Did I remember every character in line? No. Did I remember every scene or interpret everything perfectly as a 3-year-old? No. But I remember seeing huge letters, Star Wars, and that music, dun, 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 and then this huge crawl. I will never forget that moment. And then the ship being chased, and the droids going to the planet, and this young boy with the white tunic, or whatever you want to call it, and the sand speeder, and R2 in the sand, and falling over in the... I remember that stuff. The key points. And that there was this evil guy in black, that I knew he was evil, not just because he was black, but because the voice and his attitude and all of that. Why? Because Star Wars is simple. It's not complicated. So at 3 years old, I left understanding what I just saw. Did I know all the details like I do now? No, of course not. Did I understand all the ins and outs? And no, over the years, I saw it many more times and learned much more and had a much greater appreciation and understanding. But I promise you, in 1977, as a 3-year-old, I left that theater and I was in love and I understood what I saw. Because Star Wars is very simple. It's not a complicated thing. Anakin was the chosen one. He was the one who threw power. Yeah, Anakin is always the chosen one. Lucas literally says he's not only the chosen one, but even when he becomes Darth Vader, he is still the chosen one. He is always the chosen one. I blocked all smacking down. Wow. In your eyes. Why don't you think season 3? Okay, several reasons. One, because as I spoke earlier, I don't think that they're going to have Lucasfilm that long. Within the next 6 months, they'll probably sell Lucasfilm. 2, because months ago, they said they started production on season 3. We now find out that they didn't. What they've been working on is Boba Fett. And this was confirmed just days ago by Jon Favreau himself, where he confirms that Boba Fett is coming out, and then they will start production of Mandalorian season 3. So number 1, they haven't even finished Boba Fett. Number 2, then they have to start Mandalorian and film it and edit it and all that, which takes time. Also, like I said in a few streams ago, I love when I'm right. I said they're not going to do both shows at the same time. That's suicide. If you put the Boba Fett show against the Mandalorian's going to tank, because everybody's going to want to see Boba Fett. Din Djarin is a chump, and ain't nobody care about Din Djarin. They watch the show for Baby Yoda and all the guests. Nobody cares about Din Djarin. I know there's 5 people out here that have a Din Djarin doll, but the rest of us, ain't nobody care about Din Djarin, guys. Be real. Nobody cares about him because he doesn't have a character. He hasn't been developed. He's a fool that gets knocked over every freaking episode and looks stupid. Nobody cares about Din Djarin. So if you put him against Boba Fett, that show is going to tank hard. They're never going to put those 2 shows competing against each other, because Boba Fett is going to win that battle all day, every day. When you're talking about arguably the most legendary character of all of Star Wars since 1978, if you put Din Djarin against him, he's going to get shredded. So they're not going to do that. Nor is the show going to be ready. So already, Mandalorian, whether they do whatever they do, that doesn't come out to 2022. I don't think everybody quite understood that they are 2 separate shows, but that also is, they're telling you Mandalorian season 3 is not going to come out next year like it has. It's going to be in 2022, guys. Why? Because now they focused on Boba Fett. So whether you like Mandalorian, whether they end up maybe bringing them back or whatever, it's not going to be for another year after. Understand? It's not going to be December or holiday of 21. That's Boba Fett. It's going to be holiday of 22. Boba Fett will probably be like Obi-Wan. It's going to be a short series. They'll just run it through like Christmas through January and just, tickle everybody's little funny bone. Like, oh, we got Boba Fett. Okay. They'll use you again and pull you in with the little sucker member berries. Look, we got Boba Fett. 4 episodes, 6 episodes, and then there goes that. And then in 22 is when they're going to bring out the Mandalorian. I don't think everybody understands that. So I hope you weren't waiting for Mandalorian next year, because it ain't coming out. It's coming out in 22. This has been confirmed. So what I'm getting at is, between probably Lucasfilm is going to get sold off, then you, on top of that, if they do hold on to it, then you got Boba Fett. As soon as you see the Boba Fett show, ain't nobody going to want Mandalorian anymore. I don't think we're going to see Grogu anymore. I'm pretty sure that show's done. Where are they going to go with it? Him getting chased around by Bo-Katan? They already captured Moff, right? Moff Gideon, so nowhere to go there. Bo-Katan's right there. He can just give her the Darksaber. Nowhere to go there. Luke came and saved Grogu. He completed his quest. Nowhere to go there. Ahsoka's going to go after Thrawn, but she's got her own show, so that's where she's going to go after Thrawn. There's no need to do it in Mandalorian. So at this point, you've got nothing, no point of even doing with Mandalorian, who nobody cares about the dude in the begin with. You understand? So now you've got Rangers, which if it gets made, which will probably be Cara Dune. Grief Cargo, everybody likes him, but it's not like a big deal if you never see him again. So the only real character there is Cara Dune, who's probably going to be in Rangers of the Republic, and possibly Casca and Bo-Katan. They might go over there, or maybe they'll just go away. Bo isn't critical to anything. Now, they could do a whole, the war re-siege of Mandalore and blah, 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 but I don't see that happening. Probably what will happen is some of those characters will go over to Rangers. Then you'll have the Ahsoka show with Thrawn. So then that eliminates any use or need. Plus you got the Boba Fett. So why do you need the Mandalorian show for anymore? Which it's the same as the Luke thing. This shows you how fucking stupid Disney is. You should have just from the beginning. Episode 7 brought in Luke, made him a badass. Everybody would love Disney right now. And then Mandalorian, you should have done what it was originally anyways. It was Boba Fett. For those of you that don't know, the Mandalorian is literally Underworld and the 1313 game, and the Boba Fett movie is what the Mandalorian is. The suit, the story, all of that. Jon Favreau didn't write that shit. I have the proof. It was from 2002. George Lucas wrote the stuff. Also, Rogue One, Cassian Andor, Saw Gerrera, all those characters, all dudes. I've got the proof. I have the proof. All of that stuff was developed years ago by Lucas. So Favreau took credit like, oh, look, I made up the Mandalorian. No, that was Boba Fett. So what you should have just done is from the beginning had Luke Skywalker in episode 7 and made the Boba Fett show. The first video I made about Star Wars is on my other channel. I've talked about this before in other streams. You can go listen to it. It's me for 4.5 hours just ranting on like I am today, talking about the Boba Fett. And why didn't you just make a Boba Fett show? That's what it was supposed to be. And sure enough, here we are, the Book of Boba Fett. So how stupid to have wasted 2 years, all this time, all this money, confuse the story more, do this nonsense over a little baby who's not gone anyways, to just go to Ahsoka, who's going to just retcon all the stuff and make this between worlds bullshit. And at the end of the day, you're just getting Luke that you should have had in the first place and Boba Fett that you just should have had in the first place. We've done all this extra and gone around when you could have just had Luke and Boba Fett from the beginning, and everybody would have been like, yeah, Disney, good job. Instead, you've pissed off the fans, you shit all over everybody, you argued and called us names, you got all this drama, all this shit that we just spent the past 8 years going through, when you should have just from the very beginning fuck Solo and fuck the sequel trilogy and all this other Rebels and all this bullshit. You should have just made Luke and you should have made Boba Fett, and right now Star Wars would be a multi-billion-dollar franchise. And instead, they're holding on by a thread, giving you member berries. That's why season 3 ain't gonna probably happen, because at this point you got nowhere, no point of going anywhere. Ahsoka's going with Thrawn. The Rangers is going to be the Mandalorians and Gina. You got Boba Fett. Luke show maybe, or Grogu's gone. So what's the point of continuing with Din Djarin, who's a freaking airhead, gets knocked on his ass every single episode, and nobody cares about anyways. So therefore, you look at it all from a big picture, and you're sitting at the studio like, well, I guess there's no point in making Mandalorian season 3. We got Boba Fett. I would be shocked if we get any more Mandalorian. That's done. They used that up. Now, I don't work at Lucasfilm. We'll see what they do. But they just blew up the Razor Crest, so they're not going to be selling those toys. I bet you guarantee Slave 1 sales are up, and they're going to be selling the shit out of Slave 1s. I guarantee, go to Toys R Us, or well, Toys R Us don't exist. Go to Walmart next month or so. You're going to see Slave 1s all over the place. They're going to be selling the shit out. They couldn't sell that Razor Crest to save their lives. And I guarantee they're going to be selling the fuck out of them Slave 1s. So you do the math. Why are they going to bother with a Mandalorian that breaks all the rules, that doesn't even understand his own canon? I can't take off my helmet, yet every other Mandalorian took off his helmet. Nobody cares about him. His ship is blown up. And meanwhile, you've got the best bounty hunter in the galaxy, Boba Fett. What's the point of the Mandalorian? You have to understand something. Disney does not give a fuck about you. Disney cares about what's going to bring in the money. Mandalorian ain't doing it, guys. Over the past year, they've only gained like 20 million subscribers. That, to you and to me, sounds like a lot. And to Netflix, they're like, you got 20 million. That's so cute. And Disney knows this. Disney's worried about the cheddar, not you, or Luke, or your feelings, or Star Wars. They're worried about what can we do to get subscribers and to make money, because the only money we got right now is Disney Plus. So what scam can we pull to get in people? Well, Mandalorian ain't doing it, guys. He ain't doing it. But I guarantee you, when people saw Ahsoka, Boba, and Luke, and you think it's a coincidence that these, of all the characters, those 3 specific characters, all of a sudden showed up in the past month, it's because Disney's desperately hanging on to a thread like, oh my God, we got to do something, throw them out there. Okay, so at this point, why are you going to look back at Din Djarin? Nobody gives a fuck about. You got Boba Fett, and you got Ahsoka, and you got Luke Skywalker. What's the point of the Mandalorian at this point? Comprende? They're being delayed because of the upcoming Star Wars shows that are coming, but I don't know what he thinks there isn't going to be a season. No, I don't think there is. And for that matter, the next Star Wars celebration is 2022. Okay? So there ain't new shows and new celebrations or any of that for next over a year. Boba Fett will be coming out because they already started it back when they said they started season 3 of Mandalorian. But outside of that, this is another thing. They announced all this stuff. None of that shit is coming out until 2022, and then 23, 24, and 2025. You're not even going to get anything first for a year until the Book of Boba Fett, and then outside of that, there's no Star Wars content for the next 2 years. Well, at this point, we're about to be in 21, right? So mid to late 2022. People aren't understanding this. Like, there's not all these shows they showed you, that stuff's not all coming out. It's like over the next 5 years. So Disney's not going to make it the next 5 years without any content, guys. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. So probably none of this is going to happen because they're going to have to sell it. They're not going to survive the next 5 years without content. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. What does Disney have? Book of Boba Fett in a year, and Black Widow. Because outside of that, they ain't got nothing. Soul. Okay. That'll be around for a week and forgotten. Milan was the whole fucking bomb problem. They don't have anything else. Yeah, I'm sure they're developing some little show or movie. They claim that Loki and all this Marvel stuff is coming out. Well, where's the trailers? Where's all these shows? They do have WandaVision that looks like it is coming. But you understand, if you've got no content and your only income is the streaming service, you're fucked. So don't count on these shows being made or any Disney going anywhere with Star Wars, because you're not going to have anything for the next few years anyways. Cassian Andor, which will never get made, hasn't even, it's already been like 5 years in talking of that fucking show. And they may, if they started next year. They haven't even started the shit. And I know at the investor, they showed you, they're building some sets and making it look real good for the investors. But they haven't filmed anything and they have not started. Why? Because nobody wants to see that show, and that show ain't going to happen. 14-year-old Venomous can rolled my eyes at Jar Jar, same way I did at 3PO, which I saw. I didn't. I always liked him. Prove me wrong on what point? I've already done that, dude. Here's the thing. You may think you're gaining ground. For all of us that were around back then, we're all shaking our heads at us like, oh boy, dude, you just don't get it. The Laser just did absolutely have documentary. You need to do your homework, son. Want to say that I personally look at all the EU as just placeholder stuff until Lucas decides to make something official to tell the story. With that said, some of my favorite stuff is EU. Yes, that's a very good way of looking at it. Don't get me wrong. That should be the primary pool the stuff is pulled from. That is where Lucas, if he didn't have the direct idea or character or story or name, that's where he would go, straight to the EU. Nobody's denying the beauty, the importance, the validity of the EU. But George Lucas said it out of his mouth. That shit ain't canon. Like it or not, it is what it is. THX Trilogy, TPMVHS. Yes, but you do know there was various issues of the videotapes. There wasn't just one. There were several. In fact, all of us old fans were getting frustrated because it's like I have bought Star Wars like 10 different times. Like, not because I had to replace it, but because there have been different versions of the trilogies. Right? You may not be aware of all the different versions, but they're out there. I didn't say you were born in the 2000s, but you weren't born in the 70s, and that makes a difference. That was the case for me. Anyways, now I really don't know what officially considered canon. Neither does Disney. The only thing that is canon is episodes 1 through 6. That is Star Wars. That is the Skywalker saga. End of story. None of the other stuff matters. Even the EU. And I love the EU, and I would be more than happy to pull it in and use it. But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is 1 through 6. And that's part of why he sold it, guys. Because whether you realize it or Disney realizes, George Lucas pimped the shit. He hustled the shit out of Disney. Because at the end of the day, he knew, well, if they go and fuck it all up, and they destroy what I did, and they make some extra shit and do this and the other, at the end of the day, I already claimed and stated that Star Wars is over at episode 6. Go watch the Skywalker Legacy. You'll see George Lucas say the story ends with Anakin, and episode 6, it's 1 through 6. It's meant to be seen as one story, and that's it. The Wills, 7 through 9, was like a bonus. Yes, he had the previous plan, but it wasn't officially going to be made until he finally, towards the end, said, well, maybe I'll make them. But he literally says it, that the story concludes 1 through 6. So at the end of the day, you don't need the EU or any games or Disney or Rebels or any of this shit, because George Lucas hustled the shit out of Disney. At the end of the day, they can fuck up all they want. The story was already over. He made his money. He told his story. So regardless of what Disney does, if you're smart and you understand what was truly canon, then Disney can't hurt something that's already been finished. You understand? That's part of why George Lucas sold it. It was to raise his daughter, and he didn't need the money, and he wanted to do his museum. There was a lot of things behind it, but he knew at the end of the day, no matter how much they fuck it up, no matter what happens, it doesn't really matter because the story was over anyways. 1 through 6 was the story, and it's over. So George Lucas, in reality, as much as it sucks, as much as he should have kept control, as much as he could have done things wrong, he knew, and I understand, that he hustled Disney. The story's over. Everything else is fan fiction. So it doesn't make any difference what the hell Disney does at the end of the day, because the shit was over in 2005. He made his money, and this is another thing. Like, people will comment on my videos like, oh, he's a sellout. He sold out for money. You do realize that George Lucas had like 10 times, like several billions and billions and billions of dollars. Like, he didn't even need that little $4 billion of Star Wars. Do you think that even affected his wallet? That's like that's a yacht for him. That's like another museum. That ain't nothing to George Lucas, guys. Come on, seriously. I'm not saying he's the richest man on earth, but he had plenty of billions of dollars. It's not like he sold Star Wars with the money so he could go buy a boat. I mean, that's stupid. How stupid are people to say stuff like that? He's been a millionaire. Furthermore, he donated the money from Star Wars to education. So for people to say, well, he sold it because he's a sellout, I mean, you're fucking stupid. You're just an airhead. Anyways, none of it matters, guys, because he hustled Disney. He already finished the story in 2005. He's sitting on the property 7 years later in 2012. Disney's like, hey, we'll give you $4 billion plus a bunch of shares and 25% on everything you use. And he's like, I'm not going to make the movies anyways. I already finished the shit. And you know what? He did do it partly for us too. Because he did think, well, Disney will at least respect it and try to make more. And at least they can keep going. Because I'm not going to be able to make it anymore. I got a new daughter. I'm old. I'm over this shit. I've been dealing with it for 40 years. I need to do something else with my life. I want to spend time with my wifey. I want to spend time with my kid. I got plenty of money. It's time to move on. But at least I'm handing it to somebody who, I don't know what they'll do, but at least they have the opportunity to keep Star Wars going. I've given them the notes. They have the EU. They have Dave Filoni. There's no reason why they cannot continue this and keep it going, and they can make tons of money and keep Star Wars alive. Disney chose to just do totally the opposite. That was their choice. George Lucas handed them the golden goose. They chose to shit all over that. But just know, no matter how much your heart may hurt, how down you may feel, you may say, but George, why? And believe me, I've been through this. But you have to just remember that at the end of the day, really, he's the hustler here. He got Disney for $4+ billion because the story was already over. And everything else, including the EU, is fan fiction. The only thing that matters is the movies 1 through 6. Not Clone Wars cartoon, not Rebels, not Splinter, not any of that stuff. The movies 1 through 6 are Star Wars. End of conversation, done. George Lucas said it. It is what it is. And that's part of why he sold it. Is because he knew that it was game over and it doesn't matter. Whatever Disney wants to do with it, they can step all over and fuck it up. It doesn't matter because Star Wars was already done. So remember that the next time someone talks shit or you feel sad or you're worried about it, just know at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You have Star Wars 1 through 6 at any time. You can put in those tapes or VHS or watch it on Netflix or wherever, and there it is. It's not the same as the despecialized. It sucks that all this mess and all the fighting and all the arguing and all the canon breaking and all that stuff sucks. I understand. I'm there with you. But at the end of the day, in the very core of my brain and the deepest part of my heart, that's why I don't get all emotional for Luke Skywalker or cry that we've lost Star Wars. Because we had Star Wars. It finished in 2005. That's what you guys got to always remember. At the end of the day, Star Wars was done in 2005. 1 through 6, that's it. Skywalker Saga. The most beautiful film franchise ever that existed and that will ever exist. And Disney can never take that away, can never change that or do anything with that. They can make all the Rey nonsense movies, stories they want, and it doesn't matter. The only time it matters is if you don't take that knowledge and pass it to your kids and say, here's what real Star Wars is. Anakin and Luke's story. Therefore, it can never die. 300 years from now, people will be enjoying Luke Skywalker, not Jake Skywalker. Disney can make all the fiction they want. VHS and 8-track and cassettes are. Yeah, well, I had many cassettes that you catch up. Yeah, there's tons of stuff here. Book or show. Not sure which question. You can have heard the commentary, but you don't know that because you're assuming that commentary was made in 2000. I may have already heard that same audio recorded 20 years earlier, or the same comments, but it's just a new recording, dude. But you don't know what I know. That's where you're making a mistake. Is you don't know the Star Wars facts that I know. No, absolutely not. That's not correct. Canon is canon. Canon is history for movies. It has nothing to do with EU or Star Wars. This is another thing. I think people think this canon is related to Star Wars. No. Canon is media, film, history. And that began, as far as Star Wars is concerned, May 25th, 1977 is when Star Wars canon began. It's not something from the 90s. Sorry. We were talking about and maintaining canon before you were born. Yes, I did know that. We used to call it that. That's, again, you weren't there, so you don't know what you're talking about. We used to call it that. Oh, well, that's not the movie. Obviously, it's different. So then it's an expanded universe. It's extra. It's been called expanded universe. It's been called extra universe. And it's been called, what's the other one people say all the time that kind of drives me crazy? Not expanded, but oh shoot, sometimes people call it by this other name and I'm like, it's expanded universe. And it's not extra, although we would say that sometimes. Extra, expanded, and no, I'm forgetting the name. Anyways, you all know what I'm talking about. We were saying that. This is something I'm trying to stress to you. When you weren't a sperm, expanded universe was in our mouths. You don't know this because you weren't there. I know this because I was there. You're assuming because you read some bullshit that you know what you're talking about. And no, you don't. Because I was talking about it before you were born. Sorry, but it is what it is. I don't care if in Lucasfilm's eyes or this thing says that, or I know what we were talking about. I know that we were talking about, are the stormtroopers the clones? No, and again, you are assuming that. No, you don't know that. Because you are assuming what you heard and what was recording in 2000 was not spoken previously. Whereas what you're referring to, I may have known about in 1987. You don't know that. You're going to die on this hill, dude. You're not going to get up the hill. You're going to lose every time because you weren't there. Couldn't have said the thing about Fett. Yes, he absolutely did. Oh, Lord. No, it was not. Absolutely not. It was not coined in 1991. I don't know where you're getting that nonsense from, because it was not. No, it was absolutely not. It was established May 25th, 1977. Because you don't know that they gave us media guides, and that we had comic books, and there was extra stuff like posters and Burger King glasses and lunch boxes, and all that stuff is canon. Because if the lunchbox showed R2 as a yellow or a pink, wide round droid, that's not in continuity with the white with blue dome trash can, right? So there was canon and there was continuity, because there was all these different projects. You don't know that I used to sleep on sheets for Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, and that I had all the toys, and then on the toy cards it said Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, and then Palpatine said Emperor Palpatine. So I knew it was Emperor Palpatine before you were freaking born, dude. And that when the Phantom Menace came out and it said, I'm Senator Palpatine, I knew the second that I saw Senator Palpatine that that's the Emperor. You didn't, because you didn't have the toy that told you Emperor Palpatine. So again, you think you know what you're talking about, but you don't, son. EU, continuity, canon, all of that was before you were born. Sorry to burst your bubble. Am I missing chat for some reason? Comments are showing up on the live stream that I'm not seeing. I'm not sure. There were so many comments that I'm way behind. Disney owns ABC, BBC. Yeah, they own a lot of things. And it's not just Disney. There's several big corporations that own a lot of other corporations underneath them. Again, this goes throughout several industries: lumber, car manufacturing, baseball cards, restaurants, news media. I mean, there's just like so many. Whenever you think you know a manufacturer, if you follow the money, you're going to see that they're under some other umbrella. There's only a small amount of companies in this world as far as like major corporations. There's tons of smaller local businesses. Like I personally own 2 corporations, and then loosely run other corporations that aren't official. But I have 2 corporations official. I have the paperwork. They're official corporations. But that's a smaller, right, individual corporation. As opposed to what I'm talking about is something like a Marriott owns a lot of shit that you don't realize. And when you own McDonald's, it's because you own some shit. He did sign off on there. Well, I don't know what part we've been back and forth with so much. He was established with air. Do, of course, you understand the need to sign off. Lucas did sign off on DE and Air and the use of Clone Emperor. Again, I would have to go back and confirm that. And back then, like I said, there was only but 3 books, 4 books. So it wasn't an issue, dude. He could look at something and say, okay, yeah. It's not like what you're talking about in the 90s and the more modern EU, where now you got like hundreds of books and hundreds of games, and it's all over the place. And George Lucas wasn't looking at all that shit. Yeah, I didn't say he didn't know about that. Of course he did. And did he make it in the movies? There was a canon? No, because you cannot clone Force users. See, that's, again, you're getting confused. You think because he allowed someone to write a book in the EU that referred to cloning the Emperor, that Lucas was behind that. No, dude, it's not how it worked. Lucas canon is the movies. He allowed authors, if they wanted to create stories, fan fiction, okay, have fun. And that was just a fun story, the Emperor cloning himself. But never did Lucas say, hey, I want you to make a story about clone emperors, and I'm going to explore clone emperors. I'm thinking about making a movie of clone emperors. No, that was never in George Lucas's plan. Sorry. That was an author expanding, and that's the word I was looking for, expanded No, expanded, extra. What's the other? Extended universe. I hate it when people call it the extended universe, but a lot of people say extended universe. Furthermore, you get extra and extended universe and you more modern guys, because again, before you were born, dude, we were talking about expanded universe. Anyways, you I think are misunderstanding Lucas. Because he allowed things doesn't mean he was saying it was canon or it was official. He was just letting people have fun. Issue of pics of the article, but you can't present on it. I never said I can't. I said that I'm not going to do that today. No, you don't. Disbelieve alive longer is an automatic. Well, okay, if you say so. In 10 years, come find me and you tell me that. Not stuff outside Star Wars. But that's what you're not understanding. Canon is not a Star Wars thing. Canon is history. It's continuity. It's movie and media continuity. So outside of Star Wars, there's always been this premise. Canon, EU, none of this shit is new. This is old school, dude, before you were born. That's what you're not understanding. So you cannot break canon. That's like saying, well, I can just change history because I want to. That's not how that works. History is unbreakable, just like canon is. The old Star Trek show that was long before Star Wars, guess what? Had canon, dude. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying this was the point. You may have a high IQ, and then you're assuming, well, I've been doing this for 10 years, I have this high IQ. But you're taking for granted that I may have the same or much higher IQ, plus over 10 more years of this knowledge than you. So you're by default going to lose. And I'm not here to measure, argue, or compare, or compete. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying, don't take for granted that someone knows something more than you do. And it's not just because of age, but if someone is on the same intelligence or more than you, plus has age and time over you, then you shouldn't really argue. No, actually, pretty much anybody born before you is going to know more about Star Wars than you do, dude. Sorry. Anyone that's paying attention. Not just because you were in the theater in 1977, you know more. But what I'm saying is, if somebody that's seriously, dude, I have a YouTube channel with 100 videos showing you that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You're gonna have to concede on this one. On the other issue, the life 10 years. No, there's a question. I'm saying you don't know the micro. Well, you assume that, but I can promise you that I do. Especially when you don't understand the splinter of the mind's eye was EU and what canon is. That right there is telling me you don't know what I know. 78. That's not true. It was considered EU no later than 1980. You weren't there, so you don't know what you're talking about. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Totally wrong, and this keeps on splinter. Because you're just not understanding. I'm sorry, but that's a fact. You out my place, which is why I haven't put in that place. Cause it's not about putting you in your place. It's about showing you the light. In my place, because I'm not wrong. Oh, okay. I mean, you could say that you're not wrong, but talk to anybody that was there in 1980, and they're going to say, dude, that shit was EU. No, you weren't there. You were born in 85. So how are you going to tell me what was canon in 1980 when I was there in the theater? I saw Empire in the theater, and then I saw it 40 years again in the 40th anniversary, and the 30th anniversary, and the 20th anniversary. Kennedy wrote Dark Empire, or Zahn wrote their trilogy. They had to show Lucas what they were doing, and he signed off on it. That had been established for over. Okay. When you're talking about a big title and big events, yes, Lucas had to approve of certain points, as I said 1,000 times in the stream, certain important points like Thrawn's place, could Yoda die, would Han do this type of behavior? Nobody's ever argued that. But if you think that George Lucas sat there and read out Timothy Zahn's story and then signed off on it, you're smoking too much weed, dude. Sorry, you're smoking too much weed, because that is not what happened. Oh, boy. Man, you wrote a lot of comments. I really got you worked up this time, huh? You've been assuming what I'm saying. Lucas never said it wasn't official. Okay, you think he didn't. And yes, he absolutely said it's not official canon. Absolutely. Research. You didn't look in the right places. You don't know where you're looking. He said it. Okay, if that's what you think. Canon. It's saying Lucas's word. No, it's not that it can. It does override. The only canon is his films. That's where you're getting it twisted. You're thinking it's an option, and it's not that way. Sure, your choice. It doesn't change the truth. Word and behavior. No, you're not. Because if you're going off of Lucas's word, we would not have to be having this conversation. Canon until if it wasn't canon. You're just not getting it. You can't deny that error says the official yes. At the second that it came out, Lucas didn't have the budget or know for sure that Empire was going to be made. Okay? So then that book came out saying, well, okay, this is the continuation because we don't know what's going to happen. Then that should have made a shit ton of money, and that went right out the door. Again, you weren't born, you weren't there, so you don't know the context of what it was. I do, because I was there. I know very well what the cover says, and you're misunderstanding because you weren't there. You're not getting it. You don't understand the context. Yes, I know. It's from Lucas. Because I'll repeat, he didn't know for sure if he was going to make the films. So there he wrote. He's written several forwards and comments and a lot of the books. But that's because at that moment, that's what he held to truth. That doesn't mean that that's the overall canon. Things change. Obviously, when he made Empire, all that shit went out the window. And then with Jedi, more shit went out the window. And then the same thing with the prequels. It doesn't matter what he said one day in 1979. What matters is at the end of the day, what ended up being the story. And once it's in the movies, that's what the canon. Everything else is discarded. A New Hope. No, it was never named A New Hope. Yeah, in the re-release. Once again, you weren't born. You weren't there. But I was there. And it was called Star Wars. Period. That's what it was. Star Wars. It was not Episode 4. It was not A New Hope. And many people will tell you that not only is the special editions not canon, but Episode 4, A New Hope, is not canon. Because real, true, authentic canon was Star Wars. Now, those are the extreme OT purists. I'm not quite like that. I say, okay, it's Episode 4 because, you know, the continuity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fine. New Hope. I got no problem with it. Plus, it's Lucas that said that and retconned it, and that's fine. Not retconned it, but updated it, and I'm okay with that. But yes, in 1977, it said Star Wars. That's it. So regardless of what he did in 81 and re-release, you're not understanding that it was not A New Hope. It was not Episode 4. It was Star Wars. It's not about smacking you down, dude. It's about facts. It is what it is. I'm not gaining or winning or proving anything. I'm just telling you what's the facts. I don't get a prize. I'm not getting any credibility here. Yeah, my voice is starting to crack up. No, I don't. That's one thing that's for sure. I, of all people, understand the canon better than anybody at Lucasfilm, and certainly more than you at this moment, because that's one thing that's for sure. I have no misgivings about what the canon is. Would watch both. Not sure which part you mean. A New Hope? Voice crack. Yes, my voice is breaking up. The Disney fans are Star Wars fans. The writers for Lucas write Star Wars content, not Disney. The writers for Lucasfilm write Star Wars. Okay, well, that was him talking to you. Aren't even him. Well, that's a little extreme. Although I won't totally argue with you. Who are Disney fans? Airheads? Yeah, that's a good way to put it. They're fans of Disney's fan fiction. Here's the thing. There's people that like the Disney stuff, and that's fine. They might even think it's better than the Lucas stuff. That's fine. You're allowed to like what you like. But just understand one thing, that the thing that you like from Disney isn't Star Wars. You like the space fantasy movie show things made by Disney that they slap the name Star Wars on. But that's not Star Wars. The second you break canon, the second you contradict things, the second you're retconning, the second you're just bringing people back to life and disrespecting the fans and all that, it's fan fiction. It's not Star Wars. Now, if you like that more than you like actual Star Wars, that's okay. Like what you like. I got no problem with that. If you like this Disney stuff, have at it. But just know, as much as you like it or not, you're not a fan of Star Wars. You're a fan of Disney's space thing. You're not a fan of Star Wars, because if you're a fan of Star Wars, you would be a fan of what George Lucas did. That's what Star Wars is. There's not an option. There's not a way around, well, but I like this, not that. That's not, again, history is not bendable. You can't say, well, I liked Hitler or I didn't. Well, because I don't like him, I like the new version. And so that's what it is. That's not how it works, guys. Either you understand that Hitler was a terrorist, menace to humanity, whatever, or you don't. But whether you understand it or like it or accept it is irrelevant. It is what it is. So Disney fans aren't Star Wars fans. They like the Disney space thingy. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But just don't get mistaken. That's not Star Wars. It's not even close. You could potentially even like both. But it's still, the Disney stuff isn't Star Wars. The Mandalorian, that shit certainly, man, they ain't nowhere near Star Wars. But hey, people like it. People think, so I see people saying, this is the best Star Wars we ever had. I'm like, okay. Quite educated point of view, new canon remains consistent with George Lucas's stories, themes, and grand vision for the saga. Yeah, well, he's the only, because I know everybody in the chat is like, man, you've been going over and over and over with this thing, and you're right, not my Star Wars, and I know I'm right, but you know, he's got this bug for some reason. And this is why I don't tend to talk about EU or do too much EU stuff, because a lot of the EU people get crazy and stupid about this thing. And I will repeat, I love the EU. I have read, touched, played with, looked at, heard 80, 90% of everything Star Wars. The toys, the books, the movie media booklets, I mean, things that you don't even know exist. I have seen it, touched it, played with it, put it in the snow, had Hoth battles, did all kinds of shit. Read these books, read these stories, read clips, had the action figure cards. I know little details about Star Wars that most of you will never know. Not that it's a competition, I'm just saying. Anyways, that's why I don't get into the EU, because you start having these arguments about, but it was canon, but he said this, but it was that. And no, he didn't. 1 through 6 are the canon, period. End of conversation. That's the Skywalker saga. That's Star Wars. Everything else is extra. That's why it's called expanded universe, not official universe, not the universe, not the same universe, not one universe, expanded, extra goodies for you to enjoy, not official. Now, as long as it doesn't conflict, and as then okay, I would say that Mara Jade's official, that Luke officially does marry her and have children and all. I'm not arguing that. I'm not fighting against that. But I can't sit here and go against the fucking maker who said Mara Jade doesn't exist. Luke does not marry. I can't sit here and say, well, but George doesn't know what he's talking about, or it is canon. No, you don't have that option. I'm very sorry. That's not the way that it works. And this is why I don't get too much into lore and Star Wars or EU stuff, because it starts to become this nonsense. When Luke has said it 1,000 times, it's not canon. No, you haven't, because you're arguing what I know for a fact since before you're born. So you have not done the research. You need to dig much, much deeper, because if you did the research, you wouldn't have had this conversation, dude. It's that simple. Says, based off of Star Wars, Disney, a fan company of Star Wars, that bought it and disregarded the canon to make their own faction film. Yeah, that's well said. You almost look like, somebody else said that to me. That's funny. I don't think that I do, but okay. I guess it's worse for people to look like. I'll give you the same reply that I gave him, D, who's probably not around anymore, but D, we'll see it maybe eventually. I'd like to think I'm more handsome than him, but okay. You're the second person to say that. It's funny. Not today. It's been a while, but anyways, I'm still waiting for you for why you believe Lucasfilm has not respected the lore of George's vision for this segment. Okay. That's to him. They degraded the canon, they disrespected, they made Luke and Han go against their character, the updated Anakin sacrifice. That's all true. I've talked about it as well in this video and many others. But they also just the canon for supposed creation freedom and then copy the EU the whole time. Yes. Lucas also said he didn't like that they made the movies the way they did, and his ideas differ. Yes, that is correct. Disagree wholeheartedly. Nothing can take away Anakin's sacrifice to save his son. But see, that's where the problem happens. Yes, it is a problem. You see, you may have seen Star Wars, and you love it, and you know the story, and you may say, well, whatever Disney does, it doesn't matter, because I know the truth, and I love Anakin, and he's the chosen one, and I know how the story. That's not the problem. The problem is that 10, 20 years from now, your kids or your grandkids or your little cousin or nephew is not going to see episode 5 or episode 2. They're going to see Mary Sue Ray. And they're going to think that that's what Star Wars is. So then they grow up with Rey, who's perfect and all powerful and doesn't have any training. And that child is going to think, oh, well, you're the Force. You just can do anything. And you can fly, like literally fly. I'm not even talking about the Falcon. Like Rey can fucking fly, like Peter Pan. Can lift things and do things. And it can beat Jedi killers who just never picked up a lightsaber and all the stuff that we know about. Okay? Jake is some asshole hermit who doesn't care and doesn't want to fight or be a part of anything. And then your little nephew grows up watching that. And then what happens? They 5 years later realize, oh, Star Wars isn't just the Mary Sue Ray, who Ray is her hero because that's all she knows. She realizes then later, 5 years later, oh, there was other movies before these. I didn't know that. But now that I'm 5 years older and I'm 13 years old, I realize, wait a minute, it says episode 7, 8, 9. So what's episode 1 through 6? I didn't know that existed. oh, well, I'm not a big Star Wars fan, so I don't even mention it to my brother. And then my brother doesn't care at all. So then your nephew doesn't know. And then so you see 20 years later, they're growing up with Rey. They believe Star Wars is some other bullshit. And then they finally figure out, wait a minute, what are these other episodes? So then they go back and now watch 1 through 6. But because they saw Rey and Papa Palpatine and all of the nonsense, now they go back and watch 1 through 6 and they say, well, but that's not Star Wars. Everybody's weak and dumb, and the technology looks stupid, and this story sucks. And how come Palpatine was the ruler and he was going to make Rey the Sith Queen? This doesn't make any sense. Anakin's stupid. He couldn't even beat the Emperor because, look, he has to fight Rey. Rey's the bestest ever because she beat Palpatine. Do you understand now why it's a problem? Just like you can't mess with history books, you cannot mess with canon. Because I know the truth, and I will always tell the truth about Star Wars, and you're not going to change my mind or show me differently. But your kids, your grandkids, your nephew, your son's third cousin are going to grow up with some bullshit and think that Disney nonsense is Star Wars. And that's the point here. It's not for me because I know the truth. It's not for people my age because we all saw it. We all know that Disney's bullshit. We all know that Palpatine is the most ridiculous thing. He died in 1983. It's not like Disney pulled the wool and fooled us. The problem is that your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids are going to grow up instead of 300 years from now seeing the most epic, beautiful films, the most wonderful hero's tale. They're going to see Mary Sue Ray and then figure out that there was other movies before it. And then they're going to say, oh, and there was cartoons and there was this and there was books. And then they're going to get all into it and start looking at all of it and see that none of it matches up. It all conflicts. It's all a mess. And how come but Rey could do this and fly, but then the other people couldn't do this? And Grandmaster Yoda, everybody makes him like he's so great, but he couldn't fly. He didn't do that much stuff. Rey could move boulders and fly, and Yoda could barely pick up an X-Wing. So Yoda wasn't very special now, was he? And Rey had to kill Palpatine because she's all the Jedi. So now Anakin is nobody. That's where the problem happens. I don't do this for me or even for you. I do this for your kids, for your grandkids, for history, for canon. Luke's not a hermit, he's not a failure, and he's not a coward. Han is not a deadbeat dad. He would not, there is no Ben Solo, it's Ben Skywalker. And Han wouldn't have left Leia, he adored Leia. They were not at all the characters that they were in the Disney movies. You can shake your heads. Commentary, not a documentary, it's the same thing, it doesn't matter. Never said those were the only iterations. No, I'm just saying there's several of them. That's why if you're going to talk about this stuff, you have to say this one at this time, and this is the thing. There's a ton of information on all of these media, and I've seen it all. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. 0.7 doesn't matter if you confuse. There's no confusion on my part. So there, it does matter. Lols 1 through 6. Yep. Do you know what the original plan was for the sequel trilogy? I've heard bits. Yes, if you watch my live stream, where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in George Lucas's sequel trilogy, there I go through exactly that because I had Bothan spies in Europe that got me pages from the new book, Star Wars Archives, that just came out. I got images and pages from it early. And in there, George Lucas talks about some of the ideas for the sequel trilogy and why he sold Star Wars. And it's all there in that stream. I won't go over it all right here again, but it's all there in that stream. If you want to go watch it, I cover it in great detail. I show you the sources. I show you the pictures. I show you the quotes. It's all there. And I'll tell you a very condensed version. He sold it to raise his newborn daughter. Darth Maul and Darth Talon were the protagonists of the story, although that was just an idea, because in reality the story was about the wills and the midichlorians that transfer the will. That the wills is the Force. The way that the Force moves is through the midichlorians, through objects and people. And one other very important detail that I talk about, and that there's absolute proof there, is that Anakin was made by the Force. Not Palpatine, not Plagueis, not anything else. Literally, immaculate conception through the Force. George Lucas clearly states it. The quote is there. The proof is in the video. If you want to go watch it, it's there. It's a live stream from about a month ago where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in George Lucas's sequel trilogy. It's about a 5-hour stream, and it's all there for you. Ends at 6, post Return of the Jedi. Isn't the Skywalker saga? It's just what Luke did after balancing the Force. Yeah. Already done. Not sure what part. I've said a lot of things. Maybe you said you've already seen my video or something. I'm not sure. I'm a little bit behind. So 1 through 6. No, actually, that's not true. George Lucas said it very clearly. Star Wars is over. 1 through 6. It's one story, and that's it. So it's not even an argument. I mean, Lucas literally said that over a long time. No, it was, but then after he sold it in season 3, Clone Wars got decanonized. So they decanonized themselves. They started breaking canon. They started going against the 1 through 6, so it's no longer canon. You could say the first 3 seasons of Clone Wars is canon if you like, but after that, that's Dave Filoni doing baloney. Ahsoka. Yep, you are correct. Great year indeed. I don't remember too much great things from 2005, but yeah, that was Revenge of the Sith. That was fun. Yeah, if you want it to be, I guess. Love George because he's 100% right. Education is going down the drain. Yeah. I heard you say Clone Wars. Yeah, it's not canon. Okay. Let me clarify. The movies were always what was canon, 1 through 6. Then he decided he wanted to make a show, The Clone Wars. When he invented the show and started the production of the show, the intention was that it would be canon. I have a quote that even says, which again backs up the EU thing that I'm telling you. The EU is not canon. The only canon is, and he says, the films, the 6 films, and the Clone Wars cartoons. Not all not all Star Wars shows, not future shows, not things I'm thinking about, not Underworld. The Clone Wars cartoon is meant to be canon. Now, starting with the Clone Wars movie, which nobody liked, it was pretty awful. So, if you want that to be canon, okay. I didn't hate it. The whole, I forget his little name, but the baby Jabba, I didn't hate it. I didn't have a huge problem with it. I know most people hated it, but whatever. Okay. The point here is that the idea was he was intending on making all the Clone Wars cartoons and eventually the movies. So at that time, he said it, and his intention was that the Clone Wars cartoons would in fact be canon along with the movies because he was overseeing it and was going to maintain the continuity. All right. For the first 3 seasons, he was heavily involved. He wrote up a lot of the treatments. He gave a lot of the concept. He still had writers doing stuff. So by all means, the first 3 seasons of Clone Wars, you can say yes, because Lucas was directly involved overwatching and making sure where shit was kept tidy and correct. Yes. And then he sold Star Wars. And then Dave Filoni said, and you get the story, and you get to do this, and you get to do that, and I'm going to break canon here, and I'm going to break canon there, and I'm going to do what I want here, and I'm going to change this. So now, all of a sudden, Boba Fett, the first Mandalorian, isn't Mandalorian anymore, and Ahsoka's going to keep going past Order 66, and we invent the Darksaber, and all these little things over time. Darth Maul's got legs, he's back, and all this stuff over time started coming. Most of that was Filoni. George Lucas created the Clone Wars. Dave Filoni made the Clone Wars. I hope you understand the distinction there. So the first 3 seasons, if you want to argue, okay, you can say they're canon, because Lucas was heavily involved. And once he sold it, he went away. He was no longer involved in Star Wars, so he had no parts of what Filoni's retconning nonsense was going on with Clone Wars. So seasons 4 through 7 have nothing to do with Lucas and are not canon. For example, Ahsoka in season 7. I know everybody's like, oh, it was so beautiful. It was the best Star Wars. It was amazing. Ahsoka was dead. Sorry. This shit ain't canon. Why? Because we'll go back to the beginning of all this stream. You can't have Ahsoka alive in Star Wars because the only Jedi, the point of Star Wars was Luke Skywalker. So anyways, while Lucas intended, and he stated, and I was going to show you that quote as well, Tetsuo's, that he said that the movies and the Clone Wars cartoons are what are official canon. He literally says that. That is also up until he sold the franchise and they started changing shit. So everything after 2012, season 3, where they were started doing their own shit, that ain't canon. And I know a lot of people like the Clone Wars. I'm going to say, but it is canon. No, it's contradicting Lucas and the original story, so it's not canon. If you like it, if you want to watch it, whatever, that's fine, but it's not canon. So hopefully that helps explain. He did, in the beginning, he was very involved and he would sign off on a lot of it. He wrote a lot of the treatments, but as you can see in many quotes and interviews, and I have said, and also you can see in my Rinzler, What Star Wars Means to Us with Jonathan Rinzler. Jonathan Rinzler was the executive editor of Lucasfilm Publishing for like 10 years, okay? And he was on my channel, and we discussed it, and he confirmed what I have said many times. George Lucas would walk into a room with certain concepts, and there would be a room full of writers, and he would say, this, this, and this. Write a story, and he would leave. So the majority, 80, 90% of what you see in Clone Wars wasn't directly Lucas. It was him giving key points, and then a bunch of writers, including Filoni, making shit up. As long as it fit, and it worked, and it was there, okay. Furthermore, you know, the Jar Jar Binks episodes, that was done by Jonathan Rinzler, because Rinzler asked, can I do some Clone Wars stuff? And Lucas said, I'll think about it. And then later, Lucas came to him and said, okay, you want to do something? Well, you got to fix Jar Jar Binks. Because everybody was crying about Jar Jar Binks. He's the worst thing ever. So then Lucas was like, okay, well, you got to make Jar Jar Binks cool. He's got to be important and do something important in the Clone Wars. So I handed it to Rinzler, and I don't remember if it was 2 or 3. I want to say it was 3, maybe 4 episodes, all about Jar Jar Binks. I know a lot of you know what I'm talking about. That was by Jonathan Rinzler, who was on my channel on a live stream, if you want to verify any of this. All in my interpretation. Story was not over. Well, that's if you don't want it to be in your head, that's fine. But the story was indeed over in episode 6. George Lucas literally says it. 1 through 6, it's one story, and that's it. It's over. It's done. Skywalker Saga is complete. You're totally wrong. The EU is a continuation of the saga, not fan fiction. No, it's not. That's where you're confused. It is not a continuation. It is a separate extension. It is an expansion to the universe, not a continuation. There's a very stark distinction between a nice side piece, or, okay, there's wifey and there's side piece. Side piece could be great, but she ain't official. Wifey is. Does that help you understand? Nah, you shouldn't say that. EU isn't gone. And I'm not at all saying that you need to let it go or not love it or not appreciate it. All I'm saying is this pretense that it's canon, it's absolute, it was official. That's where you guys got to let that shit go. Because it never was. It wasn't even like it got demoted or removed from canon. It never was. Literally, it was never canon. Claim special editions aren't canon. No, I'm not. I never said that. Those are official canon because George Lucas made that, and he said it was canon. And as much as I and the majority of OT originals, 77ers, hate that he did that shit, or at least parts of it, we can't argue. It's canon. I know there's some people out there who be like, oh, that shit ain't canon. That's not real Star Wars. The only real Star Wars is the first original thing. That's not fair either. What George Lucas says is what's the story is what it is. That's what's official, whether we like it or not. Remember I said that a while ago. It's not my Star Wars. It's not your Star Wars. It's George Lucas's Star Wars. So it doesn't mean two fucks of what I think or want. It's what George Lucas says. And George Lucas said the special editions are canon. So as much as I like it or not, that's what it is. That's the official Star Wars. That dumbass Jabba the Hutt and Greedo shot first or shot last or shot didn't or all that mess, McClunky, all that shit. Well, I like it or not, it doesn't matter. George Lucas says it's canon. It is canon. That's what it is. I have no say in the matter. Do I prefer that it's not that way? Yeah, but that's what it is, dude. EU is forever and will always be canon. Well, it's not. It was never canon, but it is forever. Yeah, sorry. You're right, Mattress. That is factually untrue. It was never canon. And I know it's driving you crazy to do this, but that's, dude, it is what it is. It's what Lucas said. You know it to be true. No, you couldn't have heard the commentary because it was recorded until the 2000s. Or what? You again are assuming that. You don't know what I know. You don't know what I've heard. You think that it's something new. I might have heard that in 1992 or 79. You don't know that. And it is foolish to presume that you know what I know when I have more years of knowledge than you do. That is very foolish. Do not do that in your life. It's going to run you into walls. Always assume you know less than the next person, especially if you're elder. You're going to go much farther in life. Yeah, pretty much. It's like Ahsoka trying to tell Yoda what the Force is. I mean, this is where we're at, dude. Come on. And MSS, I assume you're saying me, not my Star Wars, I guess. Canon, as far as Star Wars wasn't being used, and neither what you think that, but it was. I'm sorry. Before you were born, I was talking about expanded universe and canon. I'm sorry to bust your bubble. That commentary was in fact recorded in the 2000s for the DVD. Okay, and again, you're not getting it. That could have been recorded in 2000, but it also could have been recorded or common knowledge in 1987. You're assuming that it's new just because it says it's new and that you're hearing it for the first time, whereas the information on that disc could have known about 20 years before. That's where you're getting it fucked up. I don't care when it was physically recorded. It could have been recorded 18 times prior, and you just don't know that. And no, EU was not coined in 91. You are 10,000% incorrect. Yes, it was. Well, it was actually established in 78. You're right. It was 78. I said, first of all, I said Canon was established in 77, not EU. And EU was established in 78. Fact. Well, I can't agree with the last part. The new film stay true to the lore and story. Ow. Nothing before Era was considered canon until you're wrong, dude. That's absolutely not true. That's not true. We were talking about canon and expanded universe before you were born, son. You are wrong. And I had a Palpatine figure in 1980. Again, you don't know what you're talking about. Emperor Palpatine. I knew that in 1980. No, you're wrong. That's 10,000% wrong. I don't even know where you're getting that from. That is 10,000% wrong. Life experience. I didn't say I am. There's people with more experience than I have. I never said I'm the only one. Never said I know everything. But I know what the fuck I'm talking about right here. You know, I never said error. Wrong again. There was way more than 3 books in the 90s. I never said there was 3 books in the 90s. There was like 100 at that point. Shit, by 1990, Canon or EU was well underway. It's not even like, you know how many books and toys I played with by 1990? I mean, are you serious? Research cloning to clone himself. That's not canon. Zahn to get Lucas. Well, yeah, you have to get permission from Lucasfilm to write a book for Lucasfilm, dude. But that doesn't mean that you're sitting in front of Lucas like, hey, dude, can I write a book? And it's like, yes, I, George Lucas, give you my blessing. It's not how it works, dude. Before the term, you think I wasn't. But I'm very sorry to burst your bubble. I was talking about expanded universe before you were born. Like it, hate it, want to acknowledge it. I don't care. It's a fact. Expanded universe came out of my mouth and my friend's mouth before you were born. Sorry. Well, I'm going by what I see. You took the time to write it, so I'm going to take the time to answer it. That's you did the Disney thing. You brought yourself into this shit. So 10 more years of life experience, but I already seen from this stream you don't have. Well, okay. You have much to learn. You must unlearn what you have learned because, oh boy. And man, you have typed so much stuff. This whole stream has become you wanting to argue something you don't know about. No, it's not about because you make videos. First of all, if you don't have any videos, you have no proof. I have the proof. Second, you weren't alive when I was talking about the EU. Period. Period. You have zero argument. And I never called you a liar, or what did you say there? Imagine being right, but having someone who's wrong, calling you a liar, confused. They're out of your way to keep misconstruing your I never called you a liar. I said you are misinformed. You weren't alive when we were talking about this, so you wouldn't have any context or know what you're talking about. It's that simple. It's not about you being mean or bad or a liar or a troll. I haven't called you any names. All I'm saying is you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because we were talking about the EU before you were born, whether you like it or not. Yes, it was. Star Wars was released in 81 as episode 4. Huh? May 25th, 1977, it was Star Wars. End the conversation. I was born in 70. Yeah. I don't know what's good. Maybe he smoked too much weed tonight. I don't know what's going on with him, but he's just talking some shit that he wasn't even born for, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. I had those posters. It was literally Star Wars. That's it. Oh boy. Yes, until much later. In fact, it wasn't called that until at least after Empire was out, and probably not until after Jedi. I don't remember the exact year, but it was a while. And in fact, I want to say the very first videotapes, and again, this was a long time ago, so this one I can't verify. I would have to maybe look around, dig around, but I want to say that the very first videotapes did not say episode 4. They said Star Wars. And the first tapes were like, what, 91 or something like that? Maybe earlier, 87. That I would have to go back and check, but yeah, it wasn't called that for a while. It's Star Wars themed sci-fi. Yeah, I'm so behind. I mean, he's typed so much stuff. Just they're not very different, which I'm not mad about. Again, I'm not upset that, but it's like, man, you wrote so much stuff. You derailed the whole conversation. It didn't come out till the next. Again, you don't know what you're talking about. Do your homework. That is incorrect. For lunch with Ray Bradbury, he told me, and I'll never forget to write a truly relatable experience. It's not about the details you write, it's about the ones you don't. Yeah, good point. Star Wars became people writing too much. Yeah. Well, you know, I don't know what point you came in, but as I said earlier, the reason why Star Wars was so special and big and successful and all that was because it was very simple. It wasn't a complicated thing. It's not that it's dumb. It's not for simpletons. It's just that it was very straightforward and simple. George didn't complicate things. Filoni, and Disney and all these people want to complicate things, and they think they're slick. They think they know better, and you see what happens. You don't know for a fact. Why don't we take a G canon as the whole of the Star Wars canon when the Star Wars canon has more than the G canon? No, it doesn't. Actually, no, it doesn't. Never has and never will. There's only one canon, dude. I miss the mystery of it. That allowed it to be more of an individual experience. Yeah. Book and game and came out before the film. Along with the subsequent novelizations, it contains pertinent details not in the film. Unfortunately, people don't like to read. Yes. People don't like to read. What a mistake that will be proven to have been. Yeah. Unfortunately. Original trilogy novels too, dude. We know about Luke seeing the battle in space above Tatooine, Biggs at Richard Station, R2 hopping around the desert. Okay, and the novels aren't canon. Technically, they're not canon because they're different from the movies. And at the end of the day, the only canon is the films, guys. And I know some people are like, oh my God, how can you say the novels aren't canon? But it's literally, Lucas said that. It's a secondary level of canon. It's not official canon. The movies, only the movies are canon. And even if the novels were better or they were first or you liked them or whatever, it doesn't matter. The movies are what's canon, not the novels. Tosh Station, yes. Because if it did, he wouldn't have muddled the waters with spending kind of. No, he didn't muddle anything. That shit was plenty kept in check. The only reason why it doesn't matter is because Disney has chosen to break it left and right. And because they say it doesn't matter, it's not real. Disney themselves say, whatever, it's fake. So therefore it's obviously not canon. Cool story. Doing it for canon, you do it for real. It is, you'll see. Okay, not from Disney. Yes, that's whatever you guys are talking about. You honor George's vision. This is one audio track over a film to hear insight on specific scenes. And yeah, I'm well aware. It was an audio, video, custom tech. I built custom home theaters, $250,000 custom home theaters for 20 years, dude. So I know all about audio commentary. Again, before you knew what a fucking cassette was, I was running Laserdisc and audio commentary. I know very well what it is. And I've listened to all of the Star Wars, Empire, Return of the Jedi, all those commentaries, and all the prequels. I've listened to all of it. I'm not someone that just watches Star Wars one time and puts it on the shelf. I'm someone that watches every interview, every documentary, every commentary, every extra scene, every deleted scene, all of it to a T 1,000 times. I'm not a casual. You're assuming I haven't seen it, and you're gravely mistaken. Or that I don't know what commentary and documentary is. Need to see the quote. Star Wars delivers a mysterious mythology. The story unfolds throughout the canon, not the contradiction. That's true. Read the back of here. Okay. It's not canon. Because it was recorded at another time. This is what you're not understanding. To you, that's a new recording. To me, I heard that 20 years ago. What don't you understand? Ugh. Yes, I was absolutely using Expanded Universe EU in the 80s. Abso-fucking-tootly I was. Yes, it could have been spoken 1,000 times before the DVD. What planet do you live on? We were talking about that shit. I mean, what are you talking about, dude? The second you see Boba Fett on the bit, we all started talking about that. What are you talking about? And then it was in magazines and it was on the streets. See, this is, again, you're too young to understand. You take for granted that you pick up a phone now and then you argue and you talk and blah, 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 blah. Us, we used to do everything by word of mouth. So I would find out stuff from somebody in San Francisco, Star Wars, because of celebration, or because people traveling, or because you have a cousin, or because you talk to somebody on the phone, or because you know somebody. So now word of mouth gets around, like who are the clones and what's going on and why is the Empire this and where did the stormtroopers come from and all this thing. And a lot of it was speculation and guessing. We didn't know officially, but we were talking about this shit, dude, and you don't understand that. You don't get it because you don't know the real power of Star Wars. Star Wars was something on a whole other scale of the prequels or what it is now. Now it is a joke. Now it's like a little fucking, you go to 7-Eleven and there's 18 different candy bars. Well, that's what Disney Star Wars is one of 18 candy bars. Back then, there was only one store and only one piece of candy, and it was Star Wars. And it dominated everything. And everybody talked about it, knew about it, cared about it. And you used to get information through magazines and through word of mouth. So you think you have a concept, but you have no clue that we were talking about the clones, Expanded Universe, Canon, George Lucas, the original 12 movies. We knew about this stuff a long ass time ago, dude. We didn't need the internet. We didn't need faxes or all this extra shit. We've been talking about that. Hell, go look at right now. Go on YouTube, search Mark Hamill 1984, and he's going to be telling you all about the 12 movies from TV interviews. And you're going to argue with me that I didn't know about Expanded Universe until 91. Son, you have much to learn. Because you are out of your league, young man. The EU was established in 1978. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Whether you like it or not, it is what it is. Yes, I was using Expanded Universe before, no later than Empire Strikes Back. Sorry, because by then we had Holiday Special, we had Splinter of the Mind's Eye. We had speculation of a lot of other things. We knew about the 12 episodes. You didn't know, and you didn't think so, but we were talking about the EU. Sorry. I know exactly what I say in my streams. And I do not contradict myself. I challenge you to show me contradicting myself. The truth doesn't change. My childhood, my life doesn't change. I know that back then I was saying EU. That doesn't change, dude. So no one who isn't born in 75 can know more. No, never said that. Never said that. George Lucas knows 10,000 times more than what I know of Star Wars. I can even fathom of Star Wars. But someone born in 85 is not going to know what someone that was born or that was in Star Wars in 77 That's plain simple fact. Now, if that person went and saw it in 77 one time, very casually, and then didn't pay attention, well, of course he's not going to know about Star Wars, dude. But when Star Wars has been your life since May 25th, 1977, you ain't got shit to tell me, son. Sorry. The term EU was or wasn't officially used is kind of meaningless. If there was any unofficial Star Wars content released in the 70s, exactly. Thank you very much. Somebody gets it. I think getting hung up on the exact date the term was used is pointless. I'm sure there was unofficial non-canon content being released. Yes, exactly. Again, thank you. There was all kinds of stuff, dude, that you don't know about. You don't know about all the magazines and stickers and all the other little things. The lunch boxes, the side stories, the little mini books, the stickers. You don't know because you weren't alive, son. You didn't see all the TV interviews and the stuff at the theater. You didn't, I mean, I don't even know why I'm wasting my time. Seriously. Google it on the stream. A New Hope was the title given. Okay. And I never said that it wasn't. I never said a specific date. All I said is on May 25th, 1977, it was Star Wars. It was not Episode 4. It was not A New Hope. Period. I think posting an official definition of word canon might help this argument out. The works of a particular author or artist that are recognized as genuine. That's actually not the definition of canon. And his argument is that canon and that EU is something new. That it wasn't until the 90s that these words were used. And he doesn't realize that, like, old Star Trek TV was talking about canon. That canon has been around for a long ass time. Canon is history. That's, I mean, it's not a new thing. It's maybe new to him, but not to us. Not for us. They've been around in 77. It has to be by George to fit the definition. No, technically it doesn't. What it has to do is respect what George had pre-established. You see, because I could come along, right? I could, let's say I buy Disney and I start making Star Wars shows. I can choose to make them canon or non-canon. The second I start doing flim-flam like Dave Filoni, that's not what George Lucas said and did, well, then it's not canon. But it doesn't have to be that George Lucas is actually doing it. It's that you must respect what has come before you. And this is the thing in life. You must respect history and you must respect your elders. The second you fail to do either, you're out the game. You take yourself out the game. Like Disney did, they decanonized themselves because they thought they were slick and were going to do extra and more and better than Lucas. And that's where they fucked up. So it doesn't necessarily have to be George himself, but it must respect what was pre-established by George. Dave Filoni of Baloney has chosen to do everything but respect what George did previously. So therefore, none of it is canon. Canon is not a choice. Canon is not flexible. Canon is not like, well, I want this to be canon and this not to be. That's not how it works. It must respect the pre-established lore by George Lucas. If it deviates even by a fraction from that, it is not canon. Now, you maybe like that better. You don't have to like the canon. If you prefer the fan fiction that is Disney, okay, that's up to you. That's fine. All I ever say with Not My Star Wars is that do not dare come to me saying that that's canon or that's real Star Wars, because it's not. The Disney stuff is Disney space fantasy thingy. And if that's what you like, have fun, dude. I'm not telling you, denying you that. And I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm just saying that that's the way that works. Not because I want it to be that way. It's because that's how life works. History is history. Respect is respect. It's not flexible. I said they were the same. I said that the Canon and EU are the same thing. Dude, are you sure you're smoking weed? Maybe you did something else? Something fell in your blunt there? You smoking a dirty blunt? What's going on with you, dude? You're the one that's getting twisted up, not me. I'm the historian here. I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. At no point did I say that Canon and EU are the same thing. I said that I was talking about both of them before you were born. That's a fact. Never said they were the same thing. If that's what you're saying. I'll repeat the question. How can you hear something before it is recorded? Because to you it was recorded here, but I already heard it 20 years before. That's what you're not understanding. That it could have been recorded at another time previously, or been part of another conversation. Again, you don't know my life or what I know or who I know. You don't know if I was sitting in a room with George Lucas and he told me this, this, and this. And then 20 years later, you hear it on tape and you think you're doing something. That's how I can hear something before your little recording, son. Hey, say what you want. Debate on it. I have already more than crushed your arguments. I miss the dark days. Liking Star Wars was like a secret handshake. Yes, that's another thing. You can very quickly tell somebody was from the old days because we say AT-AT, not AT-AT. We say AT-AT, and because we say may the force be with you. Disney era, nobody even knows that saying. People don't say that nowadays. Those, if you hear somebody saying those two things, they most likely were around in the golden days. To your misconstrued versions of my content, interject, you would stand the channel. Okay. I mean, it's very simple. Make a YouTube channel, make 100 videos, and prove me and everybody else wrong. It's that simple. And I'm not saying because you have a YouTube, you know everything, but you certainly are publicly showing what you know. I've done that. You know, people tell me, you don't know what you're talking about, or your videos suck. Okay, show me. And the second you try to make a video like one of mine, you're going to be like, oh shit, I didn't realize this is actually a whole bunch of technical editing that I thought I knew what I was talking about, but holy shit, props to Not My Star Wars, because that's some amazing editing. So good luck. Have fun with that. At the end of the day, you're just going to do what most youth does. Blah, 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 blah. 5 years later, you'll be like, dude, I'm sorry, you're right. You know how many times in my life I've been through that same shit? But again, if you know better, make videos, write articles, do whatever, and show us. I've done it. I don't have anything to prove. That's which maybe where you're getting mistakes. I'm not here competing, proving. I'm just telling you the facts, and you're confused. And I have the proof to back it up. So if you want to debate, then you need to make videos or write an article or do something to give yourself legitimacy. I've been done that. I know you see, you just said you challenged me after my, well, you see what I'm seeing, dude, I'm putting it on the screen. So, see, you just said you challenged me after my comment. I know you see these before you get, huh? How can I see it before I get it? I mean, you're literally saying what I, debate me. I mean, isn't that what we've been doing all fucking night? You should be able to debate. I've been one. It's not even like source books were EU. They started. Yeah, that's another thing. There was D&D type stuff. There was all kinds of games. There was card games. There's all kinds of stuff. Tetsuya, you're not even aware of, dude. You know something neither of us know. Well, it's possible. I don't pretend to know everything about Star Wars, guys. I never said that. Nor did I say I'm the world's expert or perfect or no. No, I never said any of that. All I said is if you're going to come at me, you better know your shit because I know mine. That's all I'm telling you. You better know your shit. You better do your homework. That's all. MCW, they weren't called EU until 91. If you say so. I was talking about the EU before you were born. Sorry. Okay, and this is, again, where you're getting it fucked up, dude. You have knowledge of it. You read about it. You've seen pictures. I played with them. I own the toys. That's where you're getting it fucked up. That's like saying, well, I watch porno, so I know all about pussy. And here I am fucking, and you're trying to tell me what the hell is going on. Dude, wake up. Wasn't, you said that Star Wars wasn't called to... No, I did not say that. I said I don't remember the exact date and that it might not have been until after, that it was a while after. I didn't say for a fact it was at this date named Star Wars. What I clearly stated was the fact that it was not Star Wars. It was not Episode 4 or A New Hope when it came out. It was Star Wars. You're, I don't know, you got cotton in your ears or you're real high or something. You're just not... Debate me where, well, I mean, what do you want me to do? Call you on the phone and debate you? What do you want? Show you if you debate me. If you refuse to debate me and take that, okay, well, whatever. Like I said, you can make a channel. You can prove me and everyone else wrong. It's okay. Yeah, I'm scared of debate you. You obviously don't know Not My Star Wars, dude. You guys are seeing this. He's scared. Yes, I'm shaking. I'm terrified. Anyways, did I finally get through the comments? All right. Well, I thought I was going to talk about Luke Skywalker and the Mandalorian, but at this point, my voice is cooked. I don't think Obi-Wan's even here anymore. Man, this shit has been exhausting. What do you got? Let's set up a stream. I'll debate you. I mean, if you publicly want to do that to yourself, be sure. I have nothing to lose, dude. So be sure, careful what you ask for. Then debate me or prove you can't handle a debate. Again, you don't know Not My Star Wars, not only in person, but have you paid attention to my channel? Have you seen all the guests I've had? Have you seen all the conversations I've had? Have you seen me on other people's streams? Again, you're being childish and you're assuming. You guys in chat see he's scared. What's it going to hurt you? It's not going to hurt me. Other than my voice is cooked and I'm tired as shit. Speaking of, what time is it? 7:30 a.m. You do know I've been on this stream for 8 hours by myself, without help, without any other interaction or other people talking. So, I already did mop the floor with you, dude. Hours ago. You saying that the EU or Canon didn't exist before 91, you mopped yourself up. You already took yourself out the game, dude, hours ago. Because somebody that's like me in 77 is laughing at you right now. And there's not much I can do to prove that to you outside of you getting someone else from 77 and we talk about it and they're going to be like, yeah, dude, we just talk about the canon all the time. I mean, do some Star Trek research again. Here, let me see something if I can. I'm fucking exhausted. All right, here's what's going to happen. I'm about to crush your little dreams, and then I'm going to take a break, like a 5-10 minute break. I need to get a drink. I need to stretch my legs. I will leave the stream open. If when I come back, some of you are still here and you would like to chat, I'm up. I'm happy to continue talking. I'm not going to continue with this canon debate because not only am I just about to crush you, but I'm just not going to waste any more time on it. But you asked for it, so just a moment. Where are you? Just a moment. Didn't share correctly. Is it this one? I'm not sure if you're seeing it, so just a second because there's a delay on the other laptop. Canon, fiction. In fiction, canon is a material accepted as officially part of the story and the fictional universe of that story. It is often contrasted with or used as a basis for works of fan fiction. The alternative terms, mythology, timeline, universe, and continuity are often used, with the first of these being used especially to refer to a richly detailed fictional canon requiring a large degree of suspension of disbelief. Example, an entire imaginary world and history. While the later two typically refer to a single arc where all events are directly connected chronologically, other times the word can mean to be acknowledged by the creators. Influential or widely accepted fan theories may be referred to as fanon or portmanteau of fanon and canon. Alternatively, the term headcanon, which is a newer term, is used to describe a fan's own interpretation of a fictional universe, which is most of what you kids do today with the Disney stuff. You're like, but that's my headcanon, which is fan fiction. That's not how it works. History is history. I can't in my head say, well, but in World War II, this is what happened because this is what I wanted to happen. No, that's not how that works. There is no such thing as headcanon. It's facts or not. Now here's where your whole world gets shattered, son. Origin. The use of the word canon originated in reference to a set of texts derived from biblical canon. So I will leave it there. If any of you would like to look for it, just wiki canon fiction. I'm not even going to bother. Look, it even talks about Star Trek and Star Wars and what canon is. And I wish I had a mic because I would drop it and laugh at you right now, because Back to the Bible is fucking canon. And like I told you 18 times, before you were born, I was talking about expanded universe and canon. Drop the mouse. I'm going to take a break. I will be back in 5 or 10 minutes. And if any of you are still here, I appreciate it. And if you would like to continue the conversation or think about questions that you would like to ask me, feel free. I'm going to take a quick break. Like I said, I don't pretend to be the master of Star Wars or know everything, but if you dare come at Not My Star Wars, you better know your shit. Alrighty. Anyways. Oh man, talking for 8 hours is not easy by yourself. My voice is cooked. Apparently, his pride is killing him. And you can look at anybody can look at this stream, and you're going to see that I did not say for a fact that New Hope was not named until after the return of Jedi. Dude, you're so confused right now. You're so desperate to prove me wrong. And just know that I love you, buddy. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're questioning. I have no problem debating or you questioning or answering things. Quite the contrary. And I got news for you. Us as kids, we used to talk about this shit all the time. Why this? Why that? Why didn't this happen? Why doesn't this match up? I mean, you weren't there. You don't know what you're talking about. Any old school Star Wars fan will tell you the same things I'm saying right now. So, and you said something about Caverid or Cavier or and I never called you a kid. Never called you stupid or irrelevant or any of that kind of stuff. I don't even know if you're still here, but anyways. Trying to find where you said something about Caverid or something like that. Akavir videos. I don't know what that is. Or comment on one of my Akavir videos. Is that your channel? I would think your channel's Tetsua's Wrath, right? So Akavir, is that? I'll have to look at what that is because I'm not sure what that is. Anyways, is there anything else that someone would like to talk about or question? Or unfortunately, I think Obi-Wan is gone. I really wanted to talk about Luke and the Mandalorian, but I am so exhausted now and don't even want to go down the whole path of Luke Skywalker because that's like another hour at least of, I mean, unless you guys really want to talk about it, but as far as me wanting to get into it. So if there's anything else that anybody wants to talk about or ask. And by the way, the word canon from my memory is from the Star Trek TV show. That's where canon began to, as far as science fiction, be established. But as you can see, it's from biblical times. I mean, canon is not a new thing. It's a very old thing. Do you think there could be anything major about the Star Wars saga that you have missed or misunderstood? The truth may shock you. I don't claim to know everything about Star Wars. There's a lot of things that I unfortunately will never know because I won't ever, I can't say never, but I can't imagine I'll ever be given granted access to the Lucasfilm vault, which ironically, one of the smartest things that Disney could ever do is invite me to Skywalker Ranch, try to make amends, and let me have access to all of that stuff. So that now I come back to my channel and very objectively say, okay, this is how Disney behaves, this is what's, but they'll never do that. Obviously, I'm the last person. I'm not a shill. I don't stand up for them. So they're not going to send me gift packages like they do certain people with theories. But back to your point, I don't pretend to know every last thing about Star Wars. I'm sure if I ever had the opportunity to speak to George Lucas, he could clarify on some things that a lot of us don't know for sure. Could I have missed something? Sure. I haven't even been privy to everything that is Star Wars. Again, I've never been given access to the vaults. There's tons of stuff that none of us will ever see or know. And could I have misunderstood? Sure, I'm human. I'm fallible. It's totally reasonable that I could misinterpret or misunderstand something. But I will repeat, when you have been there since day one, literally day one, and you have looked at this every day, and you've talked about it, and you've researched it, and you've mixed and matched and compared and contrasted and seen all the material, there's just not much that I'm going to miss or not understand. Do you think the saga is complete? No, the saga was complete in 2005 after 6 episodes. George Lucas said it himself. 7, 8, and 9 are not Star Wars. That's Disney fan fiction. That's not to say that people can't enjoy them if that's what they like, that they're not there. I mean, I don't think they're going to decanonize them. I don't think they're going to go do away with them. At best, they'll do the War Between Worlds nonsense, and they'll be there on the side. But that's what it is. What it is. What about the 12 he originally spoke of? Well, yes, there were 12 originally, and then he knocked it down to 9. And then he said, well, it's 6 because I'm not going to make the last ones. And then the past few years, he, said, well, maybe I'll make them. And as we all know, he gave the story treatments to Disney. So there are 9 stories. The 12 was condensed many years ago, although there's still mention of them 84, 86, maybe even as late as 90. But around that time is when he officially said, no, it's just 9. And as far as the other 10, 11, 12, well, we'll definitely not know what that was. But I think it was just simply the same 9, but just kind of spread out more into smaller stories. On the set of the original Star Wars, Mark Hamill said George told him the saga would end at 12. Yeah, that's what it was. We all knew that back in the day, that it was going to be 12. Absolutely. And again, like I said, if you could do a YouTube search right now, Mark Hamill, 1984 or 86, and there's several interviews of him talking about the 12 sagas and how Lucas talked to him about coming back, like sometime like 2006 or 2011. And Luke or Mark Hamill trying to figure out like how old he'll be, and that he'll be like the Obi-Wan at that time, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Just for fun, on a side note, there was not too long ago, there was a bunch of talk about, well, Lucas said he was going to kill Luke. See, he was going to kill Luke anyways. Brian Johnson knew what he was talking about. He was going to kill Luke. No. If you listen to Mark Hamill says, I read the script, I read the treatment for 7, 8, and 9, and Luke is there until the end of 9. Luke doesn't die till the end of 9. Now, he does die, and that's okay. It's not that Luke couldn't die or that Luke couldn't have faults or failures or anything like that. It was about respect. It's about, you're not going from the great Jedi who just saved the galaxy to some hermit asshole that's drinking titty milk. That's not Luke. That's not what George Lucas would have done. He would have shown him much more respect. Also Han Solo and Leia. He also would have the 3 of them together. I mean, duh. It was just so stupid by Disney, not taking advantage of those 3 actors more than any of the characters, Luke, Han, and Leia. He didn't take advantage of that, Disney. How stupid. Since episode 9 is official Lucasfilm canon, do you think the saga has finished? If so, why? Again, it's not canon. If anything in this Disney era contradicts what was established by George Lucas, it's automatically not canon. Everything Disney has made has contradicted George Lucas's story. So none of it is canon. Rebels, Resistance, Clone Wars, the sequel trilogy, Galaxy of Heroes, Lego Holiday Special. I mean, all of their shit is non-canon. Because the second you go against George's story, you've decanonized yourself. It's Disney canon, if that's what they want to call it, but it's not Star Wars canon. Do you think the saga? Yeah, finished at 6 again. Like I said, it's not what I say. It's George Lucas says it. Go watch my Skywalker Legacy documentary. He says it very clearly. It's not a quote. It's George. You'll see him saying it out of his mouth. Pablo Hidalgo, another dumbass, who supposedly has retired. Fascinating Facts, garbage ass book. Years before TLJ development, the treatment left behind George in Lucasfilm 2012 also had episode 8 be the word. Yeah, that's Hidalgo. Again, that's the same mistake that Tetsuo was making. This person said what George Lucas said. I don't do that. I go by what George Lucas said. And George Lucas said the story was over at episode 6. On video. Go watch the Skywalker Legacy. You can't argue with George Lucas. You can argue with me all you want, but you can't argue with George Lucas. Sorry. And no, it was not where he would die. Absolutely not. Mark Hamill has confirmed that he does not die. He read the treatment and he died in episode 9. Now, it's your choice if you want to believe George Lucas and Luke Skywalker, or you want to believe Pablo Hidalgo and Dave Filoni, who retcon and break the canon every day. Like literally, what they said yesterday is not consistent with what they said today. So if you want to choose to listen to what Pablo said, it's up to you. If you know anything about Pablo, he's a lying bitch. So, although Luke Skywalker only barely appears in The Force Awakens, the concept artist had a lot to imagine based on the fragments of the story they were hearing as it developed. You mean as they were making it up? Because Mark Hamill already knew the story, as did Jet Lucas, who confirmed I already knew the story before my father gave it to Disney. And George Lucas, we know, gave them the treatments. So, the concept art, again, if you watch my other stream, where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in George's sequel trilogy, I'd go over that in great depth about what was there, what Disney did. It's just, it's a lot of shit, and I'm not going to go through all of it over again. Rey was Kira. Rey wasn't even Rey. It was Kira. Rey was on a mission to seek out Luke Skywalker, who had disappeared, as described by George Lucas. Rey is like Willard, going upriver, seeking out Colonel Kurtz, an allusion to Apocalypse Now. Again, I covered this in that other stream. It wasn't Rey, it was Kira. And Rogue One, and a bunch of other stuff. I have records from 2002, 2004 of all of that stuff. George Lucas created Rogue One, Jin, Saw Gerrera, Andy and Cassian Andor, 1313, Underworld, all kinds of stuff. The Mandalorian. If you, this is another video I need to make when I have the time. If you look at Boba Fett's suit from the 1313 game, that's the Mandalorian. That's Din Djarin, like almost to a T. It's the same exact uniform. They stole it. Jon Favreau took the story and the suit of Boba Fett and made it the Mandalorian. And I have absolute proof of that. The story had Rey find Luke on a Jedi Temple planet, but he is recluse, withdrawn to a very dark space, and needs to be drawn back. That's not what George Lucas's was about the Wills. That has nothing to do with that. That's Disney's fan fiction. George has sequel trilogy treatments. Therefore, the saga is not completed in George's mind. Okay, yeah, I mean, you can kind of argue that, I suppose. I don't look at it that way. He clearly stated that it was done at 6. He just... the continuation of the story about the grandchildren. He was considering it and willing to make it after so much time. But that's not to say that the story wasn't complete. That was more so a gift to the fans. It was a bonus. It was like, okay, well, I guess I'll go ahead and make the last ones. But the story was complete. Again, I can't stress to you, go watch the Skywalker Legacy documentary. It's right there. George Lucas says it. It's not a quote. It's literally video of George Lucas stating it. So. Seven, 8, and 9 were about the Wills and the midichlorians. That's a known fact. Just checking my phone real quick. If George were younger, if he still had Star Wars, you could argue he might make 20 episodes. You never know. But the Skywalker saga was done in 6. Can you have more Star Wars? Sure. Had he made 7, 8, and 9, well, then obviously that becomes canon, and now the Skywalker saga is 1 through 9. I'm not arguing that at all. Just saying, it is what it is. He stated that it was finished, and he sold it. So, therefore, that's what it is. That's the canon. It's done. 7, 8, and 9 didn't have the grandchildren. Could you fathom that George has kept major info from the fans? Yeah, actually, I could. And how do you know it doesn't have the grandchildren? Because he does talk about it. Again, in my other stream, I show the proof that he literally says, Star Wars is about family. It's about the parents, the children, and the grandchildren. So, that's literally his words from the Star Wars Archives book, which I'll be picking up fairly soon, and I'll be doing videos directly from that book, which will be just another source of proof. But if anybody wants to look, you can do research on Star Wars Archives. I also did that stream about it. What do you think defines the true conclusion of the saga? Well, it's not what I think. It's what it is. Luke brings balance back. He turns Anakin back. Anakin kills the Sith, meaning himself and the Emperor. And that's the conclusion. They save the galaxy. That is the conclusion, dude. Because even 7, 8, and 9 wasn't so much to be a conclusion to the saga. It was to be the more philosophical level of what Star Wars is. The Wills, explaining the midichlorians, how the Force works. It's not to say there wasn't a story or adversity or other things that could happen. Again, I didn't read the treatments. I don't know what the movies would have ended up looking like. They didn't get made. So I can't say definitively what the George's conclusion would have been. But I go by what he said and what he has shown us. And he has clearly shown us and said that the end was Luke redeeming his father. That was the whole point of Star Wars. The fall, the rise and fall, the turn of Anakin and his son bringing him back. So like I said a while ago, George Lucas actually hustled the shit out of Disney because what he sold them was an already finished project. He knew that they could go and do some other stuff with it. But at the end of the day, he finished the project. That's like me. That's like me making a painting and the painting's finished. And then you come along and you want to buy my painting. Okay, and I sell you the painting. But you also buy my paints and my brushes and my easel and all the knowledge and the tools of how I made that painting. Okay. So if you want to go off now because you own it and make a whole bunch of other paintings, well, you can do what you want. But my painting was completed when it was completed. And that's what George Lucas did. He finished his painting and then sold it off to Disney, knowing that, well, the painting's done. If you want to paint all over the Mona Lisa and say that she looked different, okay, you're only going to make yourself look stupid because we all know what the Mona Lisa looks like. That's really the point here. Disney can do whatever they want, and they could never change or tarnish the original saga because that was completed and it is what it is. So it's like I said, George Lucas actually hustled Disney. Whether they know it or realized it or anybody else understands it, that's what happened. He hustled the shit out of Disney. Does it regret it? Yes. Does it suck? Yes. Did we get a bunch of fucked up shit? Yes. Did Star Wars crash and burn and go from the greatest film franchise in history to now nobody gives a damn? Yes, I'm not arguing none of that. But for people that are truly understand the canon and the EU and the saga, it really doesn't matter because it was finished in 2005. Why do you think George included the infamous opera scene from Revenge of the Sith, which included intriguing talk, creating life, cheating death, and being afraid of losing power? That was, he actually talked about this. That was Palpatine suckering Anakin. Palpatine didn't know how to cheat death. That was him selling him a pipe dream. He was a used car salesman. Because if Palpatine knew how to cheat death, why would he need Anakin? Why wouldn't he just cheat death? It's like snake oil. If it's too good to be true, it's not true. Why would I come to you? Okay, let's say Mattress Matt. I have a genie lamp, right? And I can get any wish I want. Why would I seek you out, do all this planning, to then pull you in and give you the secret of the lamp? Why would I do that? Why wouldn't I just keep the secret for myself? And if I have any wishes I want, well, first of all, first thing I'm wishing for is unlimited wishes. And then from then, I can wish for whatever I want for. And then for that matter, I could just say, well, I'll never die, or I'll cheat death, or I'll be forever young, or whatever. Do you understand? There's no point in Palpatine bringing Anakin into the equation if Palpatine truly had that power. He made Anakin believe that he had that power to get Anakin to turn under the guise of, well, I can save Padme from dying. But Palpatine couldn't do that. And he even admits it later, because Anakin turns to Vader and he says, "Rise, Lord Vader." And then he says, I'm paraphrasing, but he says basically, well, I actually haven't really figured it out, but I know that together we can figure it out. Why? Because Palpatine didn't have any clue of how to cheat death or do any create life or any of that. And in case you missed what I said earlier, Palpatine didn't have anything to do with creating Anakin. Again, in the Star Wars Archives book and in my other stream, where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in this George Lucas sequel trilogy, I show the actual pages from the book where George Lucas very clearly explains that the wills are what created Anakin. Not Plagueis, not Palpatine, not a manipulation of the Force, none of this bullshit, Pablo Hidalgo, Dave Filoni stuff. The Force, the wills, made Anakin. The Force itself created Anakin. Immaculate Conception. Anakin is almost like a metaphor for Jesus Christ, if you want to look at it that way. From George Lucas's mouth. As George said himself, in the story, Emperor Palpatine represents the devil, yes, and pure evil, yes. His purpose in the story is seducing and tricking others to his will. Exactly. That is literally very well said. That is 1,000% literally what Palpatine was. The devil. And you see, the devil doesn't truly have power. Where the devil has power, or Palpatine in this case, is by convincing you that he has power. And therefore, you do his bidding. And that's where his power, his strength comes from. Not because he can literally cheat death, but by convincing you that he can, you now become Darth Vader, and now you're his pawn, and you're going around terrorizing the freaking galaxy under the pretense that you're, doing something. But at the end of the day, he's just playing you. There is no secret to cheat death. That was Palpatine fooling Anakin. And sadly, Anakin was so desperate for power and control, and he says to Padme, what does he say? Paraphrasing again, I've created and freed my republic, now we can rule the galaxy together, blah blah blah. He says to Padme, right in Mustafar, because Palpatine got him to the point where he's actually believing this stuff. But the fact of the matter is, it's just not true. And that is how the devil works. That is what George Lucas was showing you. Good and evil. Dark and light. And while there's not much really relating to God, maybe you could kind of equate the Force to God. The devil, he literally did say that the devil was Emperor Palpatine, or at least a metaphor for him. And Palpatine manipulated the Senate and a lot of other people and things. It wasn't just Anakin. So yes, absolutely. Well, there's 5 of you here, apparently. I wonder where you guys are at. Because for me, it's 8:15 in the morning. So I'm guessing maybe you're in Europe or another time zone. Or why would you think Palpatine? Because he couldn't. Because not only did George Lucas say he couldn't, but obviously, why would he need Anakin, or why would he do all of that if he could cheat death? Think about it. Why would he have to gain control of the Senate and create the Empire and have an apprentice and do all that stuff if he could simply just cheat death? The answer is in the question. And he literally says it in the movie. First he tells Anakin, well, leads to things that are unnatural, right? I'm really tired, so sorry I can't quote the exact, but you know what I'm talking about. It's a path to many things that people would consider unnatural or whatever, right? And then later he turns around and says, well, I really don't know how, but with me and you, we can kind of figure it out. It's literally what happens. To trick Anakin and to serve him. Yes, correctly. That was really the whole point of all of that, is to get Anakin to turn. Right. Now, Palpatine had other apprentices, and he tried. But he was aware of Anakin. And ideally, he would have liked to have had Anakin because, he's the chosen one. And, He certainly didn't want Vader like a robot man. He wanted a healthy, human, young Anakin. You know, if you think Darth Vader was menacing or bad, imagine if Anakin didn't get chopped up and burnt up by the lava. He was just like his human Anakin form. Hell, even better, before Dooku got to him and chopped him up. Imagine if Anakin had all his natural limbs and was young and spry and full of the dark side. He would have really been a terror. Yes, the Darth Vader helmet and the breathing and all that's intimidating, but as far as like actually fucking shit up, the galaxy's kind of lucky that we got Vader, because if we would have gotten the pissed off dark side Anakin, that would have really been bad. And sometimes I kind of wish we would have seen, that's one thing I would have liked to see more of the Anakin Vader before he becomes the suit Vader, the actual Darth Vader. Because, man, he would have been just crushing stuff. And he would have been very difficult to defeat as well. We actually are lucky that Obi-Wan had the high ground, right? Because then later down the road, you know, Anakin would have been older, and it would have been tough for him to fight his son. But man, Luke's battle would have been much different and much more difficult. On the Death Star 2, right? Trying to fight Vader if it was a healthy Anakin. Eesh. I think Palpatine wanted Anakin's body to further his own life. Like maybe somehow transfer into Anakin or something like that. I mean, you know, anything's possible. At the end of the day, Lucas could have done whatever. He could have changed his mind or changed something, or, you know. But we have to go by what we saw, not what notes we found or what we heard or this person said, well, his original idea was. None of that. That's all irrelevant. As fans, it's awesome to see that stuff and speculate and talk about it and think about it. But at the end of the day, the only official thing is what Lucas put on the screen. We don't have any option to debate that stuff. It is what it is. It's what he made. For better, for worse, if we like it or not, that's what it is. And that's one of the, I'm not going to say problems, but that's one of the kind of like stumbling blocks with Star Wars is the EU, and then the fact that we got hold of so much of the behind the scenes, like treatments and scripts and pictures and stuff like that. So now fans get all crazy and say, but see, he was going to do this, and that would have been better, and he was going to change this, and he did that, and the other, and everybody says that, but had he done it, maybe you would have hated Star Wars, or maybe it wouldn't have been better. I know a lot of people say, oh, the original cut of Star Wars was trash, and Marsha Lucas had to change it. Well, according to Marsha Lucas, no, she didn't do a whole lot, and Lucas deserves everything that he got. So, I'm not saying Marsha wasn't a part of it, or that she wasn't an important part of it, or that she did. We all know that she edited stuff, and there was other people involved. I'm not saying that Lucas did it by himself. But sometimes people, it's like they want to totally take stuff away from George Lucas, and it's like you wouldn't even be here having this conversation if it wasn't for George Lucas. It's really pretty silly to have hate on George Lucas when he is the creator of something that so many people love, and that people come on my channel and make comments and bitch about. Well, if you didn't care and if he's so insignificant, then why are you on my channel talking about it? That, to me, is funny as shit. When I see people say stuff about George Lucas, I'm like, okay, but yet you're here in 2020 on the Star Wars channel talking shit about the guy that you hate so much. If you hated him so much, you wouldn't be finding my videos, you wouldn't be talking about Star Wars or commenting on it or any of that. So you can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me. obviously you care if you're coming on this channel and talking about it. I'm not saying you, I'm just saying a lot of people, they make comments about George Lucas, and it's just like, wow, I don't expect you to love the man. He's not perfect. I'm not saying none of that. But to hate George Lucas, and yet you say you love Star Wars? Leave the bath salts alone is all I can say. But Anakin was mutilated, so Sidious went after his son decades later. Yes. On that note, why do you think he commanded Luke on the Death Star at the Battle of Endor? Why do you suppose he did that? Why do you think he commanded Luke on the Death Star? I'm not totally understanding that. Like, Palpatine commanding, I'm not sure what you mean there. Why do you think he commanded Luke on the Death Star? I get the time and the place, but I'm not sure what you mean by. First of all, do you mean Palpatine? And how did he command Luke? Or are you saying where he's saying, like, you know, grab your lightsaber, I know you want to strike me down? Is that what you mean, maybe? To kill? Okay, right. I got you. Why do I think? A few reasons. First and foremost is because he knows that if he tries to strike Palpatine, that he's going to do it out of anger, and he has Vader to help him fight against Luke. So even if Luke goes off and tries to gain ground, now he's got these two Sith to deal with. But the point is in the process of doing that, Luke would get angry and angrier, and furthermore, he would be turning purely to the dark side because all he would be doing is striking down Palpatine out of hate. So, assuming that he takes that action but does not succeed, well, Palpatine now turns young, healthy, human Luke into his new apprentice. And then guess what? Vader, he would have like shocked him and yeeted him over the fucking. Vader would have gotten the blast in the shaft instead of Palpatine. That's really what would have happened there. Palpatine was trying to sucker in Luke, but he knew that through love and wisdom and maybe more patience, plus Luke didn't have the problem of like losing Padme, for example. He didn't have a wife. He didn't have a child. Whereas, maybe if Lucas had brought in Mara Jade early and made her a part of that, well, Mara wasn't until later, Timothy Zahn, but let's just say he brought in Mara Jade, right? Then he could have changed the dynamic or made it like the Padme thing. But as there was no Padme, Luke was just fighting for his father and for justice, right? That didn't work. But that was Palpatine his way of trying to lure Luke, because he didn't have the same means as he did Anakin. So it was first and foremost to try to draw Luke to the dark side, to try to, get him to attack so that he turns to anger, turns to the dark side, and then Palpatine and Luke would have right then and there turned and said, finish him, do it. He would have, sent Luke after Anakin, killed him off, and now he's got a fresh Luke as his apprentice. Had it failed, Palpatine also knows that if indeed Luke were to strike down Palpatine, that could go several routes. First of all, Palpatine kind of wins because even though now he's not alive, he put in place a newer, younger, stronger Sith Lord. And Sith are very greedy and selfish, so they don't really want others to rule. In fact, Sith, their whole thing is to try to survive as long as they can so they can maintain rule. But on the same token, Sith understand, well, if I can't maintain the rule, then at least have a powerful Sith take my place so that we can keep that shit going. Because there's always the rule of two. There's not a bunch of us. There's not a bunch of Sith. There's two. So that was part of it. If he fucked up and it went the wrong way, well, still, he's kind of winning because at the end of the day, the Sith are still rising. And then there's always the other route of, you know, he could have gone, well, Luke beats him, but then, you know, maybe he does the essence transfer or some clone or something, because Lucas did explore that a little bit. There was the Dark Empire and there were stories that explored it. But at the end of the day, Lucas didn't want that. He didn't like the idea of cloning and not Force users and him moving around and stuff like that. So Palpatine banked on Vader saving him by yes. In doing so, Vader also saved Luke from the yes. Very good observation. Because on the same token, Vader could have just not done anything and let Luke strike down Palpatine. Because remember, Anakin wanted Padme to go with him so they could rule together. And that's what all the Sith do, is they're always looking for their mate so that they can rule together. They're much stronger as two than they are as one. So Vader could have very easily just said, okay, I'm not going to interfere. He cuts down Palpatine, and now father and son rule, right? He just turned to anger, cut down the Emperor, and now Vader has his son as his apprentice. But Vader, at that point, was finding Anakin. To me, the shatter point or the changing point was when Palpatine says to Vader, the giant hologram, when we first see Palpatine, that, you know, the son of Skywalker, right now I can't remember the words, I'm so tired, but, you know, the son of Skywalker is there, and Anakin's like, but how could, or Vader's like, how could this be? And he's like, well, you know, you have a child. He must be defeated. He could hurt us or defeat us or whatever he says. And then Vader says, well, but if he could return, right? So to me, that's the point where Anakin deep down inside was like re-sparked, because there's, in the EU and also just through understanding, there's a time there where Anakin's gone. Like Vader's just so deeply consumed with the dark side that he's Vader. He's a machine. He has no feeling, he's so beyond caring because he lost Padme and his kid, and, you know, he's just full of hate. So what like gets him that little spark of I am still Anakin is when Palpy says, hey, you know, the son of Skywalker. So then he starts thinking about it, and first he does the obvious, you know, hey, we could turn him. But the whole time he's thinking like, wow, I've got a son. Maybe things aren't all lost. Maybe I was wrong. You know, that's where he starts to kind of self-reflect. So yes, by all means, Vader was conscious when he blocked that, you know, he was kind of making it look good that he was blocking Luke, but he was also, like you said, keeping Luke from the dark side. That's another thing. Like some people say, oh, he turned to the dark side. That's how he beat Vader. No, he didn't. He did not turn to the dark side. He was not angry. Vader said, oh, you've got a sister. And that's where Luke like snapped. But hey, he didn't turn to the dark side. His eyes didn't turn red or yellow. He wasn't shooting the lightning. He wasn't going crazy. He just was. It wasn't him attacking Vader out of anger. It was like, well, now I have to really fight. I've been resisting fighting, but I have to fight because now you're threatening my sister. That's why Luke does that. Not because he turned dark. Luke had his shit together, and that's why when he had Vader chopped off his arm, had him on the ground, Luke could have just flicked his wrist and ended Vader. Instead, what does he do? I'm a Jedi like my father, turns off his lightsaber, throws that shit away. Because Luke was in total control. He didn't go to the dark side. He knew what he was doing. He just got to the point where, okay, bully, I'm not going to sit here and just not fight anymore. You're not going to hurt my sister. Because what did Luke have? You know, he had his friends, Han and whatever, but what did Luke truly have? The only thing he really had was Leia. Well, and deep down, he knew Anakin inside of Vader, right? But he wasn't sure that he was going to be able to turn Vader or the outcome of that. But what he did know is that he had a sister, and that's all he had, and that he wasn't going to let that shit happen on his watch. So then he was like, okay, well, then you're going to force me to fight you because there's no way in hell I'm going to let you get to Leia. Had Luke struck him down, Palpatine's spirit would have moved into Luke. Arguable. We don't know that. I'm not saying that it couldn't happen, but I don't know we don't know what Lucas would have done there. I don't think so. I think he would have just killed Palpatine, and then he would have turned, and him and Vader would have done whatever. That whole moving the spirit thing, that's Disney. And I know that, some of the EU explored that a little bit, but again, that's EU. That's not. Essence transfer is how the Sith spirit is retained. Well, actually, it's not. The way that Sith don't really transfer, nor can they be Force ghosts. What they can do is occupy objects. That's how Sith become eternal, not through ghosts or wisdom or enlightenment or moving from one body to another. They occupy artifacts. As specified in the original script, Luke struck out at Vader in hatred. Okay, but again, you can't do that. You can't look behind the curtain and say, well, but in some script somewhere, one time, Lucas wrote Vader hatred, and that's what it was. That you can't do that, dude. What you can go by is what's on the screen. Because we're crazy fans. We find these little notes and stuff, and we want to interpret it and read it and be like, wow, but see, he said he was going to turn evil. But that's not how that works. You're not supposed to even know about that stuff. What you can judge and talk about is what's on the screen. That's not to say we can't have fun and look at that stuff and speculate and talk about it. Don't get me wrong. I like talking about that stuff, and it's interesting, and I looked at it too. I'm a Star Wars fan. But at the end of the day, we can't say, but the original story was this. That's why the story is wrong now. No, that's not how that works. You can only truly comment on what you saw on the screen. That is what's canon, and that's what it is. That's the story, not some notes that he had at some time. Because if you were to write a story right now and then came back tomorrow, you would change something. And then if you were writing it over the next year or 6 months from now, you would change something. And then 3 years from now, you would move things around and change something. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what all your notes say. What matters is the book that I go to the bookstore and buy, or I go to the movies and I see. That's what's valid. That's what's canon, is what's put out there into the universe, not your notes. It's awesome to see those behind the scene notes, but you can't judge Star Wars or the story by George's notes. The return of the Emperor in Dark Empire was personally approved by George Lucas. Sure. But that doesn't mean that that's canon. That just means that, okay, well, we can explore that idea, and that's fine. It could be out there, but that's not, you saw the movies. That's not what it is. At the end of the day, whether he physically signed off on stuff or not, I mean, he owned Lucasfilms, right? So everything had to be approved by George Lucas, whether it be a game, a comic, or a mug. It was technically approved by George Lucas because he's the owner of Lucasfilm. But that's not to say that George Lucas spent his days like, oh, well, we have a new merchandise meeting, and he's looking at mugs and hats and shoes and all that. He had people for that. He had marketing people, design people, artists, all that stuff to do that stuff. And as long as it fit within the specified logos and canon and story and ideas and etc., then it was okay to be done. You know, I hope nobody misunderstood and thought that I said, well, George Lucas didn't approve of anything and people could just make whatever they wanted. And all I'm saying is that George Lucas did not sit there and read every comic and every book and go through all of that stuff and check every detail. And he personally signed off on everything that Timothy Zahn and Luceno and all these people did. No, that's not how that worked at all. He approved of the main concepts. As shown in the film, Luke clearly tapped into the dark side. No, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. Absolutely not. He did not tap nor turn to the dark side. He defended his sister. When you turn to the dark side, you go to absolutes. Your eyes change. You're moving and reacting out of anger. Luke didn't do any of that. Luke was sticking up to the bully. Luke was defending his sister. A lot of people like to say that he turned to the dark side, tapped to the dark side. No, dude. This is another thing. Like, people get very confused with Star Wars. There is no, like, just tapping into the dark side and then walking back out of it. That's not how that works. You start messing with the dark side, you get sucked into the dark side. You can fall like that. So there is no, like, I flirted with the dark side, but then I stepped away. There is none of that. If you start fucking around with the dark side, you're going to become a Sith. That's how that works. It's not. Now, there's one small exception to this, is that Mace Windu used a dark side saber technique. But Mace Windu is one of the oldest, most experienced grandmasters who was super powerful, had very complex training over several years, and even for him, it was very dangerous to be doing so. But that's not him tapping the dark side. That's him using a dark side saber style. The novelizations were also Lucas approved. Yes. Okay. Each stroke of Luke's saber pummeled Vader, like accusations, like screams, like shards of hate. Like, not as. And I will remind you again, that's not canon. That is you looking behind the drape at Lucas's notes. I understand it's the novel, but that's not canon, dude. What's canon is what you saw on the screen. That's the only canon. That's the only truth. So while other stories say things like that, first of all, you're interpreting it like screams, like accusations, not indefinite accusations, not he had shards of hate. It was like shards of hate. Words are important. And again, the books don't matter. This is the problem with the EU. I love the EU. It's a great expansion and addition. But when you start trying to pull in, well, but the EU said this, that's your first mistake. Because the movies is what shows you. If once you start down the dark path forever, will it dominate your destiny? You see? So was Luke dominated by the dark side? No. Why? Because Luke never turned, nor tapped, nor considered the dark side. Again, he was defending his sister. It's like you at the playground. A big bully is talking shit to you and smacking you around. Well, you can choose to sit there and, well, but I'm not going to fight because I'm righteous and I'm just not going to turn. And I'm gonna... Or you're going to get to the point to where you're like, dude, you're not going to hurt my sister. And you're going to fight back. That doesn't mean you've turned evil. It just means that you've gotten to the point where you need to defend yourself. The novelizations are not EU. Well, I never said that they are EU. All I'm saying is they're not official canon. They're an adaptation of the movie. But that's the key word. Adaptation, not definitive factual canon. The movies are what's canon. EU is extra, it's expanded. And if I had said it like that, I'm sorry, I'm tired, but that's not what I was trying to say. What I'm saying is that the novels are official adaptations, and they're great, and you can take them is pretty much official, but at the end of the day, the 6 films override everything. So if the book says, well, he tapped into the dark side, but you're seeing on screen that obviously he didn't turn to the dark side. His eyes didn't turn Sith yellow. He wasn't cussing at Vader. He didn't attempt to kill Vader. He just wore him down and disarmed him. Furthermore, he knocked down Vader. He could have turned and gone after Palpatine. He didn't. He very quickly and calmly said, I did. I now have gotten the upper. I have the high ground now. I'm turning off my blade, and that's it. To the point of where he knew, well, the Emperor can freaking fry me right now. But Luke made the decision that, no, I'm under control. I'm not at all tapped to the dark side or going to the dark side, because I can sit here and throw away my lightsaber, and it don't matter what you do to me or anything. I am a Jedi like my father. That's it. There's no a way around that. And Yoda confirms that if you start flirting with it, it's going to take you. There's none of that gray bullshit. There's none of that. Well, it's learned some dark force powers, but yet I'm no. That's not how the force works. It's not how it works. Rey is complete bullshit. Force lightning is strictly dark side. That whole bullshit with that Disney shit is not how the force works. Jedi do not use lightning, dude. That's not how that works. That is strictly dark side power. Furthermore, you must have extreme knowledge in the dark side. That's why Maul couldn't and never did use lightning. Whereas Dooku, who was much farther advanced than Maul, could use lightning. And furthermore, Dooku would have mopped the floor with Darth Maul. Luke was not defending his sister, who was not yet involved. In that moment, anger drove Luke's actions, but didn't turn to the dark side. He almost killed Vader, but snapped at it. No, that's incorrect. Luke is resisting any fighting with Vader. It's not until Vader says, oh, a sister. And that's when Luke activates his lightsaber, and that's when Luke goes after Vader. You need to go back and watch the movie, because that is not correct. Rey is not a nothing. Rey is a cardboard cutout. The only reason why Luke reacts and goes after Vader is because of Leia. Go watch the movie, dude. It's very clear. It's the second that he says, sister. And Luke says, no! And turns on his blade and starts going after him. And then the music, oh, you know. It's not hate. It's not dark side. It's, you're going to stop bullying me. And over my dead body, are you going to hurt the one thing that I have? My sister. That's what that is. It's not rage. It's not anger. It's not dark side. It's not none of that. Because you don't have the option of getting angry and tapping in and then just pulling back. That's not how the Force works. You go there, you go there. That's, I mean, you get taken in. There's not. That's what happened to Anakin. You see, that was part of the point of what Lucas was showing you, is that Anakin thought he could control it. He thought he could tap into the dark side and rule the galaxy and do all this. And he thought that he could take out Palpatine. And he learned very quickly that no, he got suckered right in. And once you go, there ain't no turning back. The only reason he was turned back was because his son very unselfishly believed in him and sacrificed his own life to save him. And, you know, the combination of Anakin finding out that he had kids. That was a big part of it, is finding out that he had kids, because Anakin's main fall was the hopelessness, the feeling that he had nothing left. He lost his mother in his arms. He knew he was going to lose Padme. He thought that she was dead, therefore he lost the children. So Anakin lost everything. He lost all hope. He didn't care about material things or possessions or technically even about power. Anakin wanted power really for one reason, to save Padme. He did have a little bit of delusion that would start to get twisted that, well, I could rule the galaxy and, make some sort of order. But really it all stems from him losing his loved ones and the fear of losing Padme. That's why Anakin turns. And he thought he was smart enough. He thought he was strong enough that he could tap into the dark side, get all that power, but yet maintain himself as Anakin. And he very quickly learned that, nope, that's not how that works. As soon as he attacked Mace, well, he was already turned before. Even Lucas said that. That back at the opera is when the change happens, where he totally becomes Vader. It's not full blown, and you don't see it till later. But Lucas literally said that that's where it happens in the opera. Good luck with that. Would never have attacked Vader like that. That you're wrong about that. You're completely wrong about that. On the contrary, that is exactly what a true Jedi would do. A true Jedi is not going to allow Vader to hurt anyone. That's like saying Mace Windu wouldn't have gone to the Chancellor's quarters to try to stop Palpatine. Are you thinking about what you're saying right now? That is exactly what a Jedi would do. Jedi do not know fear. Jedi do not back down. Jedi do not allow Sith and evil to prevail. Are you sure you know the movies? And again, this is the problem with the EU. It starts to get your heads all mixed up. It's not canon. Canon is the movies. Anyways, I am tired. I have been on here for 9 hours. So I think I'm going to call the stream unless you have any other specific questions. I think it's just me and you at this point. You wasn't officially used. Content. Exact date term is used. Sure, it's unofficial. Content evidence before the term is not by. Yeah, I sold that stuff earlier. A true Jedi uses his power for knowledge and defense. Okay, and again, are you sure you understand Star Wars? Luke was not attacking Vader. Luke was defending his sister, dude. Go back and watch the movies. Our insight to the story approved by Lucas and based on the story. Novelization and script both use the word hatred to describe Luke's actions, but that is irrelevant because what is canon is what's on the screen. You're, again, going behind the scenes and trying to look at the novel and Lucas's notes. That is irrelevant. It's not how that works. It's fun to look at. I'm not saying don't enjoy it or look at it or debate on it. All I'm telling you is that's not how it works. That's not canon. Canon is what's on the screen. That cannot be broken. Not sure what you mean there. Made a typo. Anyways, you're misunderstanding the movies. It's that simple. Stop looking at that extra shit. Just go watch the movie and pay attention to the dialogue and Luke's actions. He does not turn. He does not attack. On the contrary, Luke resists attacking at all times. He is defending his sister. Pay close attention to the movie. Luke does not react until Vader says sister. And did Yoda use his powers for knowledge and defense when he went to the Chancellor's office to go fight Palpatine? Did Mace use his knowledge and power for defense when he went to go arrest Palpatine? Were the Jedi's generals using their power for knowledge and defense in the Clone Wars when they were fighting with thousands of clones against all those droids and Nemoidians and everything else? It's not irrelevant. It's the truth. Leia wasn't even there. He should have left the battle and gone to protect Leia. What? Okay, and then what? The Death Star blows up Endor. The Death Star blows up the Rebel base, and then what? No, it's not the truth. You are getting access to stuff that you're not supposed to see. It's like the Wizard of Oz. You're pulling the curtain to look behind. And I, as much as anybody, want to see behind the curtain. I understand, dude. But you don't have that privilege. You see what's on the screen, and that is the story. If you want to, on your own personal level, for fun or with your friends or whatever, talk about behind the curtain, okay, I'm not denying you of that. But you can't say to somebody that that's Star Wars, because it's not. That is speculation. That is irrelevant because it's not canon. Canon is the films on the screen. That is unbendable, unbreakable. Vader made it personal, and Luke took the bait and almost failed. How did Vader make it personal? By threatening Leia? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. And almost failed? No, that's another mistake that people make. He didn't almost fail. He kicked the shit out of Vader. That's another thing. Like, people seem to think like, oh, well, he couldn't beat Vader. Somebody, I won't mention her name, but she literally put out there, well, but Luke couldn't beat Vader. He kicks Vader's ass, dude. Go watch the movie. He beats the shit out of Vader. Again, at a flick of a wrist, he could have ended Vader. It wasn't that he couldn't, or that he didn't have the power or the strength or the knowledge or the skill. He beat the shit out of Vader, cut off his arm, and could have finished him. And instead, he had the will, the conviction, the knowledge, the patience, the wisdom, all that, to say, nope, turn it off, throw it away. Go watch the movie. The books are publicly released official material, not behind the curtain. Well, yeah, I mean, I get it. But what I'm saying is you're also going off, like, you said it yourself, the scripts. You're not supposed to be privy to the scripts, nor are the scripts supposed to determine what's canon. That's for you to have fun and see what Lucas had originally thought of. That doesn't mean that's what it is. What is what the final product is on the screen. We can speculate all day that this may have been better, or this would have meant that, or that, but that it's irrelevant. That's just us having fun. What is what's on that screen. And it doesn't matter if it contradicts 10,000 times what he wrote in his notes and his scripts and all that does not matter. What matters is the final product, as he stated, which is the canon on the screen. That's what matters. And if you start mixing in the novelization with the art book, with the scripts, with all the EU and all this, that's where people get all fucked up. Because now they're like, but he said this, and he did that, and he said this. No, he didn't. What he said is what you see on the screen. All that other stuff is extra. That's for you to have fun with. But it's not. You can't have an argument and say that that's canon or that's Star Wars, because you're going to lose that argument all day, every day, with everyone that knows Star Wars. It's not how that works. What is canon is the 6 films on the screen, per George Lucas, not per me. Almost killed his father. Okay, yeah. Which, I don't know, you can kind of argue, would that be failure? I think I'm with you. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying some people might say, well, you know, but yeah. But it is arguable. I won't argue that he would have failed had he killed his father, but I will argue that Luke was in complete control, and it's not, he didn't almost fail. If he wanted to, he would have finished Vader, and he chose not to because he was in perfect control. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. If he tapped the dark side, he wouldn't have been able to stop himself, dude. He would have finished Vader, and he would have joined Palpatine, and it would have been the Palpatine. Well, it might as well have been, because now it's the Palpatine saga anyways. Luke was in full control. You don't have the option of, I get angry, and then, I'll just step back. That's not how the Force works, dude. You start dipping into the dark side, you get consumed. Like that. That's the point. That if you do shitty shit in life, you're going to get consumed by that evil. It's the metaphor for real life. There's not like, I can go rob a bank, but then tomorrow go to church and it's okay. That's not how it works. You start doing dirty shit, you are already in the dark side. It's just that metaphorically, it's much greater that you turn into a Sith. But that's the whole point of that. Luke did not have anything to do with the dark side. Scene is intended to portray Luke's temptation. Yeah, his temptation, but he didn't turn. He didn't take the bait. He fought back. Vader, you have to understand, Vader didn't go into that battle, nor the Emperor, with the knowledge of Leia. They weren't setting him up in that sense. Yes, Palpatine in the bigger picture knew, well, if I can turn him to be my apprentice. See, something else that people don't always pick up on is that the lead Sith, the Master Sith, will often set up the apprentice Sith to get killed by a better apprentice. So really the idea that Palpatine had was that Luke will kill Vader so that he has a new apprentice Luke. That was the trap. That was the idea. The sister thing didn't happen until Vader sensed Luke's feelings, and he's like, oh, wait a minute, you have a twin sister. So if I do destroy you, then it doesn't really matter, because now I can go after your sister. That experience had lasting repercussions, hence how we saw in the sequel. The sequel trilogy is not canon, that's fan fiction, so that's irrelevant. Orville Nation, thank you for joining us, brother, and thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas. I've been up all night. I'm now at 9.5 hours on this live stream. Oh, man. Are you just waking up, Orville? Anyways, I'm not meaning to offend Mattress if you like the sequel trilogy or all that. All I'm saying, this is the problem with the EU and the Star Wars Disney stuff and the novelization, and you looking at script. You're starting to take all these pieces of stuff and getting it all convoluted. The only Star Wars is 1 through 6, period. And that's where you avoid any of the nonsense, canon breaking, confusion you're trying to pull in. But this theory and this quote and this and all of that is bullshit. What is real is what Lucas put on the screen, not what you want to interpret or pull in or add, or that's the problem. Now, please don't misunderstand. If you like all that stuff, dude, by all means, look at all the scripts, look at all the books, and look at all that. Just be careful, because what happens is, like I just said, you start to get it all mixed. That's what was happening with Tetsuo. He was getting all this stuff mixed up in his mind and getting frustrated and going around in circles and circles and circles. But you have to understand, I've been doing this 43 years, so you're not going to trip me up with, well, but this said and that. No. I've been heard all the interviews. I was there when those interviews first came out. I had the toys. I read the cards. I watched the movies in their original state before there were special editions, before there was commentary, before there was script leaks and all that nonsense. So I don't get it mixed up because I've been keeping track from the beginning, and I know the original story from the beginning. But when you come into this a little bit later, now you're exposed to this and that and the other, and I saw this script and I read this treatment and I saw this quote and I heard from this person and I saw this fan fiction, and then you start getting all this stuff and it starts becoming a big that's what's Dave Filoni. That's Dave Filoni, a confused mess, spaghetti brain. Just woke up. You know much, good sir, but I can assure you, you haven't put it all together. Okay. Nothing is convoluted. Everything makes sense from a certain... No, there is no certain point of view. Don't even try that. That, just like that book. Well, from a certain point... No, there is no point of view. There is the one factual what happened, not I think of what I saw or I interpreted this. That's not how the life works, dude. A car ran into a tree. Fact. There's no way around that. Why it crashed, at what time, how, okay, that's all. You can figure that out and look at that. But the fact is that car ran into a tree. Period. There's no interpretation. The tree didn't run into the car. Okay, the car ran into the tree. And it's the same thing with Star Wars or anything else. It's not up for your interpretation. This is what the same problem with religion. Everybody wants to interpret God in a different way. Guess what? There's only one God. So the fact that there's more than one religion means you're all wrong. Sorry, but that's how it is. There's only one creator. If you want to see him as Buddha or Jesus or whatever, that's your certain point of view. But that's not reality. Reality is it's one God. Whatever it is, I'm not religious, so I don't care nor know. Ball of light or whatever it is. But the fact of the matter is, it is what it is. It's not what I want him to look like, nor is Star Wars, nor is the fact that the car ran into a tree. That's a fact. It's not a point of view. It's not something that you can debate. It is what it is. And again, you get convoluted when you start looking at other stuff. When the only thing you should be looking at is 1 through 6. That is the only truth. Now, if you enjoy other extra fiction stuff, okay, again, I'll say it like I said it 1,000 times. Enjoy it. I'm not telling you not to. The Emperor made the same kill me in anger offer to Rey. She didn't succeed. She didn't try to kill him. Don't you remember? She said, yeah, okay, I'll do it. And then she sends Ben her through Skype her lightsaber. First of all, she doesn't kill him. All the Jedi do. I'm all the Jedi. And second of all, she technically doesn't kill him. He kills himself with his lightning that he chooses not to turn off. Now, don't get me wrong. Technically, she killed him. And the second that that happened, his essence should have gone to Rey. I'm not arguing that. But what I'm saying is under the Disney logic and as what we see, whether we like it, accept it, whatever, that is what the Disney fan fiction canon is. That he kills himself because Rey is deflecting the lightning and he ends up killing himself. That's why he doesn't transfer his essence under the Disney logic. I meant to include that quote for a reason. What was it? Kill me in anger. Yeah. She shot the lightning at him. No, she didn't. She blocked his lightning, which went back on him, and he should have just shot off. But instead, he just kept shocking himself. And all she did was walk towards him. She didn't shoot the lightning at him. He was creating the lightning and zapping himself. She uses ammo. Well, yeah, I guess you could say that. Orville, if you're still here, There's some emojis for you. Just for the fun. If you're still around. Because Disney is stupid. That's why. Because Disney makes shit up as they go along. Not literally the story or by the day or by the hour, but literally minute by minute, they're making shit up as they go along. And because they are so fucking stupid that they can't remember that 2 minutes ago they said, well, kill me and I'll go into your body. And then 2 minutes later, oh, you just killed me, but I'm not going to go into your body. Because you didn't actually kill me. I deflected my lightning and I killed myself. You see, me saying that is me not defending. I'm using Disney's stupidity against themselves. That's what they're saying. First of all, there is none of that transfer essence bullshit. That's Disney nonsense. And second of all, well, that's why, because they're fucking stupid. She used one lightsaber to block, two to shoot it back. Yeah. She made the cross thing, and I'm all the Jedi, and I know. It's a shame Mace didn't know that. Had Mace, just picked up another lightsaber, he could have shot back at Palpatine and blown him up. But, Mace is just a noob. He only was a Grand Master on the council for however many years, so Mace is just a dumbass. It's a good thing we had Wonder Ray. He kept the lightning going because he wanted her to use it. He could have killed her if he wanted. No, can't agree with that. I think you need to go back and watch that again. That ain't what happened. He was definitely trying to kill her. And in his stupidity, he killed himself. Why would you electrocute yourself, dude? Like, think about your statement. Think about what you just wrote there. Go back and watch the movie. Are you sure that's what the position you're gonna take? No. You're not gonna kill yourself. The prophecy was, she must strike him down, not I have to die to switch essence. She must strike him down. All right. I'm going to how many people are in here? 6 still? Huh. Ray killed him. No, I'm sorry. I can't agree with that. She totally did not kill Palpatine. He killed himself. Dude, go watch the movie. He electrocuted himself. She didn't kill him. 1, you can see it. 2, if she killed him, his essence would have transferred to hers. That was their argument, dude. Mr. I'm looking behind the scenes and reading all that stuff. That was their argument, that he killed himself. That's why he did not transfer his essence. That's from Disney. She did not kill him at all. Okay. Yeah, he wanted her to kill him, not electrocute himself. That's why he gets blown up. Because it didn't go down the way that he wanted. No, dude, that's not how. Her using his lightning would be she took in his lightning and then under control channeled it to kill him. That's not what happened. He, using the lightning, electrocuted himself. All he had to do was say, I'll stop. Ray had nothing to do with it. She was just standing there blocking back his own stupidity. Ray did not kill Palpatine. And again, I'll remind you that Disney themselves said, strike me down so my essence can go into you. He doesn't go into her because she does not kill him. He kills himself like a dumbass. Disney said it, and we saw it on the screen. He shocked himself like a dumbass. All right. Anyways, if you have any doubt, go watch the movie and go read into what Disney says, because I read all that stuff. I've looked at the novelization, I've looked at the art book, I've looked at all their theories and stuff, and they clearly state it. No, she didn't shoot anything back. He was shocking her. All he had to do was turn off his lightning. He killed himself. I'm not saying that he wanted to or that he should have. I'm just saying it is what it is. He electrocuted himself. Rey, not to mention, Rey would not have the knowledge, the strength, or the skill. I mean, did you see the movie? 2 seconds before, he's shooting massive lightning storms into the sky and taking out spacecraft. But little Rey, with her lightsaber, stopped his lightning, which should have been not just a stream of lightning, but this whole... So use some logic. You saw 2 minutes earlier that Palpatine created a whole force storm. So how can you sit here and say that Rey blocked with her little lightsaber? Oh, because she's all the Jedi. Right. Where it say in canon that is as first of all, nothing in Disney is canon. It does not say anything in canon because that ain't canon. Second of all, did you watch the movie Rey Skywalker? He could have stopped the lighting, but didn't. Exactly. He doesn't transfer into Rey, dude. Rey goes back, hugs her little friends. They're all celebrating. Good side, light side. Yay, we're all saved. Wonder Rey. And then she goes to Tatooine. All right. I'm almost 10 hours here, so I guess I'm going to get off. I appreciate you spending the time, Matt. I do streams every now and then, so you're always more than welcome to come debate with me. Tetsuo's, I guess, I don't know, disappeared. I'm pretty sure when I dropped the mouse on him, his dreams got crushed and he left because, you know, it comes to a point where you can argue, but, you know, I have been every voice you have heard inside your head, right? And you believe that? You believe that's how that works? You come back from the dead, and then you're cloning Force users, and that he's been manipulating Kylo Ren through Skype. I mean, you believe any of that mess? I mean, again, if you like that stuff, enjoy it, but that ain't canon. It's not how the Force works, dude. Rey's head, too. Well, according to Snoke, he did that. According to Ryan Johnson. But then JJ came and retconned that. So again, when you're retconning and breaking stuff that's been previously established, it's automatically not canon. You can't do that. You can't come behind and start breaking and changing shit. That's not how that works. Now, it's not to say you can't expand on something or even maybe potentially change something as long as it maintains the continuity. But Disney does not maintain the continuity. So therefore, if you can't respect what happened here, then what you do over here is totally irrelevant because you have to First, go by the guidelines that were established. Okay, it looked like it dropped out there for a second. Man, he wrote so much that the chat is like way behind. But so I can't see all the names that were in here, but I appreciate everyone that was, in case anybody comes back and sees. Thank you again, Orville. I appreciate you. If you're around or you hear this later, truly thank you. You think Rey heard all the Jedi that it was Palpatine? I mean, seriously? You believe that? Disney literally said that she hears the voices, that the Force ghosts are there. You hear Ahsoka, Mace, Obi-Wan, Anakin. You thought that that was Palpatine? No, bro. One, go back and watch the movies. Two, do some homework. Disney themselves tell you that she's all the Jedi. That's not an illusion. That wasn't Palpatine. She literally, the Jedi. JJ says it himself. That's all the Jedi are there. There's a whole debate about why Ahsoka was there. That wasn't Palpatine. It's funny how someone could see something and interpret it in a totally different way. But dude, you have to do the homework. That's the thing. And if you do the homework, you're going to see that they clearly said, yep, she was all the Jedi, spoke to her, all the ghosts. They literally were going to make the ghosts appear. And then they decided not to, which was a big mistake too. If you're going to do all that, then show the ghosts. But that was not Palpatine. That was literally the ghost. How do you hear the Force, the voices of Jedi? Because they have transcended, because they are Force ghosts that can cross from the other side and speak to you. That was the point. Not that Palpatine is using all the other voices. Why? Okay, use some logic. Why would Palpatine convince Rey that she's all the Jedi so that she then can defeat Palpatine, but yet not kill him in the way that he needs to die? Are you thinking this through? I don't think so. George Lucas and Lucasfilm are playing you for a fool. George Lucas is not involved in Star Wars. He has not been since October 30th of 2012. So what are you talking about? George Lucas has nothing to do with Star Wars. Star Wars is, or Disney Star Wars is Kathleen Kennedy and J.J. Abrams and Ryan Johnson. It has nothing to do with George Lucas. I guess you think that Rey is actually a Palpatine, and that she'll come back in episode 10 with red eyes and she's all the Sith, because really Palpatine is inside of her. First of all, you're not going to ever see Rey again. That's done. Whether they decanonize or not, they're done with the sequel. You're not ever going to see Rey again. So that's a lost cause. And now she's a Skywalker now. It is what it is. It's bullshit, but that's what they gave you, is that she's a Skywalker. She's not a Palpatine, dude. You can't hide the dark side. Your eyes turn. You behave a certain way. You wouldn't be hugging your friends and acting the way she did and go to Tatooine and do all that stuff. That's not... It was planned long ago, something like that. Okay. They have admitted they didn't have a plan, but you're saying that they had a plan. Okay. Maybe you need to do a little more research. There's a really smart Star Wars guy called NotMySTARWARS who has a video called Daisy Ridley admits there was no plan for Disney Star Wars. And in that video, John Boyega, Oscar Isaac, and Daisy Ridley all admit there was no plan. So have fun with that one. I know we won't ever see Rey again. Rey's done. Because also in that video, she says, nah, I'm not going to be doing Rey anymore. None of them want to do Adam Driver, Oscar, John Boyega, Daisy. None of them want to do Star Wars again. Harrison Ford, Mark Hamill. None of them want anything to do with Disney Star Wars, which is sad because back in the day, people would kill to be a part of Star Wars. Oh, she wasn't told the truth on purpose. She wasn't told. You mean Daisy? Dude, she worked on set. She knows what she was told. She knows what script she read. She knows how they changed the stories in the scenes that they filmed. What are you talking about? Again, you're not thinking this through. John Boyega said that they knew what to do. Yeah, they knew that they wanted to make them the stars and to give them screen time. Doesn't mean they knew the story or what they were doing. It just means that they knew that they wanted to use them, that they were the stars of their show, and that they didn't care about the diversity hires. It doesn't mean that they had a plan or knew what they were doing. It just means that, oh boy, it's funny how you interpreted that. He means that they had plans to make them the stars, to make them the lead and to have all the dialogue and be all over the movie. Not that they knew what they were going to do in the movie. Oh boy. Anyways, you'll never see Rey again. And it's not because Disney wouldn't like to, but because nobody likes her and she doesn't make any money. So they're not going to go down that route. Disney is about money, nothing else. They do not care about your story, your feelings, your fun, none of that shit. They care about money. And Rey does not make money. There ain't nobody buying Rey toys. So therefore, you will not be seeing Rey. They knew that Boyega would feature in the trilogy as much as the other two. Huh? Again, you need to do some homework. Boyega was a Jedi. Boyega had a love story with Rey. Now, is that what you saw on the screen? Anyways. Oh, I got to take a break. Going on 10 hours. So I appreciate whoever came in. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. And we will do it again very soon. I want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas. I should have 1 or 2 more videos coming out before the end of the year. But I don't know that I'll do another live stream before the end of the year. So very happy new year to anyone that hears this. I appreciate you guys. The channel is growing very fast and I appreciate it. I can assure you, you will see Rey again. Okay, good luck with that. You're never going to see Rey again. Boyega was never going to be a Jedi, but he has a place in the story. That hadn't finished. He was going to be a Jedi. We all know this. We've seen the story treatments. He has said it. So I don't know exactly what planet you're on, but the movie poster literally shows you Finn as a Jedi. That the whole time he was all right, it keeps blanking out. Anyways, I hope that you're not like counting on seeing Rey again because poor you. You're not going to see Rey or Kylo or any of those characters ever again. Not in the Disney Plus show. Not in it. You might see them like in a comic book or a cartoon, but as far as like an actual Disney Plus show or Star Wars movie, you're never going to see Rey again. I hope you didn't think you were. It's not going to happen. And it's not because I don't want it to happen. It's because Disney cares about one thing: money. And Daisy Ridley and the rest of the gang did not make money. That's all that Disney cares about. Not Star Wars, not the story, not your feelings, not any of that. They care about money. Anyways, I appreciate everybody. Have a great day, weekend. Who knows? Maybe I'll do another stream, but in case I don't, I want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and hey, you're miles ahead of me, huh? Boy, are you in for a rude awakening. But just like you said, you're going to come back and show me that you know better. Feel free to come back in like 5 years and be like, dude, damn it, you were right. Because that's what's going to happen. So, and I'll be here. Anyways. So, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And if I'm right, no, it wouldn't make money because nobody likes Rey, dude. That's why I'm telling you, you're not going to see Rey again because it's about money. And nobody gives a shit about Rey. And I'm sorry, maybe you like Rey, and maybe this is what the argument is here, but nobody cares about Rey. So that's like a dead waste of time because you're not going to see her again. Not because I don't want you to. Not because 3 people out there want to see her. That's not the point. The point is money. Disney cares about nothing but money. And Rey ain't doing it. Why are you seeing all the OT characters popping up? Why are you seeing all the toys? Good luck buying a Razor Crest or a Din Djarin or a Rey doll. I challenge you. Go to Walmart and find a Rey. You're not going to because they stopped making her toys a long time ago. But I promise you're going to find a Jabba or a Boba Fett. I bet there's all kinds of Boba Fetts right now, especially 40th anniversary. You're going to find Darth Vaders and Luke Skywalkers and Boba Fett's and Slave Ones. You'll probably find Jabba, probably find some snowtroopers, a Wampa, but you're not going to see Rose or Rey or Finn or Poe or BB or none of that bullshit because it doesn't sell, dude. And if you do see Rose, it's the old ones from the beginning, and you're going to see stacks of them because they can't sell the things at 50 cents. Whereas right now, you can get $300 for a custom Boba Fett. Like that. Facts of life. If Rey is the vessel for the Sith, that would just piss everybody off and definitely not going to sell. And furthermore, why would you go through that? Why don't you just make her Darth Rey where she would have been interesting to begin with? No, sorry. Rey was not any part of George Lucas. It was Kira. Do your homework. Nope. Alrighty. Thank you so much, guys. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. And may the Force be with you. I'll leave you with a short outro video. And I'm going to relax and try to rest my voice. And I have some editing to do. So I appreciate you. And I hope to see you guys soon. If not before, then I will see you next year in 2020. And we'll continue this Star Wars nonsense. Alrighty then. Take care all. You're missing the forest for the trees to put you nice chatting. Have a good one. Thanks for coming in, Matt. I do appreciate you hanging out, and I hope I see you again sometime soon. Alrighty. And trust me, my vision is very clear. 43 years I've been looking at the entire forest. Take care, guys. May the Force be with you. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you.